Long Fei tapped a few times on the touch keyboard on the desktop, and two projection designs of mobile fortresses popped up on the desktop. Blueprints of the Psychic Gundam MK3 and Destroyer Gundam. Although these two are mobile fortresses, they are also called Gundams. Li Jiaming said casually. Long Fei explained, Gundam doesn't have to be MS. It can also be a mobile fortress, and even if it exceeds 30 meters, it doesn't have to be called a mobile fortress. It can also be a MS. Li Jiaming smiled a little embarrassedly. Shrek asked, should these two giant Gundams be called MS or mobile fortress? You can decide this by yourself in the future, but your first job now is not to discuss this issue with me, but to take a look at the materials of these two huge Gundams. Is the development meaningful? The two immediately looked at the information of these two huge Gundams. The Psychosensory Gundam MK3 has a special equipment, the Sekimu system, and they can confirm that this mobile fortress, or giant MS, is handed over to new humans to drive. Although the Destroyer Gundam can be driven by ordinary people and adjusters, the fire control system is extremely complicated. Not to mention it is difficult for ordinary people to drive. I am afraid that it is also a giant Gundam that is difficult to operate for adjusters. Minister Shrek stroked his chin and said, Destroy Gundam can be equipped with Special Equipment Sekimu System or Biochemical Computer. These two devices are simply special devices for new humans, especially the former. New humans only need to use their own mental brain waves can be manipulated. Long Fei thought in his heart, Destroyer Gundam didn't install these devices at all, but I just made some design improvements. If it is manufactured according to the original book, I'm afraid I have to cultivate those bio-enhanced humans just like the original book, but in this case it crossed my bottom line. If I really want to do this, I would rather not develop Destruction Gundam. Li Jiaming said, Destroy Gundam is to let ordinary people or adjusted people drive it. It needs a long period of training, which takes time. Li Jiaming then asked Long Fei, Your Majesty, if these two huge Gundams are developed, will the previous mental Gundam be eliminated? The full assembled explosive mental power Gundam is probably going to be eliminated. If the mass-produced mental power Gundam is not cheap and easy to manufacture, and the maintenance is not so complicated, the mass-produced mental power Gundam would have been included in the retirement plan. Shrek said, No matter how you look at it, these two huge Gundams are very suitable for suppression, high-power bombing, and destruction warfare. They can be called strategic-level killing machines that surpass the tactical level. If we look at the data, the firepower of the Destroyer Gundam is even greater. It is superior. If you look at the defensive means or defensive power, the two are on par. And in terms of mobility, maneuverability, and melee capability, the Psychosensor Gundam MK3 is even better. Destroyer Gundam has the ability to transform, and the mobile fortress form is an attack mode. It is more comprehensive and powerful than all mobile fortresses in active service from the perspective of the attack or all-round view. Li Jiaming also said, whether the Destruction Gundam is in MS form or mobile fortress form, its melee capability is very weak. You must have other aircraft or mobile fortresses to guard Destroyer Gundam to guard against enemy planes. It's best to develop and manufacture both the Psychic Sensing Gundam MK3 and the Destroyer Gundam. At least they can work together. The two can attack and defend at the same time, and they can also carry out double destruction. Li Jiaming said while rubbing his chin. Shrek said, If you really want to say, compared to the control instruments in the cockpits of the two, the Destroyer Gundam is more complicated. If there is no Sekimu system, if new humans are allowed to drive, it will probably be a toss for them. Li Jiaming asked, Your Majesty, doesn't the Psychosensor Gundam MK3 not have a biochemical computer? It wasn't there in the early design, but do you see the design drawing now? Li Jiaming looked at the design carefully, nodded and said, There is indeed a biochemical computer. Li Jiaming said, Psychosensitive Gundam MK3 and Destroyer Gundam. New humans drive the former, ordinary people and adjusters are responsible for driving the latter. Well, the Military Affairs Department of the Tianyi Empire and the Tianyi Mercenary Corps jointly funded the development of these two giant Gundams, and you conducted a series of verification tests. Yes, Your Majesty. Then, the F-90 active style information, Mars style, and F-902 popped up on the desktop. Long Fei explained. F902 is my Crusaders. The original F90 will be upgraded and transformed into F902, and the new airframe will be F902. As for the original F90, the F90 can be used as the elite unit of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, and the captain's car of the Special Forces. It can also be used as the captain's machine to lead the new type of MS troops. Li Jiaming has always been greedy for the F90. Although this mass-produced Gundam is small in size, it has extremely high combat capabilities. Different equipment can correspond to different environments and combat needs. It can be said that the Crusaders have made countless achievements by relying on the F90. Many elite units and special forces in the United States want to pilot this production Gundam. At that time, there were many drivers in the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, including senior members, who complained that all the F90s produced were given to the Crusaders to drive, but they did not get one. The F90s now manufactured can be planned for their own mercenaries. Group. Shrek raised his hand at this moment and asked, "Is there any difference in the Mars-style F90? It's the same as the original F90, except that the appearance of the Mars-style F90 is different." Long Fei added in his mind. According to the original version, the external system was cancelled and reset. Simply put, it's just a distinction I made. Then Long Fei tapped the touch keyboard on the desktop a few more times, and several Gundam designs popped up on the desktop. MK5, MK5 Kai, Oberon, Ryan Gundam, Sigma Gundam, G-First Gundam. This made Li Jiaming and Shrek fall into thinking. MK5 and MK5 Kai. These two models can directly become mass-produced Gundams for the new service of elite troops and special forces. The full-armor MK3 and MK4 of the leader machine, driven by many elite troops and special forces, can allow them to drive the more powerful MK5 and MK5 modification. However, Long Fei made arrangements. MK5 was assigned to the Tianyi Mercenary Group, and MK5 was assigned to the Tianyi Empire. The other four Gundams have to be discussed with other generals and professional teams, especially the G-First Gundam, which has the function of combining, which has attracted great attention from Shrek and Li Jiaming. But in any case, F90 and MK5 have been confirmed as the new captains of elite troops and special forces. The other four Gundams may only be discussed and then only stay on the drawings, or they may only be produced in small batches for actual combat verification. Long Fei, Shrek, and Li Jiaming then discussed some matters. Shrek and Li Jiaming were about to leave. Long Fei stopped the two of them. The two looked at Long Fei, but Long Fei hesitated to speak. "Forget it. It's okay. You guys go down and get busy." Feeling puzzled, the two looked at each other, but they didn't dare to ask the Emperor. They immediately left the Emperor's office and were busy with their next work. Long Fei originally wanted to release the undead of the machine War OG, but then thought that these two guys would definitely object immediately. The cost of the undead had already caught up with, or even surpassed, the price of the third-generation Gundam. Especially the T-Link telekinetic power, this new human mental skill that they are not even familiar with. They don't know how to use it, even though Long Fei has a T-Link device. But Long Fei didn't know whether T-Link telekinetic power had this kind of people in this world. He didn't know until he met Noah's Jr. that T-Link telekinetic power in this world could also belong to the new human beings. A mental ability. T-Link psychic power is considered an advanced skill among mental skills. In addition to controlling the movement of objects, psychic power can reach a certain extreme. It can even do certain damage and control the target, and can use the weapons in your hand to increase damage. Noah's top-line technology builds a telekinetic device that is very similar to Robot Wars OG's telekinetic augmentation system, used to control the body and produce a physical shield. However, the Noah's telekinetic device can not only control the body, but can even produce physical attacks. Similar to the swordsman in martial arts novels, the swordsmanship can be transformed into sword energy to damage the target. At this moment, Long Fei's mind is imagining the R1 of SRX launching T-Link Nyendong Fist and Nyendong Broken Sword. Long Fei shook his head. The imaginary picture in his brain is estimated to take at least 5 years to be possible. Now, in addition to the abilities that the Tianyi Empire needs to study human beings, the telekinetic skills must also be mastered by more new humans. At present, it is known that new humans who can master telekinetic skills mainly use the combat system and the brain quantum wave system. Originally, I thought that the brain quantum wave system was more like the 00 Gundam transformer, but it turns out that the brain quantum wave system is also very similar to the telekinetic power of the machine War OG. It's very similar to the lambda driver of Full Metal Craze, a system that artificially generates telekinetic power. Its basic principle is to convert the gamma waves in human brain waves into physical energy and amplify them. It's not telekinetic power. It is a brain wave remote control, which is more suitable for new humans of the brain quantum wave system. Machine Warfare OG is based on the original work. T-Link system is a telekinetic perception amplification device developed by Furubayashi Kenzo, a kind of deep-seated brain wave, mind force, called psychic alpha brain pulse, that is in charge of the power of the mind is extracted, and relying on this brain wave to assist the body to control or remotely control the weapon. It can also produce a kind of mind force. Power field, special force field, which can also be converted into a weapon. In addition, due to the enhancement of the mind, the system user's special sense, close to the sixth sense, will also expand in a wide range, and can be used to capture enemy planes and predict its actions. This is more suitable for new humans of the combat department. The new humans of the combat system have keen perception and fighting instincts, and can also predict the target's position and the action predicted by the target. The new humans of the combat system seem to be more suitable for the T-Link system. TLNK system has always had a side effect. Overconnection can have negative effects of insanity or personality breakdown. It seems that the new humans in this world not only plan the UC new humans, changers, and X-rounders of the Gundam world into the same category, but even the power of machine warfare is one of the abilities and powers that are planned as new humans. Long Fei decided to study T-Link system and Lambda Drive, hoping that these technologies could help new humans. Of course, Long Fei is not only researching these two technologies. The exam system and quasi-sekimo system are also undergoing research and upgrades. Because the exam system is a system designed for ordinary humans, allowing ordinary humans to have a system that is close to the capabilities of new humans, and the quasi-sekimo system is to allow ordinary humans to use some mental skills like new humans and control weapons similar to floating cannons. All kinds of spiritual devices on the top line of the Noah people are also for Long Fei to study and refer to. The I position, the GN position, and the energy shield all rely on related devices to form a protective cover. On the contrary, the T-Link system and Lambda Drive rely on telekinesis and brain waves to form a physical defense cover. The AS of Full Metal Frenzy once thought about whether to make it, but quickly dismissed the idea. At that time, I was developing in the universe, and the AS of Full Metal Frenzy was only suitable for fighting in the atmosphere. According to the original work, note, this author reads seeing Sagara Susuk's plot and novels. I don't know the follow-up story, whether AS can fight in space, AS can't fight in space. Now I am the Emperor of the Martian Circle. Whether AS is suitable for ground combat has to be reserved. The technological age of AS is far behind that of Gundam in the UC world. Lambda Drive is a great technology, but the premise also depends on the driver's combat. What is the quality and ability? Of course, it doesn't mean that the technology of AS is not as good as that of Ms. Full Metal Craze's AS technology is not inferior to that of Gundam World in some respects. The Palladium Reactor, the ECS that belongs to the electromagnetic camouflage system, and the 8-drive device that can concretely present the imagination in the AS operator's mind, and then display various capabilities. AS's operating system, a synchronous action recognition system named Semi-Master Slave System, can read the tiny movements of the operator, master, and amplify them and reflect them on the body, slave, making the body move like a weapon. The cockpit of the Gundam G. The method of expanding small movements is because of the small space in the cockpit. The driver cannot make the same movements as the body. If the operator only needs to turn the elbow by 10 degrees, the body will immediately make an elbow movement. The response of turning 30 degrees and the various unnecessary small movements of the operator and the uncooperative situations during the movement process are translated by the computer and then smoothly reflected on the body with the most effective movements. The processing of this process, the level of performance, is an important factor to find the difference in the performance of the airframe. The computer and control system of AS are also desirable. The height of AS is about 8 meters. If such a body is fighting in a large area, it may be a disadvantage. AS uses live ammunition weapons. Unless every driver, it is possible to use lambda drive technology to convert the driver's thought energy into weapon energy and to form a physical protective cover during the defense process. However, the problem is that the protective cover can withstand live ammunition weapons, and whether energy weapons can resist it is unknown. It needs to be carried out. Test. AS has the ability to run at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour on land. If MS does not have an air cushion propulsion device, most of them will not be able to run against it. AS is very suitable for AS combat and land warfare, especially in urban street warfare and jungle warfare. It is equipped with electromagnetic muscle modules, which are composed of special shape memory plastic fiber bundles. It is precisely because of the operation of electromagnetic muscle modules, AS was able to display excellent instant explosive power and make delicate movements. AS used to think about whether to develop this mech in the sub-base of the Earth circle, but thought that some of AS's technologies were too advanced. At that time, I was not afraid that those guys in the Earth circle would steal my technology, and I was not afraid that they would make trouble with me. But what I am more worried about is the distance. I am afraid that some ghost will sell these technologies to others, and I am more assured that these advanced technologies are under my nose. Some parts of AS technology can be used in MS, but it will take a period of verification. At this time, Long Fei asked the palace staff to call Shrek and Bai Xiaowei, Minister of Public Security, to take a photo. Shrek returned to the office of his Minister of Military Affairs, and within a few hours of processing, he received another summon from His Majesty Emperor Long Fei. Shrek was very puzzled. What new things would His Majesty want to develop? Shrek shook his head. He could only put down the work at hand, and took his special car to the palace. In front of the gate of the Emperor's office, Bai Xiaowei, Minister of Public Security, sat on the sofa in the summoning hall, and the palace staff asked Minister Shrek to sit on the sofa in the summoning hall first, waiting for the Emperor's summons. Minister Bai Xiaowei, whom Shrek also knew, was also a comrade in arms during the Manhwa period. Bai Xiaowei was very capable in managing the country's internal security, so Long Fei entrusted him with important tasks. Not long after the two greeted each other, the staff let the two ministers into the Emperor's office. When the two ministers saw Long Fei, they were about to kneel and salute, but Long Fei directly stopped him by raising his hand, telling them to come over and discuss things with him immediately without being too polite. Long Fei directly took out the blueprints of the second and third generation of AS and showed them to the two ministers. The second generation has RK-92 Storm and M6 Bushnell. In the third generation, there are M9 Carnes Barker and M9D Falcon. The two ministers read the AS data, and Shrek was very surprised. He didn't expect such a miniaturized MS. Shrek asked, a little puzzled. These mobile suits that are less than 10 meters tall, why are they called Armed Mobile Master-Slave System, or AS for short? Long Fei made some explanations. So your Majesty's mechs are called AS and not MS? Right. Shrek then looked at the information of AS, frowning a little, and found that AS used weapons, most of which were solid and live ammunition weapons, without beam sabers, and beam energy guns used energy card slots. Shrek saw that the second generation AS energy reactor was a gas turbine engine, and directly passed the second generation AS. Shrek directly selected the three third generation AS, M9 Carnsey Barker and M9D Falcon. It can be used by the army, suitable for jungle warfare, urban suppression warfare, mountain warfare, etc. Bai Xiaowei chose the second generation M6 Bushnell and the third generation M9 Canesbach. Shrek feels that AS is very flexible and can replace ground combat vehicles at most, but if compared with the MS currently in service, it is slightly insufficient. Because AS is the third generation palladium reactor, its output is not as good as that of active MS, and it cannot be equipped with high-efficiency beam weapons. AS can perform some special operations and suppression warfare. As Bai Xiaowei chose, the General Police used the second generation M6 Bushnell, and the special police used the third-generation M9 Kansbach. By Xiao, we felt that these two AS models were more than enough for the police department to adopt. Besides, apart from the territory of the Earth's circle and the cities on the moon, the security of the latter is not a problem, but the security of the former is not good. Sneak into the realm for some extreme action. On the contrary, the law and order of the Sky-Winged Empire ranks among the top 3 in the entire world. If it were not for the Earth's sphere, there would often be some extreme sneak attacks or terrorist attacks, as well as the theft and robbery by stowaways, causing the overall law and order score to drop. Otherwise, the Tianyi Empire's governance name can be ranked first in the world. By Xiao, we felt that there was no need to purchase as much locally. The AS you choose, it is best to conduct a series of training and practice how to cooperate with various troops. Of order, Your Majesty. Long Fei looked at Bai Xiaohui and asked, Minister Xiaohui, why didn't you use the second-generation RK-92 Storm, which is supposed to be much cheaper than the M6 Bushnell? Why did you buy the more expensive one? Bai Xiaohui replied, although the price of the Storm is relatively cheap, there are 2 main reasons why I don't use it. The first reason is that the Storm is more suitable for fighting in jungles, swamps, deserts, etc. The second reason is that it's just an ugly design. Long Fei happened to be drinking tea. When he heard the second reason given by Bai Xiaohui, he choked and coughed several times. Then Long Fei asked the 2 people a very heart-wrenching question. Is your budget sufficient? Shrek and Bai Xiaohui glanced at each other, and from each other's eyes, it can be seen that the budget of the department they are in charge of is a bit stretched. The 2 could only smile awkwardly at Long Fei, then rub their right thumb and index finger together, expressing that they needed money. Long Fei saw the 2 rubbing their fingers together and said, Okay, you guys go back first. The funds will come right away. After the 2 ministers left Long Fei's office, Long Fei immediately sent money to these 2 departments. The Public Security Department and the Military Affairs Department received funds from the palace. The former got 1.5 billion Tianyi coins, and the latter got 3.8 billion Tianyi coins. The palace will have so much money. The source of the money comes from Long Fei. Half of the money Tianyi Group earns every year will be used as the company's working capital, and the other half will go into Long Fei's pocket. Long Fei is not only the richest emperor in the world, he is even the richest among capitalists, and the cash that Long Fei puts into his pocket every year is more than the annual GDP of a medium-sized country, even close to that of a first-class country. GDP for the whole year. Direct allocation of more than 500 billion Tianyi coins to the 2 departments is the tip of the iceberg for Long Fei. Since the establishment of the Tianyi Empire, in the past few years, Long Fei has not only allocated funds from the operating funds of the Tianyi Group to departments in need of funds, but also used his own private money to support those departments. Long Fei continued to study AS technology and felt that some AS technology could be integrated into MS technology. For example, electromagnetic muscle module, synchronous action recognition system, etc. These technologies can not only improve the combat capability of MS, but also assist the driver's controllability, and at the same time improve the driver's survival rate and combat efficiency. It's time to study these technologies a long time ago. It's a pity that I neglected these technologies. Only now I take them out for research and find out that they are of such great value. Long Fei felt a little regretful about his neglect. Let Shrek and Li Jiaming slow down the development of new MS first, and integrate these MS into AS technology first. These MSs must be improved again to verify whether AS technology can be integrated into MSs. Suddenly, an important information file came from the desktop with a ding. The content of the information file is that the 5 subordinates of Junior have been the instructors of the new humans for a while, and have made considerable plans for the training plan for the new humans of the Tianyi Empire. The 5 instructors have various spiritual skills for new humans. The teaching skills include telekinesis, mind control, environment and space sensing, mental detection and search, brain wave perception, wild fighting spirit, and so on. More than 20 spiritual skills are currently taught. The guidance of the 5 instructors also let many new humans understand their own abilities and what spiritual skills are suitable for them. This has greatly increased the overall capabilities of the new humans, and the combat efficiency has also improved a lot. For example, some new human beings of the spiritual department are good at mental detection and search, and can even capture the location of the target without the assistance of detectors and radars. Pro about the location. Although they had the ability to guide new humans before, compared with the guidance of these 5 instructors, it is simply rough. The guidance of the 5 instructors can be described as very scientific and systematic guidance in today's words. The guidance of the 5 instructors also allowed some new humans with low comprehensive ability evaluations to jump 2 grades from E evaluations to C evaluations. The couple, Long Fei and Tao Xiang, usually let their subordinates take pictures of the teachings of the 5 instructors and then learn by themselves. If I have time, I will go to the class in person. After Tao Xiang acquired this knowledge, she learned by herself, and her comprehensive evaluation was raised to S-, while Long Fei's was raised to SS-. Although Tao Xiang's new human ability is not as good as that of Fardis back then, compared with the number 1 Knight Julius back then, Tao Xiang is slightly stronger. Long Fei completely surpassed Fadis back then. S+ and SS seem to be just 1 level behind, but in fact they are already 1 level behind. After Long Feiji reached SS-, not only his mental strength became stronger, but also his mental skills became more handy, and his physical fitness, and so on also improved a lot. At first, Tao Xiang thought that her husband had taken some supplements or medicine recently, and she couldn't stand every Zhougong's gift. Later, Tao Xiang realized that her husband had reached a new level, and his mental and physical fitness had improved a lot. The 3 siblings, Longhua, Longfu, and Longquan, were taught by Junior himself. Although the 3 siblings also mastered a lot of spiritual skills, the overall evaluation of the 3 siblings has not improved. In addition to the reason of their young age, the 3 siblings are actually not proficient in the basics. Junior developed the basic science for the 3 siblings. Basic learning. This is to prepare them for a better comprehensive evaluation when they grow up in the future. Of Long Fei's 3 elder sisters, only the 2nd elder sister is a new human, but the overall evaluation is only D, which is a spiritual department. Long Fei is a combat system, Tao Xiang is a spiritual system, Longhua is a spiritual system like her mother, Longfu is a brain quantum wave system, and Longquan is very special, a triple system. Longquan is the department of psychokinesis, combat department, and spirit department. This not only shocked Long Fei's family, but Junior, who was the exclusive instructor of the 3rd sibling, was equally astonished. Junior said with a wry smile, "Dual system new humans. According to the historical records of the Noahs, more than 10,000 newborns may have 1 newborn. In triple system, new humans may not appear for hundreds of years. In the era I lived in, I have been an instructor for hundreds of years, and I have taught a few of them myself. In general, the number of people is only more than 100. I have never heard of new human babies born with a triple system in that era." Knowing that his son is so special, Long Fei feels extremely proud. At such a young age, the son's comprehensive ability surpassed that of his father. From Junior, I learned that in the history of the Noah people, the new humans of the triple system are legendary historical figures. Instructor Junior, "My child, please teach me well. Your Majesty, don't worry, I will do my best to teach your child, especially your youngest son, who is the most important child to teach." Instructor Junior, "That's not the case. I hope that you will teach the 3 children well and keep them level." Understood. After Long Fei was looking at the file in his office, another sound of "winter" came from the desktop, which was another file message. This sound represented the affairs of Long Fei's family. Long Fei opened it to check what happened at home, and the video screen popped up, showing the 3 siblings of Long Fu fighting in martial arts uniforms. At the scene, Dongfang Wudi carried his hands on his back, watching the children's fight. During the entire video, Lung Chuan's 3-year-old child was able to win the fight. His body was bigger than his 2 older sisters, and Longquan completely beat his older sister on the ground. The 2 sisters were beaten and cried by him. Afterwards, Dongfang Wudi praised Longquan greatly, but the Longhua sisters were scolded by Master Dongfang. After teaching them so many times, their fighting skills were still so poor, unlike their younger brother who knew how to fight immediately. The 2 sisters were so scolded by the master that they couldn't lift their heads. Tao Xiang, who watched her 2 daughters being scolded, was a little distressed, and pleaded with Dongfang Wudi. Dongfang Wudi watched the queen beg for mercy for his daughter, so he couldn't scold him anymore. So he ordered the two princesses to do their basic skills well. Long Fei recalled that when Long Quan was 1 year old, he could already run like a normal child, and his two elder sisters couldn't catch up with him when he ran, and his 3-year-old physical fitness had surpassed that of his 9-year-old elder sisters. Teacher Dongfang has indeed been driving Flash Gundam for many years. He should develop Shunwei Gundam and Venerable Gundam. Give the Venerable Gundam to Teacher Dongfang. My son has such good physical fitness and is so good at learning martial arts. In the future, Shunwei Gundam will be given to him. He drove. Long Quan is a young kid. He can learn a lot of things at once, and he even draws inferences from one example. This kid who is only 3 years old is eloquent. If he is older, I have to train him well. Long Fei has already decided to make his son Long Quan his successor, and Long Fei has also begun to imagine how to train this son. On the other hand, Long Fei originally thought that according to historical records, the lifespan of the Noahs could reach 500 years. Unexpectedly, Junior told him directly that after the Noahs lived on Mars, they had developed a new medicine that could live up to 1,000 years. The 1,000-year lifespan is only 50 years in the old age, 150 years in the middle age, only 20 years from childhood to adolescence, and the rest is adolescence. This life-extending agent has been researched and is well suited for all humans. After some clinical experiments, it was found that the people injected with the medicine did not have any dangers or side effects, and even after equipment verification, the lifespan could reach about 1,000 years. Then, when those middle-aged and elderly people were conducting clinical trials, they also did not have any side effects. Some of them just suffered some hardships during the process. That is, there is a process from the skin to the bone marrow, like a fire. Then, the middle-aged and elderly people finally shed their skin like a snake, and at the moment of shedding, they return to their youthful state. After all the clinical trials, there is absolutely no problem with life-extending agents. Then, the life-extending medicine was promoted immediately, and it was injected for free to the people all over the country. Among the people in the country, women are very active participants, because there is no woman who does not want her youthful beauty to last for a long time. At night, Long Fei's bedroom. Tao Xiang was panting. Long Fei kissed his wife's lips. After a few seconds, Tao Xiang pushed Long Fei away. I can't do it anymore. Please let me go. Just let me rest for the next few days. After Tao Xiang finished speaking, she turned around with difficulty and leaned into her husband's arms. Long Fei hugged his wife, let her rest in his arms, patted his wife's back with his right hand, and said with a smile, "It was you who shouted that you were going to have a third child, so I actively cooperated with you. But you shouted again, I can't take it." After speaking, Long Fei pinched his wife's red cheek with his left hand. Tao Xiang stretched out her hand and patted her husband's left hand away, and said with some displeasure, "Now that you are the emperor, you must have more children in order to flourish. Don't be so anxious to have more children. We have all been given life-extending drugs. We can live to 1,000 years. We have a very long youthful state. Even if we have a third child in another 100 years, there will be no problem. By then, Manhwa and his 3 brothers and sisters will have married and have children, and we will have a third child. Wouldn't it be younger than the grandson's age? Long lifespan has a great possibility. It is possible for many people to marry and have children after they are over 100 years old. As for how many children they are willing to have and how old their siblings are, it depends on the person concerned." Glancing at her husband, she said, "I'll watch more court dramas and novels these days." "Why do you watch these TV shows and novels?" "I have to learn as the mother of a country, how to get along with the emperor's concubine, and how to manage your harem for you." Long Fei looked at his wife in surprise and said, "What silly things are you talking about? Did I say that I want to take a concubine? You are the emperor now. Marry more concubines, so that those concubines can give birth to your blood, so that you can have a full house of children and grandchildren." Long Fei stretched out his hand and patted his wife's buttocks and said, "I won't accept any concubine. I just need you as my wife." After speaking, he hugged his wife tightly with both hands and kissed his wife's lips. Tao Xiang also responded to her husband. If she was the wife of the chairman of a group before, Tao Xiang would not allow her husband to have with other women. But now that she is the queen of a country, her husband must have more blood to carry on the family line. It is impossible for her to have so many children by herself, and she must let other women bear children for her husband together. And she must also learn not to be jealous, and must be magnanimous to accept other women to serve her husband. It's just that she didn't expect her husband to be so dedicated to her, and she was so moved in her heart. He gave her the love of his life, and she would also give her love to her husband and serve her husband all her life. On June 1st, 129, the first year of the universe, Gesta S, Ritual A, and B were equipped with modules, defensive shields, Martian jackets, and mass-produced Gundams in active service. Mixed with AS technology electromagnetic muscle module, synchronous action recognition system. These MS who are being tested not only have the ability to explode in an instant, but can also make many subtle human movements, and the dexterity of their fingers is also more flexible and faster than before. These MS can even make more advanced and difficult moves, such as robot dance, street dance moves, break dance, moonwalk moves, and so on. Of course, these MS can have such an effect not only by incorporating AS technology, but also by integrating NOAA's top-line technology, magnetic film resonance technology, super metal alloy technology, and so on. Let MS have greater resistance to internal metal fatigue, and more intense operations will not cause internal overload of the body, and at the same time improve the body's response. These newly developed mobile suits and mass-produced Gundams that have been strengthened, these superb movements were captured. Then, Long Fei handed over these videos to the media for broadcast. Soon, these video images also spread throughout the world. It directly shocked countless countries, especially the military department and experts. Only the Tianyi Empire can do such a difficult movement for the body. Many generals and experts in the military department think that MS from their own country, not to mention whether their own MS can perform these difficult movements, is a problem. The movement of the body will definitely be overloaded, and maybe the joints of the body will break directly. Minute thing. However, many experts soon believe that the mass-produced Gundams strengthened by the Tianyi Empire and the new mobile suits developed by the Tianyi Empire must have integrated the top technology of the NOAAs to perform such difficult movements. It directly makes many countries envy, and hate. Regarding the opinions of these experts, Junior would like to say that these enhanced mass-produced Gundams and newly developed MS have the top-line technology integrated with NOAA's part, but they can make the body make such a high the difficult movements are techniques developed by His Majesty Long Fei himself, and have nothing to do with the techniques of our NOAA people. The NOAAs can't do such a technology either. On the other side, the life-extending medicine of the Sky Wing Empire spread throughout the world. All countries appealed to the Tianyi Empire to share this potion with the entire world. The Tianyi Empire directly refused, and the life extension potion would not be shared, but it could be sold. Some countries feel that it is unreasonable for the Tianyi Empire to share it for free, but it is also fine if it is bought with money. But there are also some countries that feel that the Tianyi Empire is too much, and they are unwilling to share such medicines, and they ask for money, which is simply too much. Most of the countries with a democratic system accuse the Tianyi Empire. Among them, the United Anglo-Samoan Democratic Republic was the most active. The president of the Wanluo Federation, Purvi, spoke out loudly. The life-extending medicine developed by the Tianyi Empire is a product of the devil. We cannot accept the product of the devil. If we accept it, it is against the principles of life. There must be something for the Tianyi Empire to develop the life-extending medicine. Question: those countries that want the life-extending potion of the Sky Wing Empire, it is best to listen to my advice. Once you inject the life-extending potion of the Sky Wing Empire, side effects will definitely occur, and the Sky Wing Empire will control you at that time, causing unimaginable catastrophe. It will come upon you. On the other side, Long Fei didn't bother to pay attention to those countries that were willing to buy life-extending medicines, or those countries that were unwilling but wanted to criticize them. Life-extending potions do not allow those capitalists to continue to exploit ordinary people. It is to allow human beings to go to the interstellar sea to develop civilization. The vast and boundless universe has an unimaginably huge space. It only has a lifespan of 200 years. It will take many years to go to another distant galaxy. No one can guarantee how many years it will take to travel from one galaxy to another for light-speed navigation, super light-speed navigation, warp-speed navigation, or space jump technology. A lifespan of 200 years, if placed in the current solar system civilization, is indeed a long time. However, the lifespan of 200 years of outward development is very short, and the lifespan of 1,000 years of outward development may be barely just right. Long Fei learned from the historical data of the Noah people that the Noah people still live on their home planet, with a lifespan of 500 years. In other galaxies, the lifespan of alien races may not exceed 500 years, and a small number of alien races directly exceed 3,000 years. Those alien races with a lifespan of more than 1,000 years are very active in the development of interstellar navigation. Long Fei predicted that the galaxy on their side would also develop externally in the future, and the lifespan of 200 years of interstellar navigation is too short. Long Fei has recently studied alien languages. These alien languages are preserved in the NOAA database. There are hundreds of alien languages. The translation tool made by NOAA's top technology, hundreds of alien languages, can translate those alien languages no matter which language is used, and the alien language can also translate all international languages. Less than 2 weeks after the Sky-Winged Empire displayed the new MS Superb moves, the Sky-Winged Empire's Earth Sphere domain, the eastern, central, and southern parts of the North Inca region were all the Sky-Winged Empire's domain. The display has shocked the whole world. Small mechs can display very flexible movements, and their combat evaluation is much higher than those of ground combat vehicles. Even some sharp-eyed people found from the video that as an MS flexible movements were very similar, and many people suspected that as had adopted MS latest technology. The M6 Bushnell and M9 Kansbach sent by the police department deal with those extremist organizations. In those street battles and small spaces, the M6 Bushnell and M9 Kansbach effectively suppressed those extremists. In one battle, M9 Kansbach jumped 8 meters high at the moment of running and fired continuously with the live ammunition rifle in his hand in midair, killing the extremists and transforming them into a simple combat system. Car destroyed. In the North Inca region, the area controlled by the Tianyi Empire is dealing with smugglers in the north and west. In addition to using drones to track smugglers, the police department in the border area also uses M6 Bushnell and M9 Kansbach to arrest these smugglers. The net of arresting guns was wiped out in one go. Although with these two ASs joining the operation, the capture efficiency has improved a lot, but it still cannot prevent a large number of stowaways from smuggling to the Tianyi Empire. Why is there such a thing in the North Inca region? The main reason is that the Tianyi mercenary group defeated the Maida Dingligian country back then and was captured by the Tianyi mercenary group 1/3 of the territory. This 1/3 of the territory is still the most prosperous economy of the Maida Dingligian country, with resources the most energy-rich location. In the territory captured by the Tianyi mercenary group, the local people ran to the west and north because they did not want to be managed by the Tianyi mercenary group. Although the north is the largest area in the North Inca region, accounting for 1/2 of the entire North Inca region, it is very cold in the north, coupled with the lack of resources and energy and the economic downer. The western region is smaller, and its economy, resources, and energy are not as good as those areas that have been robbed. At least it is better than the north, but the benefits are limited. The economy in the coastal areas of the western region is not bad, but the inland land is very poor, and many places are not suitable for farming. The original Maida Dingligian country originally had a population of about 600 million. In the lost areas, the local people also ran to their existing north and west, with a population of 550 million. However, the local people do not welcome foreign compatriots, which has caused a lot of social problems, and because of the economic downturn and the lack of resources and energy, the per capita income has also dropped a lot. Many residents who escaped from the eastern, central, and southern tribunals and wanted to come back were blocked at this moment. From the days of the Tianyi mercenary group to the Tianyi Empire, countless stowaways from the north and west wanted to return to their original hometowns, and even some aborigines from the north and west wanted to escape to the territory of the Tianyi Empire. Because they live in poverty in their original area and their income is very low. As long as they can run into the Tianyi Empire, even if they do illegal work with Weibo salary, they can earn more than in their hometown. The smugglers didn't necessarily just want to do black work. Some smugglers were members of extremist organizations, and they just carried out some terrorist attacks on the territory of the Tianyi Empire. There are also some smugglers who contact local relatives, and then they are secretly taken in by the local relatives, and then find ways to bribe the local immigration bureau or the department that applies for a residence permit, so that the smuggled relatives can get a local ID card or residence permit. The Tianyi Empire welcomes talented people to immigrate to this country. If the people of Maida-Deng Legion have talents or need talents, they will be welcomed to their country. First, they will get a 5-year residence permit. If something goes wrong, you can get the ID card of the Tianyi Empire. In addition to smugglers, there were criminals who smuggled, drugged, or trafficked women into the Tianyi Empire. In addition to dealing with smugglers, the police department in the border area also has to deal with outlaws. There are also many desperados among these outlaws, and some desperados have heavy weapons, and most of them have already transported drugs. So once the police department receives the information, once it knows that some drug transport teams are heavily armed, it will be handed over to the border guards. A drug transport team sneaked into the Tianyi Empire territory from the edge of the western region, and then was taken to a location by the bribed border police. The team transporting drugs was dressed like traveling friends, carrying backpacks and related camping tools. In order not to attract attention, the team first divided into several groups and entered the Tianyi Empire's territory. With the help of the corrupt police, all the drug transport teams gathered in a house. In addition to backpacks, each of them had drugs and weapons. They also had bags of drugs tied inside their clothes. The destination is to go through a jungle to the destination, come to the target city to meet with the connector, pay the money, and deliver the goods when meeting the connector. The 12 immediately entered the jungle. After watching the 12 people enter the jungle, the embezzlement police sighed. At some point behind him, there was a person with his back leaning against the wall, looking at his back and saying, "I hope you will undergo reformation in the cell and be a useful person when you come out." The corrupt cop knows his career is over. On the other side, after walking for more than an hour, the drug transport team suddenly made a noise, and the drug transport team was on alert immediately. There are many smoke canisters around them, which makes them invisible. The members of the drug transport team immediately went back to back. With a gunshot, several people instantly turned into blood mist. No, this is an Az attack. Everyone panicked at this moment. They didn't expect to encounter Az just by transporting drugs. It's just that they don't know where Az is. In fact, Az is near them, but Az uses electronic camouflage system, Az forms optical camouflage so that they cannot see their existence with naked eyes. One of the members took out the bazooka from his backpack to see if there was Az in the surroundings. As a result, his entire body was bound by an invisible force, and then he was lifted up and hit other companions. Then, the drug transport team suddenly felt drowsy and dizzy, and everyone fell asleep in about 5 seconds. After the smoke cleared, 2M9 Kansbach disarmed the electronic camouflage system and emerged. "Sir, although we have killed 3 people, the target in the photo is already asleep, and we can arrange team members to take them away." Received. You stay at the scene and don't make any mistakes. On the other side, fighting broke out somewhere in the western region. The border army of the Tianyi Empire directly stepped into the territory of the United States and attacked the target. The target was an illegal organization and the local underworld. They worked hand in hand with the local government, and then bribed the corrupt officials at the border of the Tianyi Empire and sent drugs, arms, and abducted women into the territory of the Tianyi Empire. But this matter was quickly noticed by the relevant departments of the Sky Wing Empire. Afterwards, the Tianyi Empire's frontier army sent troops into the territory of other countries and entered the local cities to wipe out the local illegal organizations and underworld. M9 Karnsbach and M9D Falcon run at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, and then with the assistance of propellers, they cross a 6-story building and then destroy a gang member in an apartment with a single shot. An M9D Falcon fired continuously at the bungalow. Regardless of whether there were old people or children, it blasted countless bullets at the bungalow. In addition to being riddled with hundreds of holes, The bungalows also had blood, wreckage, and severed limbs scattered all over the ground. The destruction of AS attracted the attention of the local military, and the United States immediately dispatched MiS troops to stop it. A GM-2 ordered an M9D Falcon to stop attacking, otherwise don't blame it for shooting. As a result, the M9D Falcon slipped under the crotch of GM-2 with a run-up, then jumped, borrowed the propeller and flew above Jim's head, and directly destroyed Jim's head with a shotgun. The M9D Falcon immediately switched weapons and pierced the cockpit of the GM-2 with a high-frequency saber. Then came a person who used his strength to step on the chest of the GM-2 that was falling backwards. With a bouncing action, he switched a 135 high-explosive rifle and fired at another GM-2. Before the GM-2 pilot had time to react, the fuselage was hit by continuous fire from enemy planes, and the body parts of the fuselage, including the cockpit, were penetrated. Another M9 Consbark knelt on one knee on the top floor of a building and shot through the cockpit of one of the GM-2s with a sniper rifle. The battle just now was coordinated, and it was done in one go. Seeing this, the other GM-2s were about to shoot to avenge their companions when a beam of light pierced through the frontmost GM-2 cockpit. One J-gang fell from the sky, and then several J-gangs landed on the ground. J-gang aimed his weapon at the GM-2 team. Nirasame and MK3 came to the scene one after another. Mida Light Legion Army, get back to your nest immediately. We are doing business here. You are not allowed to disturb. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The MK3 driver warned the other party in an arrogant tone. At the scene, M9 Consbach and M9D Falcon continued to fight on the ground, attacking the target. The ground troops of the Tianyi Empire border guards also entered the target city. In a government building in the west of Maitating Legion country, high-ranking local government officials are in the meeting room to report to the local garrison. Garrison in the country of Tower Light Legion protested that they had sent troops to invade their territory. As a result, several school officials sent by the person in charge of the garrison not only didn't think so, but directly yelled at the local high-ranking officials, and even roared and scolded them for several hours. The local high-ranking officials were directly scolded. It was clearly the other party who was wrong, but the other party was irrational, refused to let them speak, and yelled at them, more like a grandfather scolding his grandson. Now our country's army is dealing with things. If the mission of our country's army is delayed, you only need to ask, and then don't blame us, and you are welcome. A lieutenant colonel patted the table with one hand, and the other directly pointing at several senior officials in front of him. He roared and cursed. If you dare to offend us, then don't blame us for being rude. We will bully you twice as much as the Tianyi mercenary group bullied you back then. When the time comes, don't blame us for bullying the weak. Who told you that your fists are not as big as ours? A colonel punched the table. A few high-ranking officials of the United Kingdom could only be roared silently by the other party, clench their fists with both hands. It can be seen that they are very unhappy and angry, but whoever makes the other party's fist is bigger than them. The last few senior officials could only apologize obediently, expressing that they would give the other party a satisfactory answer. Several school officers of the Tianyi Imperial Army snorted coldly after hearing this, and issued a warning before leaving. If we are not satisfied with the handling, we will bear the consequences. On the other side, the city was attacked by the Tianyi Empire's frontier army. The local army received an order from their superiors, and all GM-2s left the field immediately. There were still surviving criminals and triad members in the local area who were finally detained and taken away by the ground troops of the border army. The local people hid at home during the battle. After the battle, they got out of the room and watched the Tianyi Empire border guards leave in a big way. The expressions of the local people are very aggrieved. In the past, the United States could only bully other countries. There is no reason for other countries to bully the United States, but now they are completely bullied by the Tianyi Empire. The method used by the Tianyi Empire to bully them is exactly the same as the method used by the United States to bully the South American allies. On July 1st, 129, the first year of the universe, Pope David still had the support of most of the countries to continue to serve as the speaker of the International Conference. On July 5th, 129, the first year of the universe, the International Conference was held. Some national leaders came to the International Conference building to hold the meeting in person, and the other part of the national leaders participated in the parliament through video conference. Saint Aina spoke as a representative of Uya Cross Country. Everyone here, representatives of various countries. Many years of war have caused unimaginable casualties. Although there has been peace for several years, the population has suffered serious losses and many refugees are still being arranged. Many refugees are lost. They have all become refugees who have lost their country. I believe that many countries here, like their own, have taken in these refugees who have lost their country, given them ID cards, and made contributions to this world. Saint Aina paused for a while, looked around, and continued. The country that caused all this, the Kingdom of Dion, also paid the price of its destruction. Afterwards, we know that the Kingdom of Dion got an alien system civilization, advanced technology, and wanted to borrow advanced technology to launch military operations to unify the entire world, but ended in failure. Afterwards, Emperor Dion promised the subhuman civilization technology, and the Tiani Empire soon found the Noahs who had survived in a deep sleep. From the mouths of the Noahs, they learned that there are actually many intelligent beings like us in the boundless universe. There are those who love peace, and those who are warlike. If in the next 10 years, an alien civilization comes to our solar system, and they are friendly, it will be easy to handle. Everyone can be friends, but they are warlike. Is coming to occupy our galaxy. With our technology, can we resist it? Everyone at the scene was either whispering or looking at other people, and even many national leaders looked at Long Fei. Long Fei uses the video network to participate in the meeting. The technology of alien civilizations will at least be stronger than that of the perishing Dion Empire, and it is even possible that the population of alien civilizations is larger than ours. Now has come to an important moment. I think all countries should let go of their institutional prejudices and ideologies. Everyone should unite and develop with all their strength to prepare for the possible invasion of alien civilizations. Saint Aina sat down after speaking. The leaders of various countries looked at Long Fei from time to time. Everyone knows that the only one that can resist the invasion of alien galaxies is the Tiani Empire. Everyone clearly remembered that in the war back then, Long Fei only relied on the weapons he developed to defeat the Dion Empire, which relied on alien technology. Now that it has absorbed Noah's technology, the Tiani Empire's scientific and technological progress will be even greater under the leadership of Long Fei. Long Fei said, "Let the leaders of other countries speak first." Porvi of the Wanluo Federation spoke. What Saint Aina said is very reasonable. We should unite the whole world now. But the premise is that the Tiani Empire must hand over all the technology they have to share, and then Wanluo the Federation conducts distribution and command, because the ability to resist the aggression of evil alien races does not depend on an evil and powerful country like the Sky Wing Empire. Instead, it takes an advanced and civilized country like a democratic system to resist the aggression of alien races, because a democratic system is a bridgehead that represents an advanced civilization, an excellent representative of culture, and because democracy is the most advanced system, I believe that in the most advanced country in the universe is also a democracy. Long Fei interrupted suddenly. In the history recorded by the Noahs, the most powerful country is actually an imperial system, and most countries with a democratic system are small countries. There was laughter in Parliament, especially from the leaders of the non-democratic system. Polvina's self-righteous speech was slapped in the face, which made his face very ugly, but he still said stubbornly, "Those democracies in the outer star system are small countries. That's because they haven't met good leaders. If you choose an excellent leader like me, you will become a powerful country in the universe, or even the strongest country in a minute." Purvi said that as long as I am not embarrassed, embarrassment is someone else's remarks, and many leaders of democratic countries were very embarrassed to hear it. Purvi continued to speak, and many leaders at the scene either looked down at the documents or found excuses to leave to go to the bathroom. Saint Aina couldn't bear to listen anymore, and couldn't help rolling her eyes, which was also captured by some cameras. The Saint Aina would not know that her rolling her eyes soon became a picture of many people making fun of Purvi. Purvi's speech of more than an hour has already exceeded his speaking time. Pope David had the hammer struck several times, asking him to stop speaking. Purvi directly protested that his freedom of speech could not be prevented and that he had not finished speaking. Finally, Pope David reluctantly turned off Purvi's loudspeaker. No matter how Purvi protested that his speaker could not make his speech, Purvi turned off his video and exited in a fit of anger. Pope David said at this time, "Everyone, many major events cannot be accomplished in one day, but we don't have much time left now. We must think clearly whether to let go of our mutual prejudices and ideologies, and then unite as one. Prepare for possible alien invasion." On July 15, 129, the first year of the universe, Long Fei looked at the report from the Ministry of Military Affairs and found a pirate group in the fringe area of outer space of the Tianyi Empire. The equipment used by this pirate group is the battleship and MS from the Dian Empire period. The composition of the pirate group is that some remnants of the Dian Empire were defeated and escaped from Mars. After wandering for a period of time, apart from robbing some merchant ships along the way to survive, after the first year or two of the establishment of the Tianyi Empire, there were some restoration organizations inside. Later, they were either disintegrated or wiped out by the relevant departments of the Tianyi Empire. Only a very small number of them escaped and joined the Dian pirates. Apart from robbing merchant ships that were not escorted by the Tianyi mercenaries, this Dian pirate group would also rob some small countries in the colonial circle. Many small countries suffered greatly from it. Even some larger countries were also helpless against this pirate group, and the military power they possessed was simply unable to defeat the Dian pirate group. The Dian pirates were very good at guerrilla warfare. Although the Tianyi mercenaries received high-priced entrustments, they only wiped out a small number of troops or single teams. The real peloton cannot be eliminated, because neither the Tianyi mercenary group nor the intelligence department of the Tianyi Empire can grasp the size and number of members of this Dian pirate group. In addition to the original Dian people, members of the Dian pirates also recruited some pirate groups. In terms of MS, there are holy machines such as Blood Red, as well as Jiegong, Jim 2, and Short Sword series. These MS are either bought from the black market or set up a head company to buy Jiegong at a high price every month from Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. I am not familiar with the scale of the warships. The only thing I can be sure of is that there are at least a few warships from the Dian Empire period. The other warships can be estimated to be some modified ships, and some destroyed warships will be dismantled and repaired into a complete warship. It is not known where their main hiding place is. When the intelligence organization under the Ministry of Military Affairs conducted some stealth investigations, it was discovered that the Dian pirates were in contact with the mysterious organization of the Danyang Empire. Seeing this, Long Fei paused, recalling the battle at that time. He suddenly couldn't take action against a Ms. driver. Long Fei was still very puzzled until now. He didn't understand why he just couldn't take action. Long Fei then looked at the intelligence documents. The Dian pirates were supported by the mysterious organization of the Danyang Empire and got the MS they developed. This mysterious organization has found out their organization name. Look at the photos of MS developed by Hyaki Yakin. The appearance is really similar to the ghosts and ghosts in the legends of the ghosts of the Danyang Empire. It seems that Danyang people like these ghosts very much. I really don't know why their taste is so weird. Long Fei complained. Long Fei thought to himself, the mechs designed by the Danyang kingdom in the previous life were all very beautiful. How come the designs of the Danyang Empire, which I reincarnated into this world, are ugly designs like demons and ghosts? The difference is huge. Long Fei continued to look at the intelligence documents on the next page. The file data is a file, and the projection function is turned on. The content is the latest MS developed by the Dian pirates dispatched by the Hyaki Night Walk organization. It also has a head design like a ghost horn design on the forehead, a total height of 20 meters, and an all-black blue body. It is equipped with some melee weapons that look like cold weapons, but the small scythe can return to the front of the fuselage when it is thrown in addition to melee combat, and there are also bombs like darts. Of course, there are also some modern firearms and weapons. Long Fei watched the battle of the Shia Ghost MS, looked at the combat data of the body, the fire particles emitted by some thrusters, and the particles left by the beam, and turned on the microscopic function to view the particles. Long Fei was very sure that the technology used by Xie Yi Ghost MS was mixed with a lot of Dion Empire technology. Kuroda Chinya, do you still want to take back your Dion Empire? Unfortunately, even if I give you the entire Mars Circle, you can't protect the new humans in the Mars Circle, and you can't protect those advanced technologies either. Kuroda Joya, no matter what tricks you play, you'd better think twice. Even if you really kill me, you will pay an unimaginable price. By the way, if the remnants of Dion knew that the massacre in the detention center was at the hands of Kuroda Joya, how would they feel? Long Fei looked at the intelligence documents again. Besides contacting and cooperating with the Dion pirates, the 100 Ghosts of the Night also observed the movements of their own country from afar. I really don't know how Kuroda City also cultivated a group of dead men. If the mission failed, they would commit suicide, so that the dead would not be able to tell any information. Long Fei thought to himself. Finally, after Long Fei finished reading the document, he finished the rest of the work and continued to do his favorite thing, researching technology. At present, the leaders of many countries in the world, regarding Pope David's proposal, all put aside their national system prejudices and ideologies and unite to deal with the possible future crisis of alien aggression. Although Pope David's proposal has been approved by the leaders of many countries, the Pope's proposal is only full of ideals and very skinny in reality. People cannot trust each other. The prejudice and confrontation caused by different systems and the influence of ideology can be eliminated in a short period of time. And if there are too many people, there will be disputes, because everyone is an individual with their own thoughts, and everyone has their own little things and calculations in their hearts. Some national leaders even think that if there are really alien races coming here to invade, then let the Tianyi Empire resist. If the Tianyi Empire can't resist, then it's fine for these countries to just lie down and wait for death. However, some big countries can still call on small countries with the same system to form alliances with the same system. If they form an alliance with a country with a different system, it will directly cause great disputes over whichever party is the leader. In addition to calling on smaller countries with the same system to cooperate, big countries can also invest a lot of money in plans to upgrade technology. All countries are paying attention to the current movements of the Tianyi Empire. In addition to knowing that more and more industries in the Tianyi Empire have been upgraded, the military has already produced many new types of mobile suits and has begun to upgrade them. Jiegong and Tsuinyu also served in the border guards. The regular army either dismantled or sealed up Jiegong and Tsuinyu, or used them as training machines for novice drivers, or sold them secondhand to other countries. This makes all the major powers feel an abnormal headache. At present, they have no way to update their active weapons, because the related industries that support the development of new weapons have reached a bottleneck. If new weapons are to be developed, the related industries must be upgraded. Otherwise, no matter how powerful scientists design advanced weapons, they are just designs on paper. Just a picture. If a big country wants to develop a new generation of MS, it will take at least 10 years to upgrade related industries, and it will take at least 3 to 5 years to develop a new generation of MS from verification to official service. Now that there is peace, it is impossible to invest all the funds in the military, and it is impossible to catch ducks on the shelves and put them on the battlefield with newly developed weapons. Therefore, the major powers can only salivate enviously as they watch the upgrade of the Tianyi Empire's weapons. The general troops of the Sky Wing Empire and the Sky Wing mercenaries use MS. In addition to Gesta and Ritual from the elite troops and special forces, there are also Gesta S and Ritual equipment A and B. The mass-produced Gundams are full armor Mk3, Mk4, and Delta. The Sky Wing Mercenary Corps and the elite troops and special forces of the Sky Wing Empire only use Kshatriya as MS. Kshatriya is only driven by new humans. After that, the MSs used by the elite forces and special forces on both sides were also different. The Tianyi Mercenary Group uses Gustav Karl, Ankexia, and Zaka Phantom. The Tianyi Empire uses defensive shields, reverse deltas, and Martian jackets. In terms of mass production of Gundam, apart from the common use of F-90 by both parties, the Tianyi Mercenary Group used Mk5 and Oberon. Tianyi Empire uses Mk5 modification and G-First Gundam. G-First Gundam is given to new humans to drive as much as possible, because G-First Gundam also has GF tanks and RIX 003 cannon steel. The GF tank can be combined with G-First Gundam and cannon steel. G-First Gundam is driven by new humans, using the Sekimus system to control GF tanks and cannon steel, and can also be controlled by Harrow. GF tank and cannon steel are combined into cannon steel DX. The GF tank and G-First Gundam are combined into G-First DX Gundam. Whether it is the Tianyi Mercenary Corps or the Tianyi Empire, all MS and mass-produced Gundams have electromagnetic muscle modules mixed with AS and synchronized action recognition systems. Whether the pilots are ordinary humans, adjusted humans, or new humans, they give a very high evaluation to the synchronous action recognition system, which improves their combat efficiency. The Red and Blue armies are simulating actual combat, and now there is the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the Tianyi Imperial Army simulating actual combat with each other. The Red Army is the Tianyi Mercenary Group, and the Blue Army is the Tianyi Imperial Army. Carry out simulated actual combat and adopt different equipment in the form of drawing lots. The equipment of the Red and Blue armies is different in each simulated actual combat. Sometimes the equipment is the same, and sometimes the equipment and technology used by the two sides are not equal. This is to deal with how to defeat the strong with the weak under unfavorable conditions, and the equipment is not as good as the enemy. And in a favorable situation, with superior forces, how to quickly defeat the weaker side with the least cost and the least time. The simulation of actual combat does not necessarily mean that the two armies must lose one side. The simulation of actual combat also has one side attacking the other, one side destroying the objects guarded by the other side, and so on. The purpose of the Red and Blue armies' simulation of actual combat is to prevent the invasion of alien races. The troops already have the means to prepare and have the ability to deal with it. The Red Army represents the alien race, and the Blue Army is the native army. The Red Army deduces what kind of combat methods the alien race will have, and what methods they will adopt to win. The Red Army will substitute itself into the alien race camp in every simulated actual combat. The Blues wondered how the alien races would fight and how they would respond. The simulated actual combat of the Red and Blue Army is not the only plan adopted by the Tianyi Empire. Many countries borrowed from the Tianyi Mercenary Group's Red and Blue Army simulation battles in the early days. Many big countries also regard one side as an alien race and the other side as a local army. All major countries imagine that the technology of alien races is infinitely powerful, how their own troops should fight, and what countermeasures they should adopt under extremely unfavorable circumstances. Even the so-called neutral and peace-loving Ouya cross-country also has Red and Blue Army simulated battles, and also prevents what to do if alien races invade them. However, the imitation battle between the Red and Blue armies, the infinite power imagined by the aliens, also inspired their own scientific teams to design some special weapons. However, in order to design and manufacture these weapons for verification, the prerequisite is to upgrade the relevant industries in the country. At present, the whole world, especially the major countries, is making every effort to develop industry and economy. At this time, there was a sound on the desktop, and a dang sound followed by a report from the staff. Your Majesty, Minister of Education Lin Yunxin, is asking to see you. Okay, let her in. A short-haired professional beauty in a women's suit came to Long Fei's office. Lin Yunxin, how are things going? Returning to Your Majesty, the instructions you issued 2 years ago have already had good results. In addition to general teaching, under Your Majesty's instructions, the school has general physical education classes, fighting classes, shooting classes, and physical fitness classes. First of all, the physical education class covers sports such as track and field, football, basketball, etc. The fighting class includes teaching boxing, sanda, joint grappling, wrestling, and mixed martial arts. The children go to school for 5 days, and there is an hour every day. The tutorials, the kids, all have good fighting skills. Very well. The children of the Sky Wing Empire can't just be nerds. They also need to have a strong body and strong fighting skills, so that they won't go out and be bullied. Your Majesty, this humble minister must report some problems. What is the problem? This also caused frequent student fights in the school. These children used the fighting skills taught in the course to fight with their classmates, and even caused some students to beat their classmates to the hospital when conflicts occurred. Fewer complaints from parents, and even many parents asked to cancel the fighting class. Tell those parents that fighting courses will not be canceled. If you can't accept it, you can take your children to immigrate to foreign countries and go to foreign schools. Fighting courses will still be taught. At the same time, tell those children that teaching fighting is not about fighting your own compatriots, but fighting the enemy. The corners of Lin Yunxin's eyes twitched a few times, and then he continued, Your Majesty, in addition to the complaints from the parents in this country, many foreign parents also protested to our country. The children learned fighting at school, and besides becoming very violent, they quarreled with their parents. Sometimes they would attack their parents, and even often fight with their own children at school, and even often got into hospital after conflicts with their own children. Moreover, some of these foreign children are the children of heads or staff of foreign embassies, and of course some are the children of businessmen who come to work or invest in their own countries. Have the children in our country been injured? Long Fei was worried about the safety of his children in his own country. Some children in our country were injured or sent to the hospital, but the ones who suffered the most were foreign children. The main reason is that the children in our country are very united. Every time there is a conflict, no matter what the reason is, the children in our country, they will immediately unite and attack the foreign children who make trouble with them. Wouldn't that be nice? Showing how united our kids are. This is mainly the education aspect of our country. It also teaches children from an early age to be patriotic and unite as one. Those foreign parents told them that if they don't want to be beaten, they should obediently behave themselves in school and don't provoke their own children, or they will bear the consequences. Yes, Your Majesty, there are still some things to report. First of all, some foreign parents have requested to open foreign schools, and some parents, including parents from their own countries, have opened private colleges. 9 out of 10 parents who asked to open a private college are rich people. Yes, Your Majesty. It is not allowed to open private colleges, and foreign colleges are also not allowed. From elementary school to university, all are public. Yes, Your Majesty. Long Fei does not allow any capital to enter and participate in education. Otherwise, the essence of education will deteriorate, and even Long Fei does not allow any extracurricular cram schools and private tutors. His 2 twin daughters also do not have private teachers, and both go to public schools, which are divided into advanced and ordinary. Higher public schools mainly accept some children who have high comprehensive abilities or are particularly excellent in a certain item. Ordinary schools teach ordinary students, and their comprehensive scores are not as good as those of higher public schools. Lin Yunxin then reported that the school's curriculum in Tianyi Empire is 6 hours in total, plus the children have an hour to rest. Among the 6 hours of courses, 2 hours are fighting class, physical education, shooting and physical fitness classes, and the remaining 4 hours are general text, mathematics, science, and other courses. The fighting class has 1 hour of tutorials every day, and the other 1 hour a day is divided equally by shooting, sports, and physical fitness. Shooting classes are taught on Mondays, teaching how to use bows, pistols, shotguns and rifles, etc., and practice shooting targets. In terms of physical education, ordinary children learn football and other sports. Physical fitness classes are somewhat similar to physical education classes in terms of aspects, but the difference is that children in physical fitness classes carry 10-meter backpacks for running, squats, sit-ups, rope skipping, diving and swimming, etc. The teachers who teach fighting courses in the school are all professional fighters. The teachers of shooting courses and physical fitness courses are all retired soldiers hired by the school, and the hired veterans are at least at the squad leader level. They use the courses taught to rookie recruits to teach children. For many children, shooting and physical fitness are 2 courses that scare them, because the teachers who teach them, these veterans teach them directly by shouting. If the children responded in a lower voice, the teacher yelled directly, "I can't hear you, speak louder." If the children were slow to respond or behaved badly, the teacher would yell at the students directly, or even directly use some ugly words, such as bedbugs, useless scum, etc. to yell at the students. Such an instructor has caused protests from many parents. The Ministry of Education just produced a video. In the video, The school where the two princesses are studying also performed poorly. The princess is not behaving well. The two princesses did not behave well, and they will receive the same scolding. Are your children as honorable as Her Royal Highness? As a child of the Tianyi Empire, you must have a strong inner endurance. If you can't bear it and cry, such a child will grow up the ladder is just a useless person. The Ministry of Education even released a video in which the second princess, Longfu, cried because she couldn't stand the teacher's scolding and was slapped by the teacher directly, causing her right cheek to become red and swollen. Later in the video, His Majesty the Emperor personally came to understand what happened. Not only did His Majesty not embarrass the teacher, but he also apologized to the teacher for not disciplining his daughter well, and even praised the teacher, and even asked the teacher to punish the second princess again. Because of this video, many children couldn't stand being scolded by the teacher for their poor performance in physical fitness class. They cried directly and ended up being beaten by the teacher. No matter how much the parents feel sorry for their children being beaten by the teacher, it is useless to complain, because the princesses of their own countries are also punished in the same way, and these parents can only hold their noses to admit it. Because Longfu had experienced such a thing, she was a little estranged from her father. Although Tao Xiang, as a mother, also comforts and persuades Longfu, everything her father does is for the good of her daughter, but Longfu is still young and does not know her father's good intentions for her. Longhua also felt that his father had changed, that his father had become very strict, unlike his previous attitude. In the teaching courses of Tianyi Empire's elementary school, the children's grades are not inferior to children from other countries in general, but they are definitely far better than children in other countries in terms of physical fitness. Long Fei will have such an education policy because Long Fei firmly believes in a word: the youth is strong and the country is strong. Children must have a strong body, and then there should be no cramming teaching, and children should not be made into nerds. Try to let children learn and tap their talents in the subjects they are good at. Because Long Fei clearly knows that it is impossible for every child to be proficient in everything. Every child is an individual. They have special features. The best way is to teach students according to their talents. Therefore, if the children in Tianyi Empire's schools are good at any subject, they will try their best to arrange children who are also good at the same subject in the same classroom. Of course, it is not that children only learn the subjects they are good at. The rest of the subjects will also be arranged. It is just that children can master as many subjects as possible. Moreover, Long Fei didn't want his children to have both civil and military skills. He also hoped that the children would have the concept of right and wrong, so that they could learn to think more. Lin Yunxin then reported the situation of junior high school and high school to Long Fei. In addition to ordinary schools and higher schools, there is also a special military-industrial school for junior high schools and high schools. In addition to allowing children to receive part of military physical fitness and combat training, military-industrial schools can choose to study machine science, energy science, metal industry science, control system science, and so on. In addition, students can also learn to fly fighters, MS, and teach how to use drone equipment and individual equipment. If it is a new human, there is also the ability to teach how to use the new human and teach spiritual skills. The teaching in high school is similar, but the learning is more complicated and in-depth. There are also some teachings, such as learning how to drive a mobile fortress and guiding how to manage a small team, combat tactical command guidance, and so on. However, the children who can enter the military-industrial school are all new humans, adjusted humans, and excellent ordinary humans. If a student who graduated from a military-industrial high school wants to join the army, if he has good physical fitness in school, masters basic combat capabilities, and is approved by the teacher or the school instructor appointed by the Ministry of Military Affairs, he basically does not need to accept it like a rookie trainee. 3 months of basic study, directly obtaining military ranks and arranging students to enter the troops within their ability. The lowest rank is private first class. If the student masters more military skills, he can directly obtain the rank of corporal, and if he also knows some squad combat command, he can directly obtain the rank of sergeant. If you are good at driving MS or mobile forts, etc., the lowest rank you can get is sergeant. If you still have some small-scale battlefield command and mobilization capabilities, you can directly obtain the rank of warrant officer or second lieutenant. Master the above skills and get a diploma in engineering, energy science, machine science, metal industry, etc. Joining the army can directly get a lieutenant. At present, these schools have only been established for 2 years, and the daily physical training of military-industrial schools can basically be compared with regular Army rookie training. Regardless of whether it is junior high school or high school physical training, the backpack load is only 15 kilograms. The elementary school only asks the children to run 3 to 5 laps on the playground. The total is only 900 meters to 1,500 meters. Run 10 to 15 laps on the school playground with the high school. The total is between 2,500 meters and 3,750 meters. A student of a military-industrial school with a backpack carrying 30 kilograms and a rifle in both hands running 5 kilometers away. In terms of universities, there are also general and higher universities, as well as military-industrial universities. Graduates of military-industrial high schools are promoted to military-industrial universities. The courses taught by the military-industrial university are more comprehensive and diverse. Usually, if students who graduate from a military-industrial university join the Army, most of them will get a higher military rank than graduates from a military-industrial high school. The salaries of soldiers in Tianyi Empire are higher than that of policemen and civil servants, and soldiers are more loved by the people than policemen and civil servants. Because the school of Tianyi Empire teaches that soldiers are the most respected occupations for defending the country, and those who humiliate the soldiers and martyrs who defend the country will be severely punished. The Sky Wing Empire issued a law against humiliating soldiers. Once Long Fei disguised himself as an investigation in a military base, and something happened. A military team accidentally ran into and killed a noble's pet dog when they were on a mission, which led to the failure of the soldiers' mission and indirectly killed a military dog. As a result, the noble countess brought her daughter directly to the base to make a fuss. In addition to insulting the soldiers involved, she also yelled at the surrounding soldiers and said, "You stinky soldiers, I know your superiors, I let him fire you." Then the superior of the military team came to the scene, not only failed to defend the dignity of his subordinates, but offered a flattering face to the countess, and even forced his subordinates to apologize to the countess. The subordinates are very tough. Not only are they unwilling to apologize, but they also defend the dignity of their soldiers and refute their superiors. The countess's daughter pushed the soldier to the ground and said arrogantly, "My dog is worth more than your life. 10 of your lives are worth less than my life. You are a pariah." It just so happened that Long Fei was not far away, seeing all this in his eyes. Long Fei came directly to the scene, took off his disguised hat and mask to reveal his identity, and frightened the countess and her daughter to pee. After Long Fei knew the cause of the whole incident, he directly slapped the officer who flattered the nobleman on the face. As a soldier, as a superior, you did not protect the dignity of your subordinates, and you humiliated your subordinates to vexatious people with a fawning appearance. You are not qualified to be a soldier of the Tianyi Empire. Take off his military uniform. He is not qualified to wear this military uniform. And then throw him out of the base. Then, Long Fei pointed at the countess and her daughter and said, "It's so majestic and arrogant. Dare to say that the lives of my soldiers are not worth as much as a dog." The countess' mother and daughter were so frightened that they knelt down and begged for mercy. Long Fei asked someone to call the earl over. When the earl learned of the emperor's summoning and the news of his wife and daughter's troubles, he directly greeted the 18 generations of his wife's ancestors. When the earl came to the scene, he paid his respects to Long Fei, then went straight to his wife and daughter's face left and right, beating their faces desperately. The faces of the mother and daughter were red and swollen from the beating, and the corners of their mouths also overflowed with blood. Long Fei just watched with cold eyes. After the earl was tired, Long Fei said in a cold tone, "You were also a soldier back then. Although you were a mercenary, I didn't allow anyone to bully you. But you made meritorious service and made you an earl, but you didn't care. Let your family come to humiliate our soldiers." The earl was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and begged Long Fei desperately for mercy, but Long Fei didn't give him any chance. Apart from directly abolishing the Earl's noble status, Long Fei directly demoted him to a commoner. Long Fei even directly ordered that the family of 3 be locked up in a small black room and beaten up. The soldier who said before, "Her life is not worth as much as a dog's hair. After the beating, I will strip all her clothes. Come down, put a dog collar on her neck, and let her lie on her stomach like a dog in her father's previous fief for a few laps." This matter quickly spread throughout the noble circles. Many people knew that the emperor was making an example and warned all the nobles not to humiliate the soldiers in any way. Moreover, Long Fei quickly asked the Minister of Justice, Salamander, to formulate laws against humiliating soldiers. After the introduction of the anti-shaming military law, many parents encouraged their children to attend military-industrial schools. Every family in Tianyi Empire would feel ashamed if there was no soldier in the family. It is an honor to have soldiers in the family. Lin Yunxin then reported to Long Fei, "Your Majesty, after many countries in the world learned about their own teaching methods, many countries, especially countries with democratic systems, accused us of teaching to send their children to the battlefield so that these children would become the aggressors of the Tianyi Empire." Pawns. Long Fei rolled his eyes directly. What is the education method in his country? It is not the turn of any country to point and talk nonsense. However, Your Majesty, those countries that accused us actually followed suit. Lin Yunxin said, This is the law of Xinjiang. The mouth scolds others, but the body is very honest, imitating others. However, these democratic countries shamelessly learn from us, and then find an excuse to say that we are a democratic country. What we do is not to invade other countries, but to protect ourselves. It's not like the empire wants to invade others so that children learn these things. Of course, it's not the first day we've seen the double standards in a democratic country. Let them say whatever they want. We do our part. It is estimated that many countries will use our teaching reference. Yes, it's just that these countries set up military-industrial schools similar to ours from junior high schools. Of course, like us, there are also ordinary junior high schools and military junior high schools. Ordinary schools from elementary school to university do not teach us to learn fighting and shooting physical fitness. Classes. Long Fei twisted his neck and said, all we do is to guard against the aggression of alien races, try to let as many children have the ability to protect themselves, whether it is ordinary or advanced junior high school, and university. We have taught them how to survive in the wild and teach them how to protect themselves once the war is brought to the mainland by the enemy. Your Majesty is very thoughtful, this time improving the children's ability to survive. Lin Yunxin then reported the last thing. Pope David of the Uya Cross country recently made a proposal. Long Fei frowned and asked, what proposal? Pope David proposed to build an international exchange university so that outstanding top or recommended college students from various countries can come to study. Study? What does this international exchange university teach? What do you want to exchange? What we know so far is that there are diplomacy, politics, and economic communication and the same thing is miscommunication. Miscommunication studies. It is estimated that the Pope's conference would most like to bring us here. Yes, we were the first country he invited to discuss. This international university cannot be negotiated within 1 or 2 years, not to mention that many countries will participate in it. The most important thing is, where is the construction site of the International Exchange University? Return to Your Majesty, Pope David's proposal, the International Exchange University will be built in the Uya Cross country. Long Fei touched his chin. If it is built in his country, most of the countries will probably agree. The Uya Cross country is the most neutral country. Basically, no country will object. The only problem has to be discussed. What are the school rules? What are the rules? What are the conditions? There is no such thing as 3 years, 5 years, and no result can be negotiated. Your Majesty, your subordinate thinks that miscommunication studies. He wants to use us as a reference, because we are always the most valuable reference object. The Earth sphere has always been my hometown of birth. I still have some feelings for the Earth sphere. If I can take care of and help a little bit, I can still help as much as I can, but the premise is that my Sky Wing Empire cannot suffer any crisis. On August 15th, 129, the first year of the universe, leaders of various countries in the world started a video conference discussion. The project discussed was the construction of an international exchange university. The construction site is in Uya Cross Country. At the scene, the leaders of many countries overwhelmingly supported the establishment of the International Exchange University in the Uya Cross Country, and the rest remained neutral and observed the next trend. However, there was some objection at the scene. The president of the Wanluo Federation, Pervy. Uya Cross Country is the you have always believed in. Noah is a new human species. You have always regarded this evil species as a god. Uya Cross Country is a traitor to our human civilization. Let the International Exchange University be established in your country. This is a betrayal of human civilization. International exchange universities should be established in our Wanluo Federation, which is the center of human civilization and the fortress that protects human civilization. Leaders of all countries are accustomed to Pervy's nonsense, and most of them have ignored his words. At the scene, only a very small number of leaders of democratic countries applauded and supported. Your Excellency the Pope, can I speak? Long Fei asked. Before Pope David could respond, Pervy was completely rude and disobeyed the rules and spoke first. You evil savage species, you have no right to speak. The new human beings are the incarnation of demons, and you are not qualified to speak at our civilized conference. For Pure Wei's speech, Long Fei didn't take it seriously. Pope David said, Your Excellency, President Pervy, please respect other people's speeches. You have no right to block other people's speeches. If you continue to speak nonsense, I will turn off your Lianmai. Polvy glared at Pope David, who did not see him. The establishment of an international exchange university would be less meaningful without the participation of my Tianyi Empire. I also guessed that countries hoped that I could transfer some high-tech technologies and outstanding scientists to the International Exchange University to teach, so that all countries we can do our best to learn advanced technology from top bachelors. The expressions of the leaders of various countries were all moved. If the Tianyi Empire did not join the International Exchange University, there would be no need to establish and build it at all. The location of the construction is in the neutral country of Uya Cross Country, where all countries agree. Pervy sneered and said, Hey, the demon technology provided by your Tianyi Empire is probably also backward and inferior. Even if I provide you with the most advanced technology, you can't learn it, and you can't imitate it well. The most important point is that to support powerful military technology, you must have relevant industries to support it, but your industry is too backward. Well, the scientists I arranged to teach you military science and technology-related industries. Let you improve your industrial technology, otherwise I will just give you a ready-made design drawing. Even if all the relevant theories are written clearly, you can't do it either. Leaders of various countries also understand that what Long Fei said is right. Pervy said self-righteously, Even if your Tianyi Empire doesn't share those technologies, we don't care about demon technologies. Your Excellency the Pope, I request a vote in 1 minute. If you decide to allow the president of the Wanluo Federation to stay here and join the International Exchange University, then I will withdraw from this meeting, and the Tianyi Empire will not join the International Exchange University. This directly made the leaders of various countries very anxious. Pervy didn't seem to know the seriousness of the problem and continued to speak out. Pope David directly turned off his microphone and microphone. 1 minute is up. Those who agree to kick the president of the Wanluo Federation out of this international meeting and prevent the Wanluo Federation from joining the International Exchange University, please raise your hands. After finishing speaking, Long Fei immediately raised his right hand. The leaders of all the countries at the scene expressed their views. The democratic countries that had supported Pervy's remarks before all raised their hands and agreed to kick Pervy and Wanluo Federation out of the game. Except for the Wanluo Federation, all countries agreed to kick it out. The screen representing the Wanluo Federation went blank. Long Fei went on to say, International Exchange University, I will arrange those scientists to teach you the advanced industrial science theories so that your industry can improve and thus enhance your national defense power. We will also try our best to arrange some lecturers and doctors to come to you. Teach me. Please ask the Pope to explain the Ms. Exchange meeting. Pope David explained, the Ms. Exchange meeting is for outstanding young drivers from various countries to exchange and learn. Of course, there will be battles. The purpose of the battle is not to fight life or death, but to learn from each other, support each other, and improve each other's combat skills. For the battlefield, we need the help of the Tianyi Empire to build it. If it is necessary for the country to help build a simulated virtual place, this country can help build it. Emperor Taxgas 6 of the Garth Empire asked. Exchange meeting. What do we need to communicate with? Pope David replied. Using our country's active MS or newly developed concept MS is fine. In addition to improving the technical capabilities of our drivers, it also allows us to explore the shortcomings of our developed MIS. This is to prepare for the arrival of potential crises in the future. The leaders of various countries are also very supportive of the proposal of MIS exchange, and the leaders of various countries look at Long Fei. If the Tianyi Empire comes up with a more advanced concept machine for communication, then scientists from various countries can use it as a reference and may get some inspiration. Now, countries in the world don't have much fear of the Tianyi Empire. The biggest source of fear is those boundless alien intelligent life forms. If those alien civilizations really discovered their galaxies and really came to attack them, would the existing technology of this galaxies be able to resist them? It is the Gundam that they regard as extremely powerful. Can it resist it? There are question marks over the leaders of every country. Pope David asked Long Fei at this time. His Majesty, Emperor Long Fei, may I make a request to you? How to ask? If it can be done, I can agree. It is whether the surviving Noahs in your country can arrange 1 or 2 to teach at the International Exchange University to teach new humans in various countries to use the skills of new humans. I have to discuss this with them. If they are willing to come, I am happy to arrange it. If they are not willing, I can't force it. Some state leaders looked down at some documents and thought about Long Fei's answer just now. Some countries have no rejection of new humans, and even hope to use the power of new humans to protect their countries. There are also some countries that have great rejection of newcomers, and even put them under house arrest and conduct research in inhumane ways when new humans are discovered. However, the School of International Exchange can really invite 1 or 2 Noahs to teach the ability to use new humans, and every country is willing to arrange for new humans to study abroad. In addition to discussing how to establish an international exchange university and what school rules should be established, all countries hope to ask Long Fei for some information. I understand very clearly that everyone here wants to know the attitude of the many intelligent life forms in the entire universe to low civilized races. From the history recorded by the Noahs to us, all intelligent races with high-tech civilizations in the entire universe will expand their power and colonize different planets to enhance their strength. Of the alien races, the stronger side will definitely kill the weaker side. If the two sides are equal in strength, both sides will restrain themselves. They are worried that if a war breaks out, the war will last at least 10 or even 100 years, and even more so. It may be several centuries. And the most worrying thing is that once the fight is too long, it will attract other alien races to take advantage of it. According to the history recorded by the Noahs, our galaxy is very marginal in the Milky Way. In our terms, it is a barbaric and uncivilized primitive galaxy. When Long Fei said this, the expressions of every country leader present were very ugly. Long Fei went on to say, the Noahs, whose civilization and technology are extremely powerful in everyone's mind. Actually, in this vast universe, the degree of civilization is actually very low in terms of the technology of countless alien races. As far as the civilized class is concerned, we have not yet reached the first level of civilization. The Noah's civilization is above the first level and below the second level. In the history recorded by the Noahs, there are alien races with a comparable level of civilization in their records. At least more than half of the alien civilizations are similar to them. Among the many alien races, races like the Noahs love peace and don't like war. They are very few, and it can even be said to be very strange. Before the Noah's parent star had a cosmic catastrophe, the technology of the other alien races around them were weaker than them and did not dare to provoke the Noah. It was not until the parent star was destroyed that the long-term galactic voyage was carried out. Generally speaking, Tier 1 civilizations don't get the help of Tier 2 civilization technology. If you want to develop to Tier 2 civilization on your own, it will take at least 5,000 years, and some Tier 1 civilizations can't even reach Tier 2 civilization after 50,000 years of development. At this time, a leader of a country asked, "Are there any conditions for entering a first-order civilization?" Long Fei replied, "First of all, there are some basic requirements to achieve first-order civilization, such as controllable nuclear fusion, superquantum computer, superquantum components, superconducting space communication, planetary environment control device, light-speed navigation technology, nanomedical technology. They are all basic requirements. And being able to master these technologies is already the entry stage of entering a first-order civilization." Taxgar 6 raised his hand and asked, "Your Majesty, Emperor Longfei, may I ask if your country has mastered all the basic conditions of a first-order civilization?" The planetary environment control device is currently being developed and tested. The speed of light navigation technology is under discussion. We have barely mastered other technologies. This suddenly made the leaders of various countries breathe a sigh of relief. Those so-called big countries did not have the same technology, as Long Fei mentioned. At this time, the leader of another country asked, "The nuclear bomb we have is an obsolete weapon for those alien races, right?" "It depends. If it is above the second-order civilization, nuclear bombs are no different to the bullets of our pistols. What if it is a first-order civilization? How important is a nuclear bomb in their eyes?" "It's roughly the same as our normal missiles." Long Fei continued, "A first-order civilization at least has antimatter bombs, but this is also a strategic weapon of a first-order civilization. This is the same strategic threat as the nuclear bomb deterrence back then." The President of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic asked Long Fei, "May I ask His Majesty the Emperor Long Fei, is your country already researching antimatter bombs?" "Yes, we are working on it." The leaders of the countries at the meeting were all in an uproar. The president of the Wanluo Federation, Pervy, who had been kicked out of the meeting, seemed to have been caught by him. In his online book, he spread rumors and smeared Long Fei, accusing Long Fei of preparing to use antimatter bomb to unify the war and then force all countries to become his domain. Long Fei is even more evil than Fardus. Pope David asked Long Fei at this time, "Your Majesty, Emperor Long Fei, what is the purpose of your development of the antimatter bomb? As our umbrella, we don't know when the alien races will find us. As long as they are alien races below the second-order civilization, as long as they find that we have antimatter bombs, they will not dare to act rashly against us, unless it has been fought to the point where there is no end to death, just like the Noahs and Yamas who threw antimatter bombs at each other." The leaders of the various countries are silent. At present, they have reached the limit of nuclear bombs and existing energy weapons. Pope David went on to say, "Everyone still remember that I once said that we should put aside our respective institutional prejudices and ideologies and unite to open our guns." The leaders of every country nodded. They all remembered Pope David's proposal. Pope David said, "In addition to being united, we also need a nation as our leader." The leaders of various countries immediately looked at Long Fei. Long Fei was a little embarrassed. Pope David said to Long Fei, "Your Majesty, Emperor Long Fei, as we all know, in the entire world, your Tianyi Empire has the strongest technological and military strength, and even the fastest economic recovery and development in the entire world. If it is the leader of the entire world, there is really no other country other than the Tianyi Empire." Long Fei thought in his heart, "This Pope David is really an old fox. Is he trying to push me and my empire to the forefront and become the leader?" Long Fei immediately said straight to the point, "Pope David, you want to make our Tianyi Empire the leader of this world? Do you want to push us to the forefront? Once there is a war of invasion from the alien system, the Tianyi Empire will rush to the front line. The one with the most effort and the most dead is our Tianyi Empire, and you just hide behind and watch. Once we are defeated, either you will fight in the corner or you will just wave the white flag and surrender. We, the Tianyi Empire, will not do such early bird things. Whichever country wants to be the boss, just do it if it is the leader, and the Tianyi Empire will not." Long Fei showed his attitude, and Pope David raised his hand and said, "Your Majesty, Emperor Long Fei, don't misunderstand. We are not letting your empire go to the forefront, let alone making you an unconditional leader in the world. Taxgar's 6 followed up and said, Heaven descends from the sky to be responsible for the people, with great ability and great responsibility. Except for the Tianyi Empire, there is no country in our entire world that can compete with alien civilizations. If the country has this strength, willing to be the leader, I am willing to leave this important task to the Garth Empire. Taxgar 6 said with an embarrassed expression, The Garth Empire does not have this ability. Su Weiran said, As long as the Tianyi Empire is willing to be the leader, the country is willing to donate 2% of its annual budget to your country. Of course, whatever resources and energy your country wants, as long as it can meet your country's requirements as much as possible. Many countries seconded. Long Fei said, Well, we can also discuss this matter, but first of all, my first condition, if you don't agree, then there is no need to talk about it. The first condition is that if there is really an alien race invading our galaxy, the active military, regular army, reserve, and reserve forces of all countries must hand over at least half of their troops to the command of their own country. They must completely obey the command of the Tianyi Empire. Troops that do not obey orders are tried by military courts in their own country. The leaders of the countries at the meeting were in an uproar. At this time, some countries protested or asked Long Fei to explain why they had to take away at least half of their country's troops. Long Fei didn't hide it and said straight to the point, God knows that once our Tianyi Empire fights with alien races, if we lose, maybe you will surrender directly. But what if both sides suffer? We, the Skywing Empire, stabbed us in the back. The expressions of some national leaders were a little embarrassed. A national leader said, You want us to hand over half of the army. The purpose is to send all our troops to the front line as cannon fodder. Yes, consume you first, and then it's our turn to play. Otherwise, a situation where both sides will suffer is the result you are most willing to see, and then stab the knife in the back of my Tianyi Empire. Don't blame me for being a villain. This is my Tianyi Empire's self-protection. The method is also my way of expressing my attitude to be a villain before being a gentleman. If there is an invasion from an alien system, you will also contribute, and the way of contributing must be in accordance with my conditions and the command of the Tianyi Empire. This is my first condition. There is no room for negotiation. All of you, including the Wanluo Federation that was kicked out of the meeting just now, have to agree. If any country does not agree, then everything will be void. If you agree, then the terms we open next can be negotiated. There was silence all over the place. Leaders must consult among themselves. I also know that you have no way to give me an answer immediately. I can give you 1 year to consider. If you all agree, then the next conditions can be discussed. If there are other issues, continue to discuss and discuss. If not, I'll quit first. Long Fei said. Pope David then presided over the next topic. The Wanluo Federation, will never agree to the conditions set by this evil empire. Purvi expressed his attitude in his online book. Puerwei then insulted Long Fei and Tiandi Empire in his online book. There are countless scientists in the Wanluo Federation, including some military generals, who have accused Purvi. Scolding Purvi for missing a great opportunity, the International Exchange University gave top students in the country the opportunity to learn the advanced science of the Tianyi Empire. As a result, Purvi missed a great opportunity because of personal grievances and ideology, and the Wanluo Federation lost the opportunity to shorten the time to improve the country's technology. The Wanluo Federation, which has been able to barely overwhelm the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China, many experts predict that in 5 or 10 years, the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China will surpass the Wanluo Federation as a whole and become the leader of democratic countries. Many rational citizens of the Wanluo Federation on the internet also blamed their own president. Not only did Purvi not take seriously the accusations against him on the internet, he didn't think he was wrong at all, but instead he said that those who accused him were traitors who had received money from the Tianyi Empire. He even said that all this is for the Wanluo Federation, so as not to let the Wanluo Federation get evil consciousness. A stupid comment was posted on the internet. The kind Wanluo Federation will definitely get the help of the kind alien civilization to defeat the evil Tianyi Empire. So began the overwhelming mockery of Pulvi's remarks. Then, in his presidential office, Purvi communicated with the mysterious person using a secret network cable. It is a man wearing a red ghost mask, number 9 Shigue, whose code name is Asuka Daiki. Asuka Daiki said to Pervy, "Your Excellency, we have already done what you want for you. How is our request going?" "It's been done. The demons you want have been arranged and ready to be handed over to you." "Well, thank you. I hope our cooperation can continue." "Mr. Asuka, I have a piece of advice for you. All ears. These demons had better not use their abilities, or they will bite back on you." Hehe. Asuka Dagawe smiled. "Mr. Asuka, is there anything funny?" Polvi asked, displeased. To the president, the new human beings are demons, a species that is sneered at and discarded like shoes. But for us Hyaki Yakin, that is a rare ability. It is a power that must be used well. It is the advancement of our human civilization. An indispensable force. Humph. Polvi snorted disdainfully and said, "You guys want to use the power of those demons, you'd better be careful. These are dangerous factors. If you regret it, don't blame me for not reminding you." After Pervy closed the communication line, the secret compartment in the bookcase opened, and a man wearing an amber mask and a black suit came out from the secret compartment. "Mr. Mai, what's the matter?" The eyes of the masked man had star-like eyeballs, and he said to Pervy, "Your Excellency, the group of people you are working with are actually the new humans you hate." "You don't need to say it. I know it too. I just want to use their power to have a dog bite a dog. My suggestion, Your Excellency, is to pay attention to the power of new humans." Pervy glared at the masked man. The masked man raised his hand and said, "This is just my suggestion. New humans are also a powerful species in the entire universe, and they are also the top existence among the human race." "What about the top existence?" "That's just a group of demons." "Well, Your Excellency, the President actually thinks this way, and I have nothing to say. You foreign spirits are also aliens to us. Not long after I was elected, you came to me and gave us some technology. I'm afraid you want to use my hand to get rid of the Tianyi Empire." "We do think so, but we are just looking for someone who has the same purpose as us. Doesn't Your Excellency just want to get rid of the Tianyi Empire? If that's the case, we can just sit on the same boat. Foreign spirits seem to be part of the human race in the entire universe. Yes, strictly speaking, we are just one branch of new humans, but our abilities are not as complicated as pure new humans. We don't have strong spiritual power. Our main strength lies in our strong and keen perception of the space environment." "How does your technology compare with the Noahs and Yamas?" "Thousands of years ago, our technology was indeed inferior to these two races, but our current technology is no less than the top-line technology left by the Noahs. Don't you find it funny that after thousands of years of development, you barely caught up with the technology of two extinct alien races?" "I have to correct you, Your Excellency. Even if a first-order civilization develops to a first-and-a-half-order civilization, it may take thousands of years to develop. This is not the difficult development that you, the most marginal galaxies, can imagine." "Understood. Besides you aliens who discovered this galaxy, are there other alien races?" "I don't know about this. In fact, we will find that you are only our clansmen." A tourist enthusiast accidentally discovered two powerful spiritual forces colliding, so he rushed over to check what was going on. The galaxy can see two powerful new humans, and the two powerful new humans were born in such a remote galaxy, which attracted our attention. Moreover, what is even more surprising is that not long after the two powerful spiritual forces collided, another stronger spiritual force appeared, and that very powerful spiritual force was still in the mother's womb. It seems that you are also very scared. I do not deny. Then why don't you send troops to destroy them? I watched the International Conference channel just now. What the Emperor Long Fei said is correct. Two races with equal strength dare not go to war at will. Besides, my country is still facing a state of war. It is impossible to send a large force to eliminate the Tianyi Empire, and even if we really send a large army, we are not sure that we can win. After our observations over the past few years, we dare not provoke the military technology of this empire. At least the Tianyi Empire is entitled to our respect and can sit down talk to us. It seems that the alien races also know how to pick soft persimmons." Mr. Mai shrugged and did not deny it. "By the way, you are so afraid of the power of Long Fei and his son. Why don't you send your top troops to get rid of them, even sneaking into their planet secretly?" Mr. Mai gave a wry smile from the mask. We really wanted to, but we came too late. The surviving Noahs woke up, and the 6 Noahs taught many local new humans how to use spiritual skills. If we really sending those elite troops to Mars will definitely be discovered by them. And maybe the new humans taught by them will also discover us. And there will be no return at that time. Another question for you? Just ask. Does the Jupiter Federation, which has lost international contact for many years, still exist? Do they inherit the technology of the Yama people? Are they also new humans? The Jupiter Federation still exists, and they have indeed inherited the technology of the Yama people. They also have some new humans, and they are also exploring the power of the new humans. Then why don't you cooperate with them? They are very xenophobic, especially towards us alien races. When we came here a few years ago, we were the first to find the Jupiter Federation, but the Jupiter Federation rejected our proposal and even launched an attack on us. How do they compare to the Dion Empire back then? What's the scale? Is there a large population? In terms of military technology, it is still better than the Kingdom of Dion. It is not very large and has a small population. Their colonies include outer space colonies and satellite ground colonies, with a population of about 50 million. The population is so small. Their living environment is difficult. They don't have environmental modification devices, and they can't change the local satellite environment. But what they get is the technology of the Yama people. Although in terms of life extension, because the DNA is different from the Yama people, the life extension is not as good as the Tiani Empire, but at least have a lifespan of about 500 years. Purvi was deep in thought, and Mr. Mai said, the Jupiter Federation is very repulsive to our alien races, but I don't know if it will repel you compatriots, or you can send someone to contact the Jupiter Federation. Purvi looked at Mr. Mai, and Mr. Mai continued, but my suggestion is that it's best to hurry up. Maybe the Sky Wing Empire has sent troops to investigate Jupiter. Purvi's eyeballs swayed from side to side. For him, if the ruler of the Jupiter Federation is still an ordinary human, he really wants to join hands with him to kill the Sky Wing Empire, and then enslave new humans to serve ordinary humans. Purvi decided that he must send troops to the Jupiter Federation to investigate and try to contact the group. On September 20th, 129, the first year of the universe, Long Fei was holding a ceremony on his other ship, the Emperor Reborn. Actually, it was a modified and enlarged Reborn. The content of the ceremony is to carry out the faraway ceremony for the troops preparing for the long voyage. 1 Jupiter Reese class, 1 Tsiolkovsky, escorted by 5 Fa Zos, 2 Fa Bosser, and 1 Reborn. The purpose of this long-distance voyage is to go to the Jupiter Federation to see how the development is going there. The purpose of Long Fei sending this long-distance fleet is to see if it can establish diplomatic relations with the Jupiter Federation and then pull it into the international circle. If the Federation of Jupiter really has inherited the technology of the Yama people, then the overall technology is at least as good as that of the Kingdom of Dion. Moreover, Long Fei received the history recorded by the Dion Empire from his subordinates. When the Dion Empire was closed to the outside world, it still kept in touch with the Jupiter Federation for the first 20 years. Fardis suspected that the Jupiter Federation had inherited the technology of the Yama people. It was only later that civil strife broke out in the Jupiter Federation and it severed ties with the Dion Empire. Fardis sent troops to investigate back then. He had already confirmed that when the civil strife broke out in the Jupiter Federation, he wanted to take advantage of the end of the Jupiter civil strife to take down the Jupiter Federation and take the Yamato technology into his pocket. However, it has only been about 10 years since Fadis tried to usurp the throne, and there are still unstable factors inside, and the Martian circle needs to be unified. Fardis can only deal with the internal problems before solving external problems. Fardis did not expect that soon after the unification of the Martian sphere, the Earth sphere and the colonial sphere would come to him, and he did not expect that there would be a character named Long Fei who could develop technology no less than that of aliens without using alien technology. All this can be said that the plan cannot keep up with the changes. After Long Fei read these materials, he decided to send a long-distance voyage team to check what happened. In addition to active weapons, the Expeditionary Force also has Stargazer Gundam. Originally, the Stargazer Gundam had been developed and manufactured many years ago, and Long Fei originally planned to use the Career Gundam to conduct a long-distance voyage to explore areas such as Jupiter and Saturn. It's just that I didn't expect that there would be a series of wars between the Dion Empire, and the plan would not keep up with the changes. Shortly after the Tianyi Empire was established, it was originally planned to carry out the long-distance voyage plan, but there were a series of things to do, and everything needed money, so it had to be postponed. Afterwards, Long Fei not only loaded the Stargazer Gundam with some weapons, but also carried out some improvements and enhancements. Furthermore, 2 more Stargazer Gundams are being developed and manufactured. The Brilliance Passer of Stargazer Gundam uses the freely deformable ring-shaped structure on the back of the body to capture photons to push the body forward, and can maintain a constant propulsion force. Therefore, according to Newton's first law of motion, the machine will accelerate infinitely, and finally obtain the speed enough to sail among the planets, obtain the long-term continuous high-g thrust accompanied by the strong luminous phenomenon, so that the body can accelerate infinitely and has an eternal propulsion supply. Whether it was the science team of the original Tianyi Mercenary Corps or the science team of the original Dion Empire, everyone was very surprised by this technology. Especially the former did not expect that the original boss had developed it many years ago. There are also unmanned and autonomous application development teaching machine OS systems and nanocomputer repair systems. The former is an advanced AI system that can conduct actions to explore the universe by itself without human operation. Theoretically, after more than 10,000 hours of operation, intelligent AI can have self-awareness, and there is no need to set up the next task program. The latter is aimed at problems such as body repair that need to be faced in long-distance exploration and can automatically repair the body. During the voyage ceremony, Long Fei handed over a long sword with a silver hilt to a male Major General Dionda in front of him. Major General Dionda took over the sword sent by the Emperor. Major General, I will leave it to you to protect the safety of the diplomatic ambassador. The mission of the long voyage is to show the intention of coming to the other party, and not to be hostile to the other party. Of order, Your Majesty. Major General Dionda saluted, and took his own airship to his command car, the Rebel. Watching the voyage team set off. The news was broadcast live on national media, and a media team followed the voyage team. Soon, it spread throughout the world. The leaders of various countries felt that looking for the Jupiter Federation and going to such a distant place should be handled by the technologically advanced Tianyi Empire. As far as long-distance voyage technology is concerned, there is no problem with large countries. The problem is that it takes a long time to go to such a distant place. Spaceships need an air circulation system, an internal environmental control system, and internal breeding capabilities, which must be guaranteed to ensure the life of the crew. If you can accurately calculate the distance back and forth, and ensure that the items you carry can be consumed enough, there will be no uncertain factors of change. It is absolutely no problem for the major powers to dispatch the same scale of voyages as the Tianyi Empire, but the above requirements cannot be guaranteed by the major powers. Moreover, there is no nearly infinite controllable nuclear fusion technology like the Tianyi Empire. At present, the Tianyi Empire has installed the Minov super-energy thermonuclear reactor used by the 5th-generation warships, which can not only switch and regulate cold and hot nuclear fusion, but also a quasi-perpetual motion machine with infinite energy that is close to a solar furnace. The entire world currently only masters thermonuclear technology, and cold nuclear technology can basically be said to be blank. This has led many experts to believe that the Tianyi Empire's single nuclear energy technology may not only surpass the world by more than 30 years, it may even be a century. This is also why all countries are willing to establish an international exchange university, and most hope that the Tianyi Empire can send scientists to guide them. That is, only teach cold nuclear technology, and all countries will benefit from it. At least 10 years can be shortened in the journey of progress, and it will make them less likely to go astray. The long-distance voyage troops of the Tianyi Empire will definitely leave behind communication receivers and relays after a certain distance. This not only allows the expeditionary force to keep in touch with the Sky Wing Empire, but also the following media team can conduct daily live reports. The beautiful reporter who was in charge of the broadcast introduced the 2 spacecraft of the Jupiter Reese class and the Tsiolkovsky. responsible for introducing some structural equipment and working environment inside the two spacecraft, as well as interviewing the staff. During the filming, Hero can also be photographed manipulating machines or equipment for some work. The internal factory can also maintain MS. During the live coverage, many national leaders had their eyes on the two spacecraft. The internal circulation system, environmental regulation, etc. are all technologies beyond their country's reach. Especially the live broadcast, which can be carried out simultaneously in such a distant place. Every country envies the Tianyi Empire for having such advanced communication technology. Now people from many countries in the world can come to the Tianyi Empire, and they have a feeling of honoring their ancestors. When they come back, they can brag about the environment of the Tianyi Empire and how advanced it is in front of relatives and friends. Even the Tianyi Empire has stopped for 30 years. The country cannot catch up. Many people wish they could immigrate to the Tianyi Empire. Only new humans can get the Tianyi Empire's ID card relatively easily. If ordinary humans don't have good diplomas or skills, it is basically impossible to get the Tianyi Empire's ID card. If you are a wealthy capitalist, if you just want to get the ID card of the Tianyi Empire simply by relying on money, it is basically a dream. Unless you give it to the Sky Wing Empire with valuable patent rights, otherwise you can forget about the ID card of the Sky Wing Empire. This is the media station of Tianyi Empire number 1. I'm Haixia. Today's live report ends here. Tomorrow we will interview the battleship and the person in charge of the battleship. I hope all viewers can watch our live broadcast on time. Not only the people of the Sky Wing Empire, but also the people of many international countries really want to know whether the Jupiter Federation, which has lost contact for many years, still exists. The people in the Earth Circle and the Colonial Circle are both curious and worried. They are curious whether the Jupiter Federation still exists, and worry whether the Jupiter Federation will be the second Dion Empire once it exists. If this is the case, wouldn't it mean that war is coming again? Everyone prays in their hearts, hoping that the war will not come again. If the long-distance voyage troops want to reach Jupiter, it will not be possible to arrive in just a few months. Although the speed of the Tianyi Empire is very advanced, even though there are a few hours a day, the speed of the day exceeds more than 750,000 kilometers. Moreover, under such fast sailing, the interior of the ship is very stable, and the staff can work with peace of mind without any discomfort or vibration, which will not affect work efficiency. Stargazer Gundam has also attracted the attention of various countries, with its superb AI and fast navigation and automatic work capabilities. The Stargazer Gundam can not only reposition some deviated communicators, but can even catch up with the voyage team in a very short time. It can also be used for the exploration of the team on the long voyage, especially the radiant golden flash on the back of the Stargazer Gundam, with a little bit of starlight in the flash. It has aroused great interest among some Ms. lovers, and discussions have also been initiated on the internet. Although the Sky Wing Empire officially informed Stargazer that the name of the device activated by Gundam is called the Radiant Carrier Propulsion System, which is a technology developed for interplanetary voyages and a technology developed for human exploration and development of the universe. Officials have also stated that the carrier propulsion system is not intended for military use. The Brilliance Bearer propulsion system has also aroused discussions among experts from various countries. However, the discussions of experts from various countries have strayed into a blind spot, mistakenly thinking that the Stargazer Gundam engine uses the latest type of controllable nuclear fusion. On the other hand, Sister Taoxiang has been watching the live broadcast of Yuanhang Fleet from time to time recently. When time permits, most of the daily live broadcasts are not missed. Sister Taoxiang recalled the accident back then. If there was no accident at that time, maybe the two sisters were already living in the Jupiter Federation. Maybe the two sisters also got married there and had children, and they might be old ladies now. Sister Taoxiang didn't know Jupiter. The Federation has now mastered the life-extending potion. At that time, the Jupiter ship went to the Colonial Circle, and it took at least 15 years to reach the destination. At that time, the Jupiter Circle was not as advanced as it is now, and it often broke down from time to time and needed repairs. And you need to bring enough food, because it is impossible to breed inside. Taoxiang really wants to know how her hometown is developing now. Life in my hometown was very difficult back then, and it was not easy for everyone to make a living. food and water sources have been allocated. At that time, in order to exchange for food and water sources, score tickets had to be exchanged for food. Moreover, each person is only allowed to eat 2 meals a day, but the portions of the 2 meals are small. Although they are not hungry to death, they are often not full. It can be said that everyone is often hungry. In order to fight hunger, some people tighten their belts. Moreover, each person can only exchange 10 liters of water a day. As a result, many people are unwilling to drink a sip of water when they are very thirsty, and many people are often dehydrated, especially those who do coolies. Why did Taoxiang join the Jupiter ship back then? At least she could get better treatment, and she could guarantee 3 meals a day and more water to drink. I don't know how my hometown is developing now. Has the life of people there improved? In addition to paying attention to the Tianyi Empire's long-distance fleet, all countries are currently discussing the International Exchange University in full swing. The diplomatic team of the Sky-Winged Empire set out many conditions. As long as they are not excessive, all countries will agree to meet the requirements of the Sky-Winged Empire. Moreover, in order to complete the negotiation as soon as possible, a voting decision was adopted. The first condition that the Tianyi Empire offered was that as long as it didn't meet their interests, they would immediately withdraw from the International Exchange University. The second condition is to have one vote of veto. Even if the result of the minority obeying the majority is passed, the Tianyi Empire can directly veto it with one vote. Although the first and second conditions of the Tianyi Empire are too much for all countries, in order to learn advanced technology, they can only agree. The third condition is what subjects are taught here in Tianyi Empire. That is, come if you want to learn, and leave if you don't want to learn. The Tianyi Empire set out many conditions. Basically, most of the countries voted in agreement. However, the Tianyi Empire set out many conditions, which made the people of all countries go into an uproar. For the scholarship quota, Tianyi Empire needs 50%. Then another thing, Pope David proposed the Sky Wing Empire as the leader of the international. Because the president of the Wanluo Federation refused the terms of the Tianyi Empire, this made it impossible to implement it all. Purvi volunteered to express that the Wanluo Federation was willing to be the leader in the world, but the result was opposition and disapproval from many countries. That is, countries that are also democracies do not agree. Purvi was so angry that he yelled at these democratic countries, accusing them of being traitors of the democracies, who were willing to obey the orders of such a dictatorial and evil country like the imperial system, and cursing the leaders of these democratic countries as poisonous insects that endanger civilization. The annals of history will definitely record you traitors to democracy and write your names on the pillar of shame. Purvi's crazy words were also ridiculed by leaders of fellow democracies. The President of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China directly used a sentence to comment on Purvi's self-righteousness. If you don't have diamonds, don't do porcelain work, otherwise you will be the one who loses face and asks for trouble. Other production countries also directly criticized the Wanluo Federation for not being qualified as an international leader because technology, military, and economy are not outstanding. However, under the stick of the Wanluo Federation and the conditions of the Tianyi Empire, they are not willing to change. The matter of electing the Tianyi Empire as the international leader can only be postponed temporarily and can only wait for the next general election of the Wanluo Federation, when a new politician is elected as the president. Perhaps with a new president, it is feasible to elect the Tianyi Empire as the international leader. There are also some people on the internet who are jokingly discussing whether the International Exchange University can learn the technology of Gundam. Of course, many people think that is impossible because Gundam is the symbol of Sky Wing Empire. However, it is enough to learn those advanced technologies and theories. In fact, there are also top students from some countries who apply for admission to Tianyi Imperial University. The first condition for admission to Tianyi Imperial University is that top foreign students must first give up their original national ID cards before being naturalized in Tianyi Empire. Many top foreign college students resolutely gave up their original ID cards and became naturalized directly into Tianyi Empire. On the other hand, the construction site of the International Exchange University has basically been determined in the coastal area of the southern plain of the capital area of the Uya Cross country. Now just waiting for the final negotiations. Once everything is cleared, the official construction will start. International countries are also arranging their top students to study in international exchange universities next year or the year after. On November 1st, 129, the first year of the universe, in the outer space of the Tianyi Empire, Aviana was testing the newly developed Gundam. Aviana was wearing a Spartan battlesuit Type 2. Looking at the Gundam in front of her, she couldn't help complaining. Why does it look so similar to the original Gundam, old? No, is your majesty going back to the old days? Aviana looked at the Gundam that looked like the RX-78, and she didn't understand whether it was because of her own emperor, Jiang Lang, who couldn't design a Gundam with a different appearance, or whether it was because of His Majesty's whim that the design returned to the original point. Afterwards, Aviana looked at the Gundam data that was about to be tested. RX-78 and 01 Gundam and 01 Tristan, the original series. Aviana was very surprised. Why does His Majesty the Emperor redevelop a Yuanzu Gundam? But according to the data, the power generation exceeds 3,500 kW. The original work is less than 2,000 kW, and the data shows that it uses new technology. Aviana walked into the cockpit of Gundam and 01 Tristan. The interior design instruments of the cockpit are completely different from those of the Yuanzu series. They are completely built with the latest technology, Aviana said to herself while checking the cockpit. Then, hit the keyboard to make final adjustments. Aviana unlocks Gundam Tristan. Under the control of Aviana, Tristan stepped on the electromagnetic pedal with both feet. Aviana, Gundam Tristan, attack. The electromagnetic pedal is ejected in an instant, and Gundam Tristan is launched from the RA Kylum Ms mothership. Aviana was conducting a test operation, and Gundam Tristan quickly rushed to the destination. The speed is far better than the original ancestor Gundam. Then test the dodge project. Gundam Tristan can avoid the camouflage meteorite in continuous sprints. The reaction is also very fast, basically no less than the active Gundam, and the dodge, maneuverability, and flexibility are also ideal. The backpack on the back of Gundam Tristan emits a trail of white light, quickly passing by countless camouflaged meteorites. Gundam Tristan basically didn't touch the fake meteorite, avoiding it gorgeously. Then, moving target shooting, Aviana used her superb technology to control the sense of remote control, and Gundam Tristan held a special beam rifle in his right hand and a rapid-fire beam rifle in his left hand. Gundam Tristan has superb mobility and 360-degree maneuvering turns and shoots with both guns. Every shot hit the moving target. That's right, it fully matches my reaction. Although it is the Yuanzu series, all the technologies used are new technologies. It seems that the interior has also been redesigned. Otherwise, how could there be such a good effect? Aviana said to Gundam Tristan, very satisfied. In addition to the 60mm Vulcan cannon and beam saber on the head of the Gundam Tristan, there are also 90mm Gatling guns built into the wrists. Aviana tests Gundam Tristan's wrist Gatling cannon, live fire first. It uses penetrating bullets with strong penetrating power, and its defense is lower than the second-generation Gundamium alloy armor, so it can't be resisted at all. Aviana looked at the alloy plate with thousands of holes in front of the screen. Then, the Gatling cannon on the wrist was switched to an energy type, attacking another 15cm alloy version with the same thickness. Under the powerful thrust of Tristan, the beam Gatling cannon also penetrated the alloy version. Gundams built with advanced technology, even the Yuanzu series, can still produce ideal results. Aviana commented with emotion. On January 5, 130, the first year of the universe, Long Fei was having a meeting with all the ministers. Zheng Huanpeng, the new Minister of Finance, reported to Long Fei the empire's finances for this year. His Majesty Chizo, the GDP of our country's fiscal budget this year is about double that of last year, reaching 236 trillion Tianyi coins this year. The ministers of all departments look at me, and I look at you. Everyone's eyes, expressions of excitement and anticipation. Their allocation this year will be about double that of last year. Zhang Huanpeng continued to report, this year, our country will double its budget compared to last year. The main reason is that the domestic demand market in the country has increased. In addition, The consumption power of the people in this country is higher than last year, and many foreign companies have invested in the country. Lots of taxes. The country's import and export trades with many countries. Any product exported from the country to any country is settled in its own currency. In addition to the two major international currencies, some imports are also settled in its own currency, which leads to the appreciation of the country's currency. Quite a few. It's already 1:1 with Earth's Circle coin. The domestic products and currency are very strong. Many countries buy a large amount of domestic products. This not only allows the country to earn a lot of foreign exchange, but also does not show any inflation in the country's necessities, daily necessities, and food. Although the prices of these necessities will increase every year, the level of increase is very slow and less than 1%. On the contrary, the annual income of Chinese people has increased by 6%. Because of this relationship, the consumption capacity of the people is getting higher and higher year by year, and even ordinary people can afford many expensive luxury items. At this moment, Minister of Health Ethan raised his hand, and all the ministers looked at Ethan. Long Fei glanced at Minister Yi's son and nodded. It's good that our country's economy is booming, and the people's consumption ability has also improved a lot. But many people in this country have forgotten the suffering of the war in the past, and now they are completely extravagant and wasteful. I must say something about this year's health report. According to the statistics of the food wasted in our country last year, rice, which is what we call rice, wasted more than 1 million tons a year. Ethan went on to say, if vegetables and fruits were thrown into the garbage dump last year, more than 100 million tons were thrown into the garbage dump. The same is true for meat, or even more. Almost 200 million tons were thrown into the garbage dump. Ethan then popped up several video photos, in which a group of cats and dogs were very fat. Long Fei asked very curiously, Ethan, are these cats and dogs pets raised by the people in this country? Why are they so fat? Your Majesty, these are not pets raised by the people of this country. If they were pets raised by the people of this country, most of them would be willing to control the weight of the pets and not let them eat too much. These are stray cats and dogs. The scene fell silent. A minister asked curiously, did these stray cats and dogs encounter well-meaning people and feed them so fat? No. The main reason is that these stray cats and dogs will go directly to some garbage dumps or the place where the garbage is dumped at the back of the restaurant. Some people will dump the leftovers for them to eat. Basically, these stray cats and dogs will go directly to the time order to eat there automatically. Long Fei asked, do these people pour a lot of food every time? The team sent by Wei Chun, after many investigations, many people, no matter whether they are eating at home or ordering food in restaurants outside, even if they are a family of 3, they will never order more than 5 dishes. And if someone in the family celebrates a holiday, such as a birthday or a wedding anniversary, each table has at least 12 dishes for dinner. One table can originally seat 8 people, but one table deliberately seats 4 people. To make a metaphor, if you invite 64 people, you only need to call 8 tables. There are 16 tables for opening seats, and there are 24 tables. One table can seat 4 or 2 people. This is not an isolated case. Basically, almost every family wastes it like this. Frugal families become rare animals. Also, schools in our country provide students with student meals, but most of the students in the school basically don't eat student meals. They eat all the food brought from home, but the food they bring at home is very large. A student who can't finish eating throws it directly into the trash can. Although the teachers have responded to the parents, many parents don't take it seriously, thinking that they have money anyway, and it's nothing to do with the teachers, which makes the teachers very helpless. Long Fei looked at Lin Yunxin, Minister of Education. Lin Yunxin said, the Minister of Health is right. What about the student meals provided by the school? Give it to those wild cats and dogs, and if you can't finish it, just throw it into the trash can. Long Fei couldn't help but put his right hand on his forehead. He always felt like he was being bombarded by thunder. As an emperor himself, he didn't like extravagance and waste, and he didn't want to make those foreshadowing things. My own empress celebrates her birthday and entertains all the ministers on the Qinqiu festival. There are 8 people sitting at a table, and each table only has 6 dishes, 1 soup, and 1 dessert. As a result, my own people go to extravagance and waste, and even have to lay the groundwork for unnecessary ostentation when celebrating an ordinary birthday. Minister Ethan, keep talking. The main reason is that the price of food in this country is too cheap. A caddy of steak only costs 3 yuan, a whole organic chicken costs less than 5 yuan, and a whole bag of 10 kilograms of corn for vegetables and fruits costs less than 3 yuan. 1 yuan for 8 apples, and 6 yuan for 10 kilograms of the best quality rice. The price of food in this country will be so cheap. In addition to our country's advanced breeding technology, we have also developed artificial black soil with this advanced agricultural technology, which shortens the growth cycle of many grown vegetables and fruits and makes production more efficient. There are many, and the quality is not inferior to the fruits and vegetables produced by natural black soil. More importantly, machines have been used to replace labor in many aspects. Basically, only a few people can operate a bunch of machines. Except for some details, manual adjustments are required, which also leads to low costs and cheap food sales. Then, Jack, the minister in charge of the Customs and Immigration Department, also raised his hand at this time. Speak. Recently, the smugglers and illegal workers captured by Weichen's department, as well as those workers who used tourist visas or smuggled in, the Tianyi Empire did not legalize the yellow industry. Their purpose is to come to this country. In addition to making money, I just want to get my country's ID card. These caught people, no matter how many times they were caught and sent back to the country, they will try their best to sneak in. They just want to stay in our country. And the reason they come to our country is to envy our country's wealth and extravagance and waste. They once said that they would rather be a dog of the Sky Wing Empire than return to their own country to be a man. Long Fei suddenly remembered that he had also read some foreign media, which once reported on the extravagance and waste of the Tianyi Empire, and even said that the Tianyi Empire could pour out a vast ocean even if it wasted milk that it didn't drink. After reading such reports, Long Fei felt that they were just exaggerated reports by foreign media. Long Fei asked Jack, "Did these smugglers read the foreign media reports about our country's waste and luxury?" "Yes, Your Majesty, and this is not only on Mars, but also in the field of the Earth's circle. I am also troubled by these things, sending tens of thousands of smugglers or workers every day, and this is not a neighbor. It's nothing more than the country. It can be said that it is the entire Earth's circle and the common people in the colonial circle. Especially those female workers, taking advantage of the fact that our country allows men to have multiple concubines. These women are willing to marry their clients as concubines. As long as they have not committed any major crimes for 3 years, they can get their national ID cards. For them, for example, if they work in a relatively low-end job in their own country, their salary for 1 month is higher than that for 3 months in their own country, and even the purchase of food is cheaper than where they were originally. The country is still cheap. Long Fei frowned. The country's population has skyrocketed recently, not only because of the increase in the birth rate, but also because of the many immigrants. The population of the Tianyi Empire has now exceeded 600 million. Women make up more than 75% of immigrants. And these immigrant women contributed 60% of the population's birth rate this year. Long Fei said at this time. It is said that our country is so extravagant and wasteful now, and discarded food can pile up like a mountain. Now I finally understand why there are many international media commenting on the smell of wine and meat in the Tianyi Empire and many state-owned starving bones. Originally, I thought foreign media exaggerated. I didn't expect today's report to be an eye-opener for me. The foreign media really didn't exaggerate. The people are so wasteful. Is my royal family leading the extravagance and waste? Or some ministers here are so wasteful that the people have followed suit? Ethan said, Your Majesty, I can swear that the ministers here are not extravagant, but I am ashamed to say. He hesitated to speak. Speak. It's his relatives, and those nobles who have no official status and have fiefs. Whether they are themselves or their relatives, they are extravagant and wasteful. They order 20 or 30 kinds of dishes for dinner. Isn't the whole table full of dishes? Is stacked high. Long Fei looked around at all the ministers present. Most of them lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look at Long Fei. Ethan still has something to report, but he is too embarrassed to say so. Ethan, keep talking. Your Majesty, your relatives also have extravagance and extravagance. Long Fei blushed, with an ugly expression and asked, "Who is it?" His Royal Highness Long Wan, the third princess, and Li Xiong, Mrs. Gua. Long Fei couldn't help touching his forehead. "Okay, I will take care of their affairs," Long Fei said to the Minister of the Interior. "The news department under your management, including the state-controlled media and those private media, ordered and made some programs to publicize that food should not be wasted and try to let as many people understand the value of food." "Of order, Your Majesty." Then Long Fei continued to look at Zheng Huanping, Minister of Finance. Zheng Huanping went on to report on finance. The exchange rate between the national currency and the global currency has reached 1:1. Now the national currency can even become the hard currency of this international trade. Many countries are trying their best to save their own currency. Long Fei looked at Feng Jie, Minister of Trade. "Your Majesty, the country's currency is not only regarded as a currency that must be reserved by many countries, but the current foreign trade volume of the country exceeds the sum of the trade volume of several major countries, and the country is profitable for the import and export of all countries. Foreign exchange settlement in the country's currency has reached 8 trillion. Wei Qin feels that these foreign exchange investments can be more than last year, helping some countries build construction and build space transfer stations." Long Fei also knew that this would increase the country's income in the future. If all foreign exchange money is put into the country, it may cause domestic inflation, and Long Fei also read the information. Although it is said that there are 800 trillion tianyi coins, they are only settled in domestic currency. Foreign exchange reserves, more than 30% of which are not in domestic currency. If the money is invested in the country, it will cause domestic inflation, so it is not worthwhile. However, there is absolutely no problem with taking it abroad for construction or purchasing resources and energy from other countries. The foreign exchange reserves are the national currency, but a part of it can be withdrawn and invested in the construction of the country and national defense. Since the founding of the country, the Ministry of Military Affairs has received 5% of the state budget every year, and this year it has increased to 2%. Shrek's eyes lit up when he heard about this year's foreign exchange reserves. Last year's allocation was several times more than last year's defense budget, and this year's allocation may be 10 times more than this year's defense budget. Then, Minister of Trade Feng Jie said, "The current plans of our country have been criticized by those democratic countries or countries that focus on the financial industry, accusing the country of using money traps to make those countries owe debts, thereby colonizing those countries that have been built nation. And these countries also accuse their own financial interference, so that most of the important resources, energy, high-tech, network communications, etc., are controlled by state-owned enterprises. 100% of the company's stock sales do not exceed 10%, and only a small number of private companies enter financial stocks. Over 51% buying and selling stocks. And they also accused Your Majesty of your private group company for not participating in the financial listing at all, and not even selling 1% of the shares. And what's even more ridiculous is that these countries say that they don't pay attention to finance at all, which will affect their own development." "Hey," Long Fei sneered. "The development of the country does not rely on finance, but on the upgrading of the real industry and the support of resources and energy. For Long Fei, finance is nothing more than virtual, relying on spending money to speculate in stocks, speculating those stocks that are like fakes. The speculative value exceeds the original value. Many opportunists buy at low prices and at high prices, or at least some financiers rely on stocks to obtain more than 51% of the equity and control those real industries. But those who engage in these finances will never have the sincerity to think of ways to improve the capabilities of the real industry. Tianyi Empire does not attach importance to the financial industry at all, but to the real industry, and the financial industry must serve the real industry. Under Long Fei's policy, the Tianyi Empire will not let important industries fall into the hands of foreign countries." Feng Jie then reported again. "However, no matter how much these countries criticize, it will not affect any progress of our country. What these countries are actually afraid of is because our country's real industry is too strong, and the products produced are the first choice of people in various countries. The sales and survival of their physical industries, and some private companies in the country have acquired some companies in the financial industry, causing some of their time-honored companies to change hands. Among many countries, the country that rejects Chinese products the most and is unwilling to cooperate with its own companies is the Wanluo Federation. This country not only does not allow their companies to cooperate with Chinese companies, but even interferes with companies in other countries. It is not allowed to cooperate with Chinese companies. Cooperate. Long Fei was a little interested and wanted to know who gave them such courage in the Wanluo Federation. Pervy, president of the Wanluo Federation, issued an order that all countries in the Wanluo Federation not only cannot cooperate with any company in our country, but also do not allow any company to invest in our country. Otherwise, he will carry out a series of punishments, and this not just their country, but other countries as well. A trace of disdain flashed in Long Fei's eyes. I really don't know who Pulvy gave him so much courage to use this kind of almost crazy action, but the best way to deal with this kind of person is to use his moves. Tell all countries and those companies. If they follow, if the Wanluo Federation has any cooperation with those companies in the Wanluo Federation, then it cannot cooperate with any company in the country, nor is it allowed to conduct any investment transactions with the country, and must announce that those companies that want to cooperate with the country are not allowed to have any shareholder or boss is a member of Wanluo Federation. Of order, Your Majesty. I want to see who will be finished by then. Feng Jie said. Our Tianyi Empire is the sweet spot in the hearts of all investors. The Wanluo Federation thought they could run amok in the colonial circle 20 or 30 years ago, so they must be woken up. Then it was the turn of the other ministers to report. Your Majesty, at present, the minimum salary for the people in our country is 2,000 Tianyi coins. The monthly salary of 2,000 is mainly for jobs like cleaners. 2,000 yuan is more than enough for a family of 3. Any pressure. However, not many people in the country are willing to do cleaners and cleaning jobs. Most of them are foreign workers, including some low-end industrial factories, and most of them are also foreign workers. Listening to the report, Long Fei also understood that the country's economy was getting better, and most of the people in the country were unwilling to do some low-end or low-paying jobs, and they usually imported foreign workers. On January 10, 130, the first year of the universe, the Wanluo Federation's financial stock market and trade volume plummeted. On January 6, 130, the first year of the universe, the Tianyi Empire announced that any company that wants to cooperate with an enterprise of the Tianyi Empire is not allowed to have the participation of the Wanluo Federation Company, and the company's shareholders or bosses are not allowed to be Wanluo Federal. Otherwise, any cooperation relationship will be severed. This frightened companies from all over the world to sever ties with any company that has a relationship with the Wanluo Federation. Even as long as there are internal shareholders who are from the Wanluo Federation, the general meeting of shareholders will not only kick out the Wanluo Federation, buy the stocks in the hands of the Wanluo Federation. The enterprises of the Wanluo Federation suffered the most. Many enterprises had already started to invest in the Tianyi Empire, but they were directly kicked out, and even lost countless business partners. Countless Wanluo federal enterprises protested to the Tianyi Empire, asking for a reason. The reason given by the Tianyi Empire was what your president ordered, and we responded in the same way. The businesses of the Bando Federation demanded that President Pulvy withdraw his order. However, Purvy rejected the demands of those business owners, saying that he would never compromise with the evil empire to take back the order. All of a sudden, many capitals of the Wanluo Federation immediately gave up their identity cards of the Wanluo Federation. In addition to immigrating immediately, they even transferred their businesses to other countries. In just a few days, it directly caused the Wanluo Federation's financial stock market and trade volume to plummet, and a large number of companies announced their departure from the Wanluo Federation. Many people are unemployed. On January 12, 130, the first year of the universe, demonstrations were launched across the Wanluo Federation to demand that Purvy step down. Purvy turned a blind eye to the people who came out and demanded his resignation, and even accused these demonstrators of being traitors of the Wanluo Federation who compromised with the evil empire. He also stated that he would never compromise, would not take a step back from this evil empire, and would fight to the end. What Pulvy said has aroused the same thoughts and self-righteous people as him, and most of the people in the Wanluo Federation have already opposed him. According to current polls, Pervy's support rate is less than 30%. On the other hand, the Tianyi Empire doesn't care about the affairs of the Wanluo Federation at all. The Tianyi Empire is currently busy with its development. At present, one of the electromagnetic rail elevator stations has been completed, and the other two will take 2 to 3 years. The Stargate is still under construction at the moment. The construction of the Stargates also began to attract international attention. At first, many countries thought that the 2 Stargates built by the Sky Wing Empire were new types of satellite weapons. For a while, it caused panic in many countries. Many countries thought that the Tianyi Empire had received some news and thought that there were alien races coming to attack. At that time, countless countries contacted the Tianyi Empire authorities to inquire. The Sky Wing Empire used the statement issued by its own media to explain the Stargate. This made many countries in the world feel relieved, and then shocked the leaders of various countries. Isn't the Stargate a kind of space jump technology? This technology can shorten the time of space travel by a lot. Junior was also very surprised by the technology of the Stargate, and the Noahs were unable to develop this technology at their peak. This technology must be a space jump technology that can only be developed by a second-order civilization. Many second-order civilizations use Stargates to jump from one galaxy to another. Although, the Stargate developed by the Tianyi Empire still space jumps within the same galaxy. Junior felt that once this technology was developed, the development of the Tianyi Empire would advance by leaps and bounds. The Tianyi Empire officially stated that there are 2 pairs of Stargates. One pair is in the Mars Circle, the other pair is in the Earth Circle, and the Earth Circle Stargate is in the range of the Moon. The Earth Circle Stargate is controlled by the team in charge of the Earth Circle Sky Wing Empire domain. Countries in the Earth sphere are both excited and worried. What is exciting is that the trade lanes between the Earth sphere and the Mars sphere will be directly shortened, directly increasing the trade volume between the 2 sides. The worry is that if the Sky Wing Empire uses the Stargate to launch a war, then the Earth Circle will not have a zone of relaxation, and the Sky Wing Empire will directly use the Stargate to jump over to attack the Earth Circle. The foreign spirit Mr. Mai watched the news on TV, the Stargate being built by the Sky Wing Empire. His eyes flashed with coldness and haze. Stargate, many second-tier civilizations are unable to master this technology. A country that has just stepped into the first-tier civilization can actually develop a Stargate. This is by no means the technology of the Noahs. Could it be that this is really Emperor Long Fei? The developed technology, just like the rumored Gundam, and all the weapons were developed by him alone. Mr. Mai was surprised and angry. This news must be conveyed to his country, but it will take at least 6 years to reach it using light-speed communication or directly using their light-speed spaceship. And if the news can inform the country may not be able to dispatch troops to attack the Tianyi Empire, because at this moment the country is at war with another country. After thinking for a while, Mr. Mai decided to send his subordinates back to China to inform him of the matter, and he had to make other arrangements and preparations. Mr. Mai recalled that a few years ago, after receiving the news that a powerful new human appeared in the marginal galaxy, he received an order from his superiors and dispatched a troop to check it out. I didn't expect that there were such 2 powerful military forces fighting in the marginal galaxy. When they arrived, the 2 forces had already fought to the end. Mr. Mai is currently under observation. Now it's time for some action. On February 20th, 130, the first year of the universe, the latest detector of the Sky Wing Empire discovered a mysterious force, a 500-meter-long spaceship shaped like a cigarette. It directly attracted the attention of the Tianyi Empire authorities. During the meeting, Long Fei also invited Junior to come to the meeting together. Minister Shrek, is this spaceship the same group as the Hyaki Night Walk a few years ago? No. During observation, I found that the propellers of their spaceships are completely different from those of Hyaki Yakin, and it can even be said that they are not the same as the technology used in our entire galaxy. You mean, this spaceship is from another galaxy? It is possible. The generals and staff at the scene, including Long Fei and Minister Shrek, looked at Junior. Looking at the cigarette-shaped spaceship projected on the photo, Junior frowned and thought. Everyone waited quietly for Junior. Junior looked at everyone present, then shook his head and said, "I'm not sure which alien country this is. I can only say I'm sorry, after the Noahs left their home planet. There has been no one for thousands of years. Walking around the Milky Way, how the power map of the Milky Way changes, I am afraid that my ancestors are resurrected, and they don't know. Long Fei asked at this time. Mr. Junior, can you estimate the technology of the alien system? Those with such a design type should be foreign spirits, but I don't know which country the foreign spirits are from. Shrek asked, are the aliens also human? It is also a branch of the human race, and it can even be said to be a branch of our new human beings. I just don't know that they are in the process of evolution, but they don't have the powerful spiritual power of the new human beings, but their bodies can keenly sense the coming of some natural disasters in the universe. If the foreign spirits are based on individual ability or combat quality, they are indeed far inferior to new humans. But sensing the natural disasters or some pulsations of the universe is more sensitive than our new human beings. According to the historical records of our ancestors, if there is a great migration of the foreign spirits, they know that a natural disaster in the universe is coming. What is the purpose of the foreign spirits monitoring us now? Long Fei frowned and said, maybe it's for the Stargate, because this technology cannot be mastered by first-order civilizations. Of course, apart from your Skywing Empire, if you can steal part of your Stargate technology, then the technology will go up to another level. Building, it may be possible to reach the standard of a second-order civilization, because the space jump technology is the indicator of a second-order civilization. Lord Moss, we have been monitoring the Tianyi Empire for several days, and it seems that they haven't noticed us. A female spirit person said to the captain in front of him, Nanali, don't relax your vigilance. Although the overall technology of the Tianyi Empire is not as good as our country, they are capable of developing a space-jumping ability that we can't master. In addition, they have obtained the Noah people who are thousands of years stronger than our technology. Technology. Understood, Captain. Nunnally continued. Speaking of which, Captain, can you tell which country's technology is from the Gundam of the Sky-Winged Empire? I can't see it. Maybe it's just like the rumors here said, the super mecha developed by the Emperor himself, who once studied the OS of their mass-produced machine from the Wanluo Federation, basically has human-like movement capabilities. The OS, just like our brain controls our body system, many countries cannot fully grasp this technology. Moss frowned and said, not understanding how this backward marginal civilization developed such an advanced control system. Many mechas developed by alien civilizations, even the third-tier civilizations, are not developed in human form, because it is too complicated. The mechas developed by many countries are of strange shapes. Only those civilizations of new human beings have them. It is possible to develop some mental systems to control those humanoid mechas, but the Emperor of the Tianyi Empire can develop the OS joystick control to make the mechas move like humans. Moss didn't answer. His brain was thinking. He has lived for more than 500 years, and he has never heard of a galaxy civilization that is backward on the edge, and a powerful person has appeared. If this kind of thing has not been experienced personally, if someone tells him like this, he will definitely be worthy of the other party's nose and smile and say, you are insane, or you fell asleep and fell asleep. Suddenly, the staff shouted loudly. I found that a powerful energy is coming towards us 1,000 kilometers away from us. Open the triple protective cover immediately. A new type of warship, the Breaking Shield 2 destroyer, has now locked onto the cigarette-shaped spaceship that is in stealth. The Broken Shield 2 destroyer is not much different from the previous generation in appearance, but it is slightly larger, with a total length of 1,500 meters, and the muzzle is at the front, which is also a direct firing type. The strongest armed name, electromagnetic speed cannon, is 10 times more powerful than the previous generation of electromagnetic speed cannon, and it also has powerful electromagnetic wave damage, and can even restrain many different types of protective shields that operate with different technologies. The Breaking Shield 2 destroyer launches the electromagnetic speed cannon. The powerful kinetic energy gathers terrifying energy, and the muzzle gathers a powerful electromagnetic net. An alloy shell with a diameter of 20 meters roared out from the muzzle. The terrifying speed of the electromagnetic speed cannon is faster than the speed of the first universe, and even the beams launched by the energy weapons of some battleships are not as good. It took less than a minute to pounce on the cigarette-shaped spacecraft. Fortunately, The spacecraft has already opened the 3-layer protective cover and immediately made evasive actions. The protective cover is shaped like a blister. With terrifying speed and powerful electromagnetic speed cannon, it smashed into the blister-like protective cover. The first layer of protective cover collapsed like a blister being pierced by a needle. The second layer of protective cover was smashed and deformed. The electromagnetic speed gun brought the powerful electromagnetic waves, and the second layer of protective cover collapsed, as if it was eroded by an electric grid. The protective cover on the third layer was also smashed and deformed, and finally it was squeezed through with fingers and exploded like a balloon. Although the cigarette-shaped spaceship made evasive actions earlier, the electromagnetic speed cannon still brushed against the surface of the cigarette-shaped spaceship, directly destroying the surface armor, exposing the uppermost building. Part of the crew was directly sucked out, and without precautions, they directly died of hypoxia and suffocation. Moss immediately ordered the staff to find out the extent of the damage to the battleship and issued some orders for the next corresponding measures. Nanali couldn't believe that the most advanced stealth technology developed by their country was discovered by the other party. But their most advanced detectors can detect about 2,000 kilometers in all directions, and they didn't realize that the other party had entered the detection range. If it wasn't for the other party's attack, and they discovered the location of the powerful energy, they would have no idea that the other party had been monitoring them for so long. I thought I was a hunter, but I didn't expect them to be the prey. Moss was very distressed why they were found. In fact, when Moss and his party came to the edge of the Tianyi Empire's domain, the anti-stealth device had already detected their belongings. Among the anti-stealth devices, the anti-illusion particle device and the anti-umbrella device detected them successively. In the beginning, the Skywing Empire dispatched MS and warships equipped with Mirage systems or umbrella devices, and sailed near the cigarette-shaped spaceships in a state of invisibility. As a result, the other party didn't find out at all. The Tianyi Empire Military Affairs Department immediately made a corresponding plan. Moss received a report from his subordinates that the battleship was damaged at the moment, affecting navigation, and the protective cover would need to be restarted after a minute. Suddenly, everyone present felt a violent shock. The warship has been hit by unknown attacks in several different directions, and it is impossible to detect the source of the attack. What? Moss was extremely shocked. He didn't understand that the opponent's technology had only barely stepped into the threshold of the first-order civilization. Why they could discover a stealth technology that was much ahead of their technology. Moss didn't know that the stealth technology developed by his country was very good in terms of optical technology. It was indeed much better than the Tianyi Empire in terms of optical camouflage, but his country didn't have this technology at all in terms of phantom particles. Captain, it's not good. Our battleship was broken through the surface of the armor and was hit by firepower, and the damaged surface was invaded. A suppression force is suppressing it inside the ship. Our defense force is invading the suppression forces exchanged fire. Immediately after another staff member, our mecha unit has been hit by an unknown attack. Moss immediately ordered the launch of electromagnetic wave smoke bombs. Sir, we will be forced to reveal ourselves. Idiot. The other party has already discovered our invisible mecha, but we don't know where they are. Hurry up and fire me an electromagnetic smoke bomb. The cigarette-shaped spaceship emits electromagnetic smoke bombs from different directions. The moment the missile exploded, a dense electromagnetic cloud emerged. The cigarette-shaped spaceship in stealth state, and the released mecha troops directly appeared, and the MS who activated the Mirage system within 30 kilometers in all directions in space were also forced to appear. The appearance of the foreign spirit man's mech is like a ball, with hands and legs, but no head. It looks very bloated in appearance, with a total height of 18 meters and a purple body. It is armed with energy weapons. Although the appearance looks bloated, it is also very flexible in action, with built-in propellers. Both mechas are in the electromagnetic cloud, and the cameras of both sides have turned on infrared, thermal, and other functions to search the enemy's location. A pair of high-energy megabeam launchers mounted on the back of the ritual be fired at a target one after another. The built-in propeller behind the target was turned on, emitting a purple-red light film, and dodged the ritual B-type fire at an extremely fast speed. The purple ball monster MS looks so bloated, but it flies so fast. The Ritual B-type pilot commented on the target. In terms of speed, the Ritual Type B is slightly behind the opponent in Ms form. The Purple Ball Monster MS also counterattacked at the opponent, and the Ritual Type B dodged the opponent's counterattack by dodging left and right. The high-energy Mega Beam Launcher hits the Purple Ball Monster MS with one shot, and the energy protection film on the surface can block the beam. The Ritual B-type armor is coated with the latest anti-beam coating, which can also block the beam emitters of the Purple Ball Monster. A beam saber protruded from the left palm of the Purple Ball Monster, rushing towards Type B Ritual. The Ritual B-type suddenly produced an explosive force, and it circled behind the Purple Ball Monster in an instant, with a pair of high-energy mega launchers on its back. At the moment of firing, the beam cannon built into the shield fired simultaneously. Under the triple blow, the Purple Ball Monster's energy protection film couldn't resist the triple beam cannon's attack at all, and the body was directly penetrated and turned into a pyrotechnic ball. The instant explosion of the Ritual B-type is mainly due to the integration of the AS Technology electromagnetic muscle module, and the instant explosion exceeds the original performance. Although it is just a few seconds is enough to change the outcome of the battle. On the other side, the Martian Jacket, after long phase design improvement, the power source was replaced by the fourth-generation mass-produced Minev's super-energy thermonuclear reactor, and the technology mixed with Noah's technology rushed towards a Purple Ball Monster MS. The extremely fast Martian Jacket made it impossible for the Purple Ball Monster to get rid of it. He could only put the beam gun in his hand into the built-in clip, and the beam energy emitted from his palms, forming a beam saber in his palm. Rush with the two-handed sword of the Martian Jacket. The two-handed sword of the Martian Jacket is armored with nano-layers, which is basically immune to beam damage. When the energy of the beam sword in the palm of the hand is fighting with the two-handed sword, the beam energy overflows, and the weapon fights with fire. The beam saber in the palm is completely suppressed, in addition to being inferior to the Martian Jacket in terms of thrust. More importantly, the weapon is restrained. Soon the arms of the Purple Ball Monster were cut off by the large sword, and the Martian Jacket pilot seized the opportunity to cut off the target's legs. Just when the sticky film was about to capture the target, the Purple Ball Monster's built-in propeller was turned on, and the purple light film allowed it to escape quickly. The Martian Jacket immediately switches weapons and fires with the beam cannon, though hitting the target's back. But the purple-red light film emitted by the propeller behind the Purple Ball Monster has the ability to resist light beams. The Purple Ball Monster, whose hands and legs were cut off, immediately removed the remaining severed limbs, forming a purple sphere to avoid the opponent's attacks continuously. The mothership pops out some oddly shaped limbs. Some purple spheres with severed hands and feet were immediately connected with these strange hands and legs. Anything with claws or legs or hands is a firearm. After connecting the parts, the purple team proceeds to counterattack towards the opponent. Moss watched the battle of the troops from the projection screen. After being attacked from different directions before, some parts of the ship's hull were pierced. What's worse is that some of the energy transmission pipelines of the protective cover were destroyed, which caused a delay in opening the protective cover again. A total of 30 mechs were sent out, 6 of which were shot down by the enemy while in stealth, and 2 were destroyed in combat. Captain, 3 more ballbacks have been destroyed. Moss checked the data a little bit. 3 of the ball guards destroyed in the combat state were killed by a blue MS. Moss looked at the Kshatriya on the screen and frowned. The floating cannon, a weapon that uses mind control, is a very headache for the spirits. Although, some related weapons have been developed to deal with floating cannon attacks, as well as some corresponding defensive measures. However, mind-controlled weapons often attack from different angles, and it is often impossible to deduce where the attack is coming from. A Kshatriya has been tracking a target, using the multi-purpose pod and the chest megaparticle cannon to continuously fire at the ball guard. The Kshatriya, with excellent speed and maneuverability, made it impossible for the ball guard to shake him off, and he was hit continuously by the megaparticle cannon. The energy protection film simply cannot withstand the bombardment of the megaparticle cannon all the time. When the energy protection film collapsed, it was hit by the megaparticle cannon one after another and penetrated. After Kshatriya killed one target, Another ball guard with beast claws rushed towards Kshatriya. Kshatriya drew out the beam saber with both hands to block the ball guard's pair of animal claws. Kshatriya's 4 pieces of shoulder armor contain a small beam saber in the hidden mechanical arm of the wing section, and the 4 small beam sabers directly cut off the 4 limbs of the ball guard under the swing of the hidden mechanical arm. The beam sabers of Kshatriya's hands pierced directly into the back's interior, and the red eyes of the ball-shaped back were directly dimmed. Then, Kshatriya launched 24 floating cannons to support his colleagues. An inverse delta uses the light wheel propulsion wing system, and with its high-speed maneuvering performance, hunts down a basketball player who has lost both hands. Inverse delta instantly circled in front of the ball guard, and the beam sabers carried by the mechanical arms on both sides of the backpack pierced the body of the rescuer, and the same red eyes lost their light. Suddenly, a beam of light hits the back of inverse delta, and the function of the inverse delta light wheel propulsion wing system switches to form a beam shield to block the beam attack. Inverse delta the beam launcher in the left-hand counters. The performance of the ball back is slightly better than Richer and Jesta, but not as good as inverse delta, Kshatriya, and Mars Jacket. There is no mass-produced Gundam on the battlefield. However, no matter in terms of quantity or quality, the Tianyi Empire has the upper hand. The Tianyi Imperial Army is currently only testing the misperformance of races in alien systems. None of the sky-winged Imperial Army has been shot down so far, but several Jestas and Rituals were seriously damaged. Looking at the projection screen, Moss saw that the Army's mecha units were suppressed, and even found that several mechas that were no longer functioning had been captured by the enemy, although the battleship had already launched its thrusters and fled the scene. However, there are warships of the Tianyi Empire around, so they can only dodge it, although some counterattack strategies are also launched, and beam cannons are launched to counterattack. To make matters worse, the Tianyi Empire activated the electromagnetic net device, which directly paralyzed some devices inside the battleship. The protective shield fails to activate, and to make matters worse, the ship enters the field of men of particles, making remote communication impossible. The reconnaissance mission can be said to have failed. What's worse, the staff has even sent bad news that some locations in the ship have been captured by the enemy. Moss knew that it was only a matter of time before the entire battleship was captured by the enemy. When Moss was about to give the suicide order, he suddenly smelled a strange smell. Moss and Nanali immediately realized that the air channel had been poisoned by the enemy. Just as I was about to stop breathing, I suddenly felt paralyzed all over my body and couldn't even make a sound. Seeing the staff in front of him paralyzed, he fell to the ground and convulsed. At this time, the door of the command room was blasted open. The suppression team of the 6-member team broke into the command room and first handcuffed everyone in the command room. Then, immediately study the equipment in the command room. Check the other party's text, and use the translator to translate the other party's text. With the help of the turning device, the suppression team quickly understood the opponent's use of the device. Stop the warship from sailing, and then notify your colleagues to stop attacking, and the target warship has been taken down. The ball guards who were fighting had no idea that the mothership had been captured by the enemy. Mr. Mai received the news from the investigation team a few hours ago. They were discovered by the Tianyi Imperial Army, attacked, and sought a breakthrough. After that, there was no news. A few hours later, Mr. Mai felt that the reconnaissance team he had sent over was in danger. Mr. Mai really couldn't believe that, with backward technology, their Tianyi Empire could discover their stealth technology. Even if it absorbs the top technologies of the Noahs, it is impossible for the Tianyi Empire to absorb these technologies in just a few years. Even if it is replaced by my country of Dallas, it will not be able to fully absorb and master it within 100 years. Although a thought flashed through Mr. Mai's mind. Could it be that Long Fei, the emperor of the Tianyi Empire, researched and developed a new type of technology by himself, so that he can discover the most advanced stealth technology in our country of Dallas? No, it's absolutely impossible. Mr. Mai didn't want to believe it in his heart, but he had to believe in the possibility in his heart. If he didn't say anything else, he would just talk about men of particles. The state of Dallas does not have any technology that is completely immune to men of particles. Even if quantum chips or photonic components are used, they will be more or less affected by men of particles. Basically, The effective detector or radar search range of the originally developed mech can reach about 200 kilometers, but under the interference of Manhwa particles, the effective detection range may only be about 100 kilometers. Manhwa particles can't analyze its principle at all, and he really doesn't understand how that Long Fei developed such outrageous particles. He doesn't know if the second-order civilization has a way to deal with the Manhwa particle plan. If the state of Dallas wasn't in a state of war, I would have persuaded my country to attack the Tianyi Empire to capture Long Fei and force him to serve the state of Dallas. Otherwise, letting the Tianyi Empire develop for hundreds of years will definitely become a nightmare for the country of Dallas. On the other side, Junior sent one of his subordinates, Hoshishi, to help the Sky Wing Empire study the captured warships. Horch has dabbled in the technology of different alien civilizations. Horch speculated from the operational functions and technical theories of the battleship that it should be the state of Dallas. Long Fei also learned about the Dallas Kingdom from the historical records left by the Noahs, a country in an alien system that has reached a first-order civilization in less than 1,000 years. However, the home star of Dallas is closer to the solar system than the home star of the Noahs. The country of Dallas is about 2 light-years away from the solar system. Horchish helped everyone deduce the technological level of Dallas after thousands of years of development and infer the speed of their light-speed spaceships. If there is no accident, it will take at least 6 years to fly from the galaxy in Dallas to the solar system, and it will be a one-way trip. If it is a round trip, it will take at least 12 years. Long Fei made a hypothesis. If the people of Dallas now send their spaceships to return to their home planet, then it will take at least 6 years, and fighting a war is a top priority for any country. It is estimated that the high-level officials in Dallas will have to go through a round of discussions. Even if they agree to gather troops to attack, it will take 3 years to prepare. Then, it will take at least 6 years for the Dallas galaxy to come to the solar system. Long Fei deduced that the fastest time for the solar system to be attacked by the Dallas galaxy is 15 years. Moreover, Long Fei reasoned that if the Dallas galaxy really plans to attack the solar system, it is most likely to use the solar system as their colony. According to the history recorded by the Noahs, the most likely reason for a civilization to attack another civilization is to colonize or destroy the local indigenous race. Then, make the planet of the destroyed native race one of their habitat planets. Another possibility is that the civilization that launched the war has taken a fancy to the resources or energy of the galaxy. Regardless of whether the state of Dallas will attack the solar system in the future, or for some reason, we must always make all preparations here. In addition to discussing with the ministers, Long Fei not only invested more funds in development, but also shared the news of Dallas State with the leaders of the countries in the international circle. Let the leaders of all countries make all preparations to deal with possible future wars. Long Fei looked at the projection screen. That part of the galaxy map of the Milky Way, the galaxy map is the map of the various forces left by the Noahs. Long Fei looked at the location of Dallas State. If a space jumping system can be developed, it may be possible to reach their home star in a few hours and carry out a series of surprise attacks on them. Currently, the antimatter bomb is still in the research and development state. If it can be successfully developed within 15 years, it can at least deter the Dallas State who comes to attack. Long Fei immediately shook his head and said to himself, "Why do I think about those unrealistic things? The space jump technology has to be developed step by step, and the upgrading of industry must first master the light-speed navigation technology before researching and developing the space jump technology." Although the Stargate is also part of the space jump technology, the Stargate is only a short-distance jump in the same galaxy. However, if the Stargate is successfully built, then the real space jump technology development time can be shortened, and even the speed of light navigation technology can be successfully developed faster, and it is more likely to jump directly to the superlight speed navigation technology. If you calculate it over the past 15 years, not only the demon god Z has been developed successfully, maybe the great demon god has also been developed, and other mechas can also be developed, but I don't know if the black hole engine can be developed. There is no problem with the Unicorn series in terms of Gundam, and the full coverage of the Pirate Gundam has to be ready to start. Those MSs in the later period of the Pirate Gundam include the V Gundam, all of which need to be developed. G Restoration, Bearded A Gundam, and Quantum 00 Gundam also need to be developed, Model Gundam, Creator Series, etc., and SD Phoenix Series Gundam, all of which need to be developed. Especially the Model Gundam and Build Fighters series, which need to be redesigned. They cannot be done according to the model scale of the model, but must be designed with realistic proportions. However, having said that, the Chinese 4 Holy Beast Gundams made by my colleagues before, and the 4 Gundams I bought before, I didn't expect to have their designs, theories, and other technologies. The overall performance is no less than the Quantum 00 Gundam and SD Phoenix Series Gundam. Now, I have to design those Model Gundams and the Gundam Build Battle Series, and design them in real scale so that they can be put into actual combat. Long Fei twisted his neck and began to improve the design, and so on. On the other side, Moss, Nanali, and the others were captured by the Sky Wing Empire. At this moment, they were warmly received by the spies of the Tianyi Empire, and they wanted to extract information from this group of Dallas people. I want to know when this group of people came to the solar system, and whether they have cooperated with any country in the solar system. Under torture to extract a confession, some information was obtained that the people of Dallas would come to the solar system, mainly because some tourist enthusiasts had come to this marginal galaxy. Suddenly sensed the collision of 2 powerful spiritual forces, and then returned to the country to inform the matter. They were just sent by their superiors to investigate why there were 2 powerful spiritual forces colliding in the Edge Galaxy. Check to see if 2 factions of high-level civilizations have come to the edge of the galaxy to fight. The information given by Moss and his group was reserved, and the spies were unable to obtain other information after using other torture methods. The spies of the Sky Wing Empire used confessional drugs in an attempt to extract information from Moss and his group. But the confessional potion had no effect, and Moss and his gang were completely immune. For this reason, the spies also took blood from Moss and his group to see what was going on. It was discovered that Moss and his group had undergone genetic enhancement surgery. In addition to their great ability to resist blows, they were also extremely resistant to confessional agents or drugs that caused harm to their bodies. Even after a while, the body's immune system can neutralize those drugs. The Tianyi Empire is currently unable to master this gene enhancement surgery, and even the technology left by the Noahs does not have this gene enhancement surgery. Those fighters of the Tianyi Empire who underwent chemical surgery had to take additional potions or pills in order to develop resistance to those poisons or venoms. However, the medicines taken are only effective for a period of time, and the medicine must be taken again once the time limit is over. The Skywing Empire captured the warships of the state of Dallas and is currently conducting some dismantling research to check their operating principles, device technology, and so on. After discussing with many important ministers and professionals, Long Fei believed that Moss and his party must have their superiors in the solar system, but they don't know which country they are in at present. Many people reasoned that if this group of people had been in the solar system for a while, they would know that the imperial system and the democratic system were very different from each other. Therefore, many people estimate that the people of Dallas are most likely to be mixed in a democratic country, and the biggest suspects are the Wanluo Federation and the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic. It may even have secretly cooperated with the relevant authorities. Everyone, people from Dallas, at this moment, it is estimated that they are already monitoring our Tianyi Empire somewhere in the solar system. We must notify relevant important countries of this matter, but countries with a democratic system need to wait for a while and must go through investigations to confirm that no people from Dallas have mixed into it. We will tell them the information. Yes. On February 28, 130, the first year of the universe, several important countries in the international circle, such as the Hanxia Empire, the Yuya Cross Country, the Russian Soviet Republic, and the Gas Empire, received information from the people of Dallas from the Tianyi Empire. It directly shocked the relevant authorities of these major countries. In addition to seeing the spacecraft of the Dallas people in the photos, they also saw the appearance of the Dallas people in the photos. The yellow eyes and the hair color are almost the same as those of humans in the solar system, mainly black and yellow, but the skin color is very pale, and the blood is also red. After learning that the state of Dallas may attack the solar system in the next 15 years. In order to prepare these big countries, The Tianyi Empire shared the advanced technology of the Dian Empire with these countries. However, the Tianyi Empire did not directly share all the advanced technologies of the Dian Empire with these great powers. Instead, some distinctions have been made. Whichever of these big countries or certain industries are relatively weak, they will share part of the technology of the Dian Empire so that their industries can be improved and the weaker industrial links can be strengthened. At present, if these big countries send the design drawings of the MS of the Dian Empire to these countries, MS like scorpions are no problem, and salamanders are more reluctant for them. There is no problem with the mass production of holy machines, blue and blood red, but the development and manufacture are also handed over to elites to drive. In terms of emerald green, the technology of mentally controlling floating cannons, most of the big countries are at a blank sheet of paper, except for the Hanxiao Empire and Uya Cross. The Azure Holy Machine may not even be able to be developed. The main reason is that the relevant industries are too weak to manufacture some key parts. Therefore, the Tianyi Empire must first help their weak industries to upgrade. Tianyi Empire will also arrange some scientists to go to these countries for guidance. However, the Tianyi Empire has reached an agreement with these countries, and this matter cannot be disclosed or leaked out. Especially democratic countries cannot obtain relevant information. These great powers have been informed by the intelligence unit of the Sky-Winged Empire that they have traced their tracks backwards from the warships they captured. The places where they appeared and returned were in the 7th and 8th districts of the colonial area, and the Wanluo Federation was the most suspected. For this reason, the relevant authorities of these major powers have also taken maximum precautions against the Wanluo Federation. The heads of several major powers are using secret communications to communicate. Pope David asked, "Your Majesty, Emperor Longfei, the technology of the Dallas Kingdom that you currently have is said to be no less than the top-line technology of the Noahs. Then the top-line technology of the Noahs was the same when you fought against the Dian Empire. How many years is the difference in technology at that time? If you look at it comprehensively, it is at least 30 years advanced." Su Weiran said with some emotion. Fortunately, Dian Empire didn't get the top-line technology back then, otherwise the result would have been different. The leader of the Russian Soviet Republic, Ishaman, asked, "Your Majesty Longfei, may I ask how many years is the gap between your country and the most advanced technology of the Noahs after absorbing the most advanced technology of the Noahs?" Currently, there is a 15-year gap in general. The leaders of several big countries looked at Longfei in surprise. They never thought that the Tianyi Empire was established less than 5 years ago, and it would take such a short time to absorb more advanced technology. We will absorb it so quickly. The main reason is that we have a complete industry, and we happen to be upgrading the industry. The technology of the Noahs and the technology of the Dian Kingdom have been integrated into the upgrade process. Taxgas 6 asked, "Your Excellency Longfei, please tell me why you shared the technology of the Dian Empire with us, but you are unwilling to share the technology of the Noah people with us?" First of all, the technology system of the Noah people is different from ours. Let's put it this way. It seems that the Gundam I developed and many technology systems are different from the technology civilization you know. You can think that I developed it. Another technology system. Although the technicians of the Dian Empire promised the Asian technology, but they mastered most of the technology of the Noahs and made some modifications to integrate into the technology system we know. So compared with the technology of the Noahs, it will be easier for you to absorb the technology of the Dian Empire. Ishaman said, "Your Majesty Longfei, listen to what you said. Can I understand that Noah's technology is closer to the technology system developed by yourself? So it is easier for you to absorb Noah's technology, plus you have mastered the technology system we know. So you can also master the technology system of the Dian Empire, am I right?" "You can say that." Pope David asked, "Your Majesty Longfei, if, as you said, the country of Dallas really came to attack our galaxy in 15 years and push your country away, if our technology has not made any progress in 15 years, our result will be how? You will be in a more serious situation than being suppressed and beaten by the Dian Kingdom back then. To use some vulgar words, you will be rubbed on the ground by the Dallas Kingdom." Su Weiran asked, "If we absorb the technology of the Dian Kingdom, and 15 years later, our technology is as strong as that of the Dian Kingdom at that time, What will happen to the war with the Dallas Kingdom? If you push away the Sky-Winged Empire, it will be very difficult for you to win, but there is no problem with being invincible, but there must be no traitors in the Inner Earth Circle and the Colonial Circle. It is okay if these small countries betray, but if a big country betrays, then the chances of defeat will increase a lot. Pope David asked, Your Majesty Long Fei, it is understandable to be wary of the Wanluo Federation, which may be the most suspected contact with the Dallas country. It is reasonable to guard against all democratic countries, but other countries. Why is your country unwilling to share the technology of the Dion Empire with them? As the saying goes, there are too many people talking, and we are willing to share with you the technology that provided the Dion Kingdom, and we also informed you about the Dallas Kingdom. It was the country's intelligence department that analyzed and judged. The suspicion of Dallas contacting you has been ruled out. Only then can we safely share our technology and intelligence with you. We don't know if other countries have contact with Dallas. We don't want to startle the snake. The leaders of the various countries are silent at the moment. Now that they have received intelligence from the state of Dallas, no one knows which country has contacts or which country is the insider. Long Fei suddenly said something hurtful. The current technology of the Earth's Circle and the Colony Circle has reached the bottleneck. If you want to improve your overall industrial technology, it will be impossible within 15 to 30 years. If you really reach that at that time, the state of Dallas had already called. At present, the industries in the Earth's Circle and the Colony Circle are expected to be stuck in bottlenecks. You are the ones who will break through in about 10 years. The Dion Empire technology is shared with you in the hope that you can shorten the time for breakthrough, and hope that you can have an earlier time. Only by developing new technologies will we be able to fight together against the war that may come. Although the leaders of several big countries felt a little hurt in their hearts, what Long Fei said was not wrong. Without absorbing the technology of the Dion Empire, the overall industry may not be able to fully improve in 30 years by itself. Long Fei went on to say, Everyone, it is impossible to find out whether the suspicion of other countries can be ruled out by relying on the intelligence unit of the country alone. I hope that you can help me to check whether other countries are suspected. I hope that the more countries will absorb the suspicion Wang Huang's technology, so that the industry can be improved, so that the power will be greater. So I hope that everyone can share information on this matter. Can. No problem. After Long Fei communicated with the leaders of several big countries, he began to conduct project research. Long Fei will even record the research results of his different projects, and some Gunpla and Gundam build fighters have been designed by Long Fei with real proportions, and some modifications have been made. Genesis, Libra up to W, etc., should be considered for manufacturing. However, at present, the Empire's money is not enough. If the money is transferred from Tianyi Group, those presidents will probably protest with me. Most of the scientific teams of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps have been transferred into the Tianyi Empire. There are too many things to do now. The current Tianyi Empire is used for 1 year as 5 years. Many things are rushing to develop, and research and development expenses have to be allocated every day. On the side of the Wanluo Federation, if you don't participate in the International Exchange University and miss learning advanced technology, Porvi can't be that stupid. The only possibility is that this guy has already contacted the Dallas state. I'm afraid he has already received some advanced technology from others. Research is ongoing within the country. Long Fei then thought of Danyang Empire. Danyang Empire, apart from my Tianyi Empire, the entire world is actually the most advanced in technology in the Danyang Empire. If some industries are not missing or incomplete, I am afraid that it will be the second Dion Empire in 5 years at most. However, the Danyang Empire hides its strength. I don't know what the Empire's plan is. Kuroda Qingya, I always feel that this guy is making moves, but I don't know what his plan is. He sent troops to monitor the edge of my empire back then. Did he want to take back Mars? Long Fei really couldn't figure it out. Long Fei felt that he should stop thinking about it and continue to study new technologies. On the other side, Purvi was communicating with number 9 Chidu Asaka. Purvi looked at the document information sent and was very satisfied. Mr. Asaka, when will our plan start? Although our plan is ready, we still need to take more precautionary measures. Why do you need to take precautions? This plan is already very good. As long as it starts, no one can stop it. President Purvi, Are you overestimating yourself or underestimating the target? Asuka Daiki's eyes revealed that he was looking at an idiot. Mr. Asuka, do you think they will notice us? Now they are wary of alien races. How could they be wary of us? Purvi said with a confident look. Watch out for alien races? What do you mean? Has your excellency received any news from aliens? Or have alien races approached you to cooperate with you? Asuka Daiki squinted his eyes and looked at Purvi. Purvi said with a smile. Do you think the races from the alien system will look up to us? The Tiani Empire now has its eyes above the top, and it looks down on all our countries in the entire world. Only the races from the alien system still look up to them. No matter what, our planned actions always require more preparations. Even if we take a rash action now by surprise, they will immediately react to it. At that time, our plan will be ruined. So, Your Excellency, it will take 1 more year to implement it. Even if they are aware of it, it will be too late by then. Good. Then, the two continued to talk about the next countermeasures. Mr. Mai is secretly monitoring Pulvway's communication at the moment. Mr. Mai thought to himself, sure enough, the democratic system will only elect this kind of person who is no different from a fool as president. Didn't this fool find out that he was used to borrow a knife to kill people? He just recruited someone who cannot be provoked. If I were you, if you don't, you will never dare to do so, or even find ways to seek cooperation with the other party. This is for the national interest, and politicians in a democratic system will only bring troubles and crises to their own country. Don't think about even if your plan is successful, you also have to think about the opponent's counterattack. The Wanluo Federation can't resist it at all. This fool seems to be ready to stay away from him, so as not to be dragged into trouble by him. Apart from preparing for the next step, Mr. Mai was looking at Long Fei's photo in his hand. This guy didn't expect that he was already developing an antimatter bomb, so antimatter energy would also be successfully developed by him. Damn, although the civilization and technology of our Dallas country is no less than that of the Noahs back then, we still can't effectively master the antimatter technology. That Long Fei didn't expect to get the Noah's technology for him, and he could study antimatter technology in a few years. Damn it, the state of Dallas has not been able to master antimatter energy technology until now, but has been exploring stronger energy sources in nuclear energy technology. Although some first-order civilizations have mastered antimatter energy, the ability to master it is still at the superficial stage, and second-order civilizations are very familiar with it. Dark matter can only be mastered by civilizations above the second level. The thing that worries me now is that this fellow Long Fei may already be researching the warships of my country of Dallas. Mr. Mai now hopes that the subordinates sent out will not have any accidents and return to the country to report the matter. In a certain research institute of Tiani Empire, Long Fei is working with all the scientists on the warships of the state of Dallas. Dr. Cordelia also participated in the research. Everyone is studying the dismantled nuclear reactor. Scientists are conducting a series of research and found that it is also nuclear fusion technology. But it is different from the controllable nuclear fusion technology they have mastered. Your Majesty, the design and operation of the nuclear fusion reactor in Dallas State are not the same. A scientist reported to Long Fei. Long Fei decided to study it himself. After a little research, Long Fei has confirmed that the controllable nuclear fusion technology mastered by the people of Dallas is the more powerful quark fusion. Their nuclear technology is quark fusion. At the scene, all the scientists looked at Long Fei with shocked expressions. Dr. Cordelia said, "Quark fusion? This is impossible. Although quark fusion is a kind of nuclear fusion, it is 8 times more powerful than ordinary nuclear fusion. Quark fusion goes deep into the interior of the atom, and it goes deep into the proton and neutral because protons and neutrons are composed of up quarks and down quarks. Quark fusion is carried out at this level. But quark fusion is powerful, but quark fusion does not have a chain reaction, and it is reasonable to say that it cannot be used at all quark fusion." Dr. Cordelia, what you said is correct. Quark fusion can actually have a chain reaction. Long Fei took out the projection data of the chain reaction diagram as he spoke. At the scene, everyone looked at the projected data with wide eyes. Some scientists conducted analysis and believe that using this data to develop quark nuclear bombs must be more powerful than thermonuclear bombs. Dr. Cordelia asked, Your Majesty, you actually have quark fusion technology. Why don't you use this technology to develop more powerful nuclear energy technology? There is no need for this. Our controllable nuclear fusion does not only control thermonuclear technology, we also have control over cold nuclear technology. Besides, controllable nuclear fusion can completely control the switching between cold core and hot core, and even control the integration and operation of these two nuclear energy technologies. After Long Fei finished speaking, he took a look at the quark fusion nuclear reactor in Dallas. Long Fei continued, "From my research just now, I can see that the quark fusion in Dallas is mainly based on thermonuclear technology, which creates a chain reaction of quark fusion. But I'm not sure whether the state of Dallas has controllable cold nuclear fusion because I haven't found any related technology from their reactors." The scientists first looked at the chain reaction diagram of quark fusion produced by the Emperor from the picture and then compare it with the thermonuclear reactor in Dallas that I studied. It is indeed the same as the theory of quark fusion, but the power and effect are greater than the theory. Dr. Cordelia frowned and said, "Your Majesty, the energy of the quark fusion reactors in Dallas is at least 1% of the energy of antimatter. Yes, controllable nuclear fusion can allow spaceships to barely travel at sublight speeds, and the quark fusion reactor in Dallas can allow their warships to easily travel at sublight speeds and even reach the speed of light in a short period of time without any problem." After Long Fei finished speaking, he looked at Dr. Cordelia and asked, "Dr. Cordelia, do you know how much antimatter energy our thermal and cold controllable nuclear fusion can achieve?" Dr. Cordelia, who was watched by Long Fei, blushed a little and replied hesitantly, It seems to have reached 3%. Yep." At this time, a scientist raised his hand and asked Long Fei, "Your Majesty, since we can master the more advanced cold and heat controllable nuclear fusion, why don't we install it on our warships and then start sublight speed travel and go to other galaxies to find Earth-like nuclear fusion planets so that we can not only get new planetary colonies, but also allow our recent population to skyrocket and prepare for future immigration? The main reason is that our sublight speed navigation device is still unstable, and it is still in the research and development state. Another point is that it is more dangerous. Once we travel to other galaxies through sublight speed navigation, what if we encounter other alien races? Are we advanced, attacking us, and even mastering the location of our galaxy? Wouldn't this put our entire galaxy in a situation where there is no end to redemption?" The scientist who asked the question bowed his head in shame. He didn't think about the possible problems. Long Fei went on to say, "In the current Milky Way galaxy, if we look at the Tianyi Empire from a perspective, we are like an ancient person who mastered the technology of developing firearms and used the backward gun system to venture to unknown places, and we may encounter when it comes to people who are equipped with modern individual weapons. The outdated gun systems simply cannot penetrate the armor of current individual weapons." Dr. Cordelia said, "Your Majesty, the protective cover technology of the Dallas warship and MS has great reference value, and it is more advanced than the protective cover technology of the Noah people. A research team should be established to dismantle it." Solution research. "Okay, but be careful not to damage it. We only have that one." Long Fei went on to say, "Everyone, we must study the quark fusion technology of Dallas State. I just did a little research and can confirm that their quark fusion research is more thorough than mine. Study their technology well and use it as our technology reserve. Maybe it will be useful to us in some future research. This quark fusion technology is called the Dallas State Quark Fusion Technology." "Yes, Your Majesty." Another scientist, Dr. Hu Yanyu, said, "We need a scientific team to disassemble and study the sublight speed device of the Dallas warship, because their technology may be of great help to our light speed navigation device research." "Yes, how many people are needed?" "I hope to have a research group of 1,000 people. At least 20 first-level doctors are required, and each first-level doctor will lead 50 people as an individual research team." "Okay, you can choose." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Long Fei entered the Dallas State warship to study the internal structure. Wherever Long Fei passed by, no matter if they were doctors, academicians, or staff, they would automatically give way when they saw Long Fei, and then salute Long Fei. For these researchers, Long Fei is like a god. Many doctors also know that their emperor actually does not rely on the technology of the Noahs and can catch up with the most advanced technology of the Noahs in 20 to 25 years. Long Fei studied for a while and commented on the internal structure of the warships of the state of Dallas. The internal structures of warships developed by different civilizations are different, and their respective styles can also be seen. Then Long Fei also studied the opponent's MS. Although the MS made by the opponent did not have a humanoid appearance, it was like a ball with hands and feet added. After dismantling the fuselage, it was found that there was a special skeleton structure inside. The internal design is really special, but the internal assembly parts are also very compact, without any extra space. Long Fei then checked the opponent's MS engine, which was also nuclear energy technology, but not quark fusion. The volume of the engine is larger than that of the small MS engine, but smaller than that of the existing Ritual, and the power generation reaches 3000 kW. It is estimated that this is the general mass-produced machine they are currently serving. If it was the Ritual a few years ago, it would definitely not be able to beat it. Now the overall performance is slightly better than this purple ball monster MS. It is mainly replaced with new parts and integrated with AS technology. If there is one thing missing, the one who lost that battle was Ritual. I pay my respects to my father. Longhua Longfu paid his respects to his father. Well, did you study hard at school? Have. Long Fei looked at the two daughters who had just returned home from school without their school bags on their backs, and then saw Aunt Li carrying the two sisters' school bags and coming behind the two sisters. Long Fei said displeasedly, "You can carry your school bags by yourself. How can you ask Aunt Li to carry them for you?" Aunt Li smiled and said, "It's okay, Your Majesty. Besides, after injecting the new life-extending medicine, I have returned to my youthful state. My body is very strong. It is no problem to help the two little princesses carry their school bags." Since Aunt Li and Butler Wu were injected with the new life-extending medicine, they have also become younger and more energetic. They can do things much faster than before, and they can think and think much faster. Aunt Li, that's not the case. I want these two little ones to understand that they can do their own things well. They can't rely on others, and I can't let them develop the habit of relying on others. You two carry your school bags back to your palace and write your homework. Oh. The two sisters took back their school bags from Aunt Li and carried them on their backs and returned to their palace, with Aunt Li following behind. Butler Wu and Aunt Li are in charge of taking the twin sisters and Long Quan. Another job of Steward Wu is to manage the palace expenses. Marika, the head of the palace, is responsible for the general work transfer and royal catering in the palace. When Long Fei was walking towards the queen's palace, there was a loud noise from the garden next to it. "Your Highness Long Quan, don't run around. Be careful not to fall." Long Quan was running in the palace garden wearing a mask, and many court ladies were chasing him behind him. The ladies of the palace are spreading out, and they are responsible for intercepting Long Quan in every aisle. But Long Quan was very flexible, either gliding close to the ground or performing somersaults like gymnastics, breaking through every court lady's interception again and again. The maids chased after Long Quan panting, and every time Long Quan passed through the barriers in the palace, he would shout excitedly. Long Fei frowned and looked at this son who was very energetic and active every day. He remembered that his wife Tao Xiang had complained to him that when Long Quan was active sometimes, she and Aunt Li could be tossed to death. Aunt Li once smiled wryly. She would rather have 10 pairs of twin princesses for her to take care of than one Long Quan. Long Quan is completely playing with the court ladies. After Long Quan stepped over from behind a court lady, just as he was rushing forward, a figure flashed, and Long Quan bumped directly in front of the figure, and a recoil caused Long Quan to sit down on the ground. At first, the maids were so frightened that they thought it was some court worker who didn't have long eyes and blocked the way of Prince Long Quan, causing him to fall. Although the queen would not blame them, the head of the palace would not spare them lightly. Dingqing saw that it was His Majesty the Emperor. With his left hand, Long Fei directly lifted his son's back collar and grabbed it in the air and asked scoldingly, "Who told you to run around and tease people?" Long Quan is in the whole family. If there is anyone who is afraid, it is only his father. Long Quan looked at his father staring at him, but Long Quan didn't dare to look at his father. Long Fei looked at the maids and said, Go and do your work. Yes, your majesty. The maids withdrew from the scene, leaving only 2 maids in charge of taking care of Long Quan. Long Fei held his son by the back collar in his left hand and brought him to his mother's palace. Long Quan was caught in midair by his father the whole time, and he didn't dare to make any resistance, and he didn't even dare to make a sound of protest. Arriving at Tao Xiang's palace, after Long Fei put his son down, Long Quan hurried to find his mother. Tao Xiang had just finished her work and was lying on the bed with her eyes closed to rest in her bedroom. Long Quan threw himself on his mother at this time, and Tao Xiang opened her eyes to see her little son lying in her arms. Tao Xiang got up and saw her husband coming to her palace. "You are so free today. Come and accompany me." Tao Xiang picked up her son and came to her husband. "I have a little time to spend with you today." Long Fei gently touched his wife's face. Long Quan watched the affectionate interaction between his father and mother wearing a mask. Long Quan didn't wear the mask for fun, but since last year, Long Fei made his youngest son wear the mask all the time. Except for taking a shower, Long Quan had to wear the mask on his face. Why does Long Quan wear a mask? Long Quan has never appeared in front of the screen since he was born, unlike his 2 sisters who appeared in front of the media when they were very young. Since Long Quan moved into the palace with his mother and sisters, not many people in the court knew Long Chuan's true face, because the scope of Long Chuan's activities was restricted. Long Quan was sent to kindergarten this year. Long Quan still wears a mask in class. When eating snacks in the break room, Long Chuan's mask has a mechanism button, and the mouth of the mask can be opened, so that Long Quan can eat and drink. Long Fei asked Long Quan to wear a mask. Apart from not wanting others to know his face, the most important point was that Long Fei planned to allow Long Quan to go to the folks and practice among the folks. This is one of Long Fei's cultivations in order to make Long Quan his successor. This kid, I just saw him bullying the maids. It was very fun, and he tormented the maids to death. Tao Xiang looked down at the son in her arms and put the child down. "Go and play." Long Quan left the scene in a hurry, and the 2 maids in charge of taking care of Long Quan hurriedly followed. Long Fei asked, "This kid often bullies sister, right? When I don't pay attention, I will bully my sister." The 2 sisters are still afraid of him. People say that the blood is suppressed. They say that the elder sister suppresses the younger brother. The twin sister is reversed and suppressed by the younger brother. Except for you. Only teacher Dongfang can control it. Hold him. Hee. The suppression of the bloodline was only when I was young. My sister could still suppress my younger brother. But when I grow up, my older sister can't beat my younger brother. Beat your younger brother as soon as possible. Long Fei smiled and said, "It's okay to use this sentence on others, but Long Gua and Long Fu have no chance with this sentence, and now they have been suppressed by my younger brother. Now when I look at my twin daughters, I sometimes think they are quite pitiful. My father doesn't care, and my younger brother bullies me. Hey, I don't love my daughter. No? In the past few years, I have been watching you scold your 2 daughters. I'm doing this for their own good. Sometimes you don't see these 2 sisters behaving badly. Teacher Dongfang complains to me from time to time that the 2 daughters are not serious about their studies. They have no interest in martial arts, but they are serious about learning spiritual skills. Teacher Junior is full of praise for them. In terms of school, the teacher also praised their 2 sisters for their recent performance improvement. That's good. At least they are princesses, my daughters, and symbols of the Tianyi Empire. As long as they behave well, it's fine and don't do embarrassing things. I don't want to treat these 2 sisters. How strict, but you are very strict with my Long Quan. It can be seen that you want to cultivate him as an heir. This kid can learn as soon as he learns. I want to bring out all his talents. Don't put too much pressure on my Koizumi. Don't worry, I have my own measure." Tao Xiang suddenly thought of something and asked, "It suddenly occurred to me that you seem to have a Gundam RX-0 series, a total of 3 units. Unicorn, Banshee, Phoenix. You seem to want to develop these 3 Gundams. Do you want to give it to our 3 children?" "Yes, this is for them." In May 131, the first year of the universe, it has been nearly 5 years since the establishment of the Empire, and it will take 3 years to upgrade the overall industry. The second electromagnetic orbital station was also officially completed. With countless meteorites floating, the application of quantum scanners can not only find out whether there are precious metals or required metals inside the meteorites. borrow the technology of the Noahs to develop a method to convert meteorite components into metal components. Many Metallocene meteorites are converted into metal components after excavating all the metals. The Tianyi Empire can obtain the metal it needs in a short period of time. The cost price of metal raw materials has dropped a lot. If there is no accident, the International Exchange University will start in 2 years, and countries around the world are preparing to send top students to the International Exchange University to learn advanced technology. On the other hand, big countries such as the Uya Cross country helped the Tianyi Empire investigate the suspicions of some countries, and after confirming that some countries could eliminate the suspicions, they recommended to the Tianyi Empire to share the advanced technology of the Dian Empire with the country. Purvi was in the office listening to the secret agent's report. Mr. Mai and his group of Dallas natives had disappeared, and it was impossible to find out where they were hiding. Purvi was very nervous and anxious, worried whether this group of Dallas people would go to cooperate with the Tianyi Empire. Once they cooperate, he will be at a loss if he deliberately fell out with the Tianyi Empire and didn't join the International Exchange University. Because when the Dallas people approached him for cooperation, they gave some of the advanced technologies of the Dallas country to the Wanluo Federation. When they cooperated further, they could continue to get more advanced technologies from the Dallas country. But unexpectedly, 6 months ago, Mr. Mai and his group disappeared without a word. Fortunately, the high-tech products sent by Mr. Mai were still kept in the research room, so that they could still study these high-tech things. However, the scientific research team reported to Pulver that these products far surpassed their technology, and they could not copy them at all. Even if it is to carry out reverse development and design, even if it is a small amount of manufacturing, it will not be possible. Relevant industries must undergo a round of upgrades. Otherwise, reverse development and design products can only stay on the design drawings. Pulver felt a lot of headaches, because in addition to the upgrading of related industries, it is the reverse development of products that need to create new industrial technologies. Purvi is aware of those so-called new industrial technologies. Only the Tianyi Empire has created new industrial technologies. Purvi hated Mr. Mai and his group very much in his heart. He blamed these people for leaving without saying a word on the design drawing. However, the scientific research team is very clear in their hearts that industrial upgrading and innovative industries require the country's economic strength and the industrial support of enterprises. Many large enterprises in the Wanluo Federation have already left the Wanluo Federation, and they have been wiped clean. The parent companies of these large enterprises have all gone to the Tianyi Empire to learn the more advanced technology of the Tianyi Empire and upgrade the industry. The Wanluo Federation's economy has also declined severely, and this year's economic budget is even lower than the economic budget during the war. If it wasn't for the current social ideology of the Wanluo Federation overpowering the people who are realistic and economically rational, maybe the Wanluo Federation would launch a recall vote against Purvi. Purvi looked at the current report document submitted by the scientific research team, which made him feel annoyed. At this time, the 100 Ghosts Night Walk organization sent their news on his personal mobile suit. At present, the first step of their joint cooperation plan has already begun. In June of the first year of the universe, 131, the frontier troops of the Sky Wing Empire often dealt with some small meteorites and some wrecks that drifted over. The border guards felt weird. Recently, those small meteorites and debris would float to Mars from time to time. And what's even more strange is that these small meteorites and debris are all drifting towards Mars from different directions. The border guards mobilized a large number of steel ball workboats to transport these small meteorites and wreckage to the space factory, either to convert the metal components or to restore the wreckage into raw materials. The border guards informed their superiors of the current situation. The Ministry of Military Affairs looked at the report uploaded by the border guards and conducted research and analysis. During the scanning process of quantum scanners, quantum detectors, etc., there is no problem with small meteorites and wreckage at all, just ordinary meteorites and wreckage. What is puzzling is that these small meteorites and debris are all floating towards Mars from different directions. Since 2 weeks ago, from a small number to Mars, the number has gradually increased now. It can even be said that it is floating towards Mars in all directions. Many experts in the Ministry of Military Affairs have concluded that this is man-made, and that this is a deliberate attempt by the forces to target the Tianyi Empire. Otherwise, how could there be countless meteorites and debris all floating to Mars instead of floating to the Earth's circle or colonial areas? At present, the space factory can dispose of the small meteorites and debris floating towards Mars. The investigation conducted by the intelligence unit at the same time revealed which force was targeting the Tianyi Empire. On June 12, 131, the first year of the universe, quantum detectors found some wreckage including explosives and alloy knives, etc. There are lethal weapons such as explosives in the wreckage, mainly from these wreckages. These wreckages are all weapons left over from the destroyed MS or mobile fortress. There are more wrecks of these mobile suits or mobile fortresses than there were in the past. There are also those weapons that are retained to be differentiated and then disassembled. At present, the Sky-Winged Empire has started to be alert. Although the news has not been conveyed to the people continue to maintain their usual routine. However, many of the merchant ships traveling back and forth to the Tianyi Empire saw something strange in it. Some local merchant ship staff also informed the family members on the ground of these things. This matter was quickly communicated to the public, and the private network also began to discuss this matter. In order not to cause unnecessary panic among the people, the relevant responsible departments have silenced and issued a statement on the internet, stating that the recent small meteorites and some debris have drifted to Mars. To appease the people not to worry unfoundedly, and to believe that the country's military will protect their safety. On the other hand, the intelligence authorities of the Tianyi Empire have already found out the contact information between the Dallas State and the Wanluo Federation authorities. From some relevant dignitaries bought and people involved inside, I learned that a force from the state of Dallas made contact after Purvi came to power. The two parties have also carried out some related cooperation, and the Wanluo Federation has obtained part of the advanced technology of the Dallas State. After repeated investigations and multiple confirmations, it has been confirmed that the Wanluo Federation and the state of Dallas are cooperating. Then, the intelligence team analyzed the recent small meteorites and debris floating towards Mars, and there is a great possibility that they came from the Wanluo Federation and the state of Dallas. As for other countries, the intelligence team has some doubts, but the biggest suspect at present is the Wanluo Federation. Because of their weird president, from time to time they want to smear or make groundless accusations against the Tianyi Empire. The Tianyi Empire will grasp the cooperation information between the Wanluo Federation and the state of Dallas and share it with the Uya Cross country and other big countries, so that they can beware of the Wanluo Federation. On the other side, inside a certain colonial satellite of the Wanluo Federation, in a residential area, the lights of a house were turned off. Some isolation measures have been made inside to prevent the sound from being transmitted, and there are even some special devices inside. A man is tied to a chair in a mess, and around him were 3 Tianyi Empire spies wearing Spartan battlesuit Type 2. The bound man had many wounds all over his body. Some were beaten, some were burned, and some were cut by knives. The spy in the middle said to the man, "Dallas people, oh, you should be called Doman Koda. This is your real name." A look of surprise flashed across Doman Koda's eyes. He didn't expect the Tianyi Empire agents who kidnapped him to know his true identity. Although you have undergone plastic surgery to look exactly like the dignitaries you dealt with, and you even mentioned the nanominiature machine with his DNA implanted in your body, when extracting blood samples and DNA, your nanominiature machine will be extracted immediately after you. The location of your blood instantly changed to the DNA and blood of the politicians you killed. You can fool the precision instruments of the Wanluo Federation, but you can't fool us. Our scanners found that your appearance has undergone major plastic surgery and attracted our attention. After investigation, we found out that the real person was killed by you long ago. You have also killed the corpse. Destroyed. I don't know if you have calculated thousands of times and missed our Tianyi Empire, because maybe you have underestimated our technology. The spy in the middle used the function of the translator to speak to Doman Kodak in the language of Dallas. Doman Kodak sneered and said, "You can find out that I think you are relying on the technology of the Noah people. I don't deny this, but you are only half right. The other half is our technology. So what if you find me? Even if my other companions are captured by you, No matter what means you use, you won't be able to extract any information from us. The group of people who monitored us in the early days, we have learned their hard bones, and your body has probably been strengthened. You didn't say a word when you were tortured before. The confession agent is useless to you, but we still have other means. Get your words out. Hee, just because you, a country that has just touched the threshold of the first-order civilization, can make me talk about our first-order civilization that has developed for 4 or 5,000 years. I don't know if it's you who are naive, or you it's so humorous. Doman Kodak looked at the spy in front of him with disdain. We had already developed relevant technology for the Dallas people we captured at that time, and we had already obtained their intelligence. Who are you scaring? Try using it on me if you have the ability. I'll wait to see your jokes. Doman Koda looked at the other party with a sneering expression. The agent in the center gestures to the agent on the right. The customer on the right took out a special crown. The design of the crown is a bit like a VR headset. The special point is that there are a pair of Gundam signature antennas on the forehead. Doman Kodak looked at the crown held by the spy on the right, and suddenly felt an ominous premonition spread throughout his body. Doman Kodak asked nervously and fearfully, "What do you want to do?" "What is this?" The spy in the middle smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "You Dallas people are spirit people. You have keen physical perception and certain mental abilities, but you are far inferior to our newcomers in terms of mental abilities and the application of spiritual skills. Human beings, to deal with you, you only need to use those mental devices to break your defenses." Doman Kodak's expression was terrified. Although Dallas has developed some devices to counter mental power, the prerequisite is that they must wear them on their bodies. There are even some spirits with anti-spirit nanomachines installed in their brains, but there is a certain degree of danger. If the anti-spirit nanomachines cannot resist, there will be a certain chance that an explosion will occur, directly blowing the head of the person concerned. Doman Kodak, including his companion, didn't have these precautions because they didn't believe that a backward galaxy, even new humans, couldn't use their spiritual skills proficiently. Therefore, when the superiors sent them here, they did not take any precautionary measures at all, and they did not expect to encounter the Noah civilization that they thought had perished when they came here. Not to mention that the Tianyi Empire discovered that some of their people had changed their identities and infiltrated into important positions in the Wanluo Federation. The spy in the middle took over the headgear device from his subordinates and introduced, "We call this headgear the Spirit Cap, and it is specially designed to deal with you people, superior." The moment the spirit set took the crown and put it on Doman Kodak's head, an electric current came out of the device like a Gundam antenna, and the electric current spread directly and instantly throughout the crown. Doman Koda seemed to be convulsed by the electric current, and his mouth made an ah sound. "Say, how many people from your group came to our galaxy?" "1, total, 10,000 people." "How many battleships have you come to our galaxy?" "A total of, there are 10 ships, mixed into the Wanluo Federation like you." "How many people replaced the locals?" I don't know." "As far as you know, how many people are there?" There are 18 people." "Tell me, who are they and what are their names?" Although Doman Kodak has been trying his best to resist, but the spirit of taking the crown has always made him say what he knows uncontrollably. Doman Kodak stammered out those names and information. "Which country do you still cooperate with?" What I know should be the United Nations of the Angrissa Democratic Peoples, the United Front of Great Africa." Doman Koda knew the information. Among them are the Russian Soviet Republic and the Uya Cross Country, but this information is in the hands of the Tianyi Empire. Moreover, these two countries also informed the Sky-Winged Empire of the information that Dallas had contacted them. "Where is your Supreme Commander?" "Where is it now? Do you know?" No. "Oh, I don't know." "What about your superiors, especially the superiors who are responsible to you? Are they still in the Wanluo Federation?" Still. "Then do you know which colonial satellite they are in now? And where is it?" Doman Kodak couldn't help himself to speak out. "Recently, were those small meteorites and debris thrown onto our planet by you in the Wanluo Federation?" "It's not me, not us." The spy frowned and thought, "Who else is it if it's not them?" The spy found that some details of his inquiry were missing and continued to ask, You said it wasn't you. It was because you didn't participate with the Wanluo Federation, and you did it alone. Or the Wanluo Federation. Doman Kodak said that they were not involved in this matter, and that the information they had was that the Wanluo Federation had joined forces with another force. Joining forces with the Wanluo Federation? Is it another alien race? It's not. It's your own galaxy. Which country? We don't know. The Uya Cross country and other major powers obtained the information shared by the Tianyi Empire and learned that the Wanluo Federation had been infiltrated by people from Dallas. The Tianyi Empire shared the scanners with the Uya Cross country and other big countries, and the enemy had infiltrated the people of Dallas. And by the way, they shared the translators of the alien language they mastered with these big countries. The languages of these alien systems mastered by the Tianyi Empire have been spoken thousands of years ago, and even the ethnic group of this language will have deviations due to the development of thousands of years. Although the translators of the earliest captured Dallas people can translate their spoken language, the Noah translators have not been updated for thousands of years. There was also a deviation in the language communication between the two. Although the Moss and the others could recognize the language of the zebra, it was the Dallas language thousands of years ago, and their understanding of the language was somewhat different. Fortunately, the captured Dallas State Warship Database had translators, which happened to be their latest update. It took the Tianyi Empire a while to decipher these translators. In order to master the latest language and characters of Dallas, of course, it also includes the characters and languages of other alien system groups. The translator shared by Tianyi Empire with everyone is also the latest version. At present, except for the leaders of these big countries, only a few important members know that the Wanluo Federation and some high-level countries have been infiltrated by the Dallas people. At the same time, it is clear that the Wanluo Federation has obtained some advanced technology from the Dallas people. At this moment, Purvi doesn't know that he has been used by others, but feels that he is using others. In July 131, the first year of the universe, the Tianyi Empire dispatched more troops to deal with the floating debris and small meteorites. Li Jiaming dispatched the Tianyi Mercenary Corps to investigate the source of these wreckage and small meteorites. The wreckage can at least be confirmed. Many wreckages of damaged aircraft and warships left over from the war of that year, and these wreckages all come from different countries. Wherever the Dian Empire fought back then, there must be these body wrecks. It's just that these wreckages that floated over from different places came to the Tianyi Empire's domain at about the same time. According to the information received so far, yes, it must be the work of the Wanluo Federation. Intelligence units also discovered the involvement of the Dian pirates. The Dian pirate group has now become the most dangerous and powerful pirate group in the entire solar system. It is also the only pirate group that can compete with the Tianyi Mercenary Group. At present, the Tianyi Empire and the Tianyi Mercenary Corps Intelligence Unit have found out that the leader of the Dian Pirates Corps is called Dick L.S. Mulas. Dick L.S. Mulas is the son of Christopher, the Prince of Dian, and the eldest and only grandson of Fardis. Dikla wanted to restore the country wholeheartedly, so he sent someone to find his aunt, Gulasina, and asked his aunt and uncle to restore the country with him and avenge his grandfather. Gulasina refused, because his father Fadis entrusted the entire Martian circle to Long Fei, and only Long Fei could protect the new humans. In Gulasina's mind, Dikla thought that this nephew was at least better than his father. As a royal child, he was also an excellent child. But as an emperor who reigns over the world, Dikla is either lacking in imposing manner, bearing, responsibility, talent, knowing people and using talents, etc., or is slightly lacking. The second elder brother Yeli Shaud is the heir of choice in the heart of the father, and his subordinates are all talented people. If it wasn't for the country's severe lack of resources and insufficient combat power in the end, the talents of the second elder brother could not exert their original abilities. However, under unfavorable circumstances, the Tianyi mercenary group could still suffer some blows. Dikla didn't expect his aunt to reject him. He didn't understand that with his aunt's prestige in the Dian Empire, if his aunt ascended to the top, many people who were loyal to the Dian Empire would rise up and join the great cause of restoring the country. What made him even more unexpected was that his aunt would directly ask him to stop, because he couldn't do it at all. and give him a sentence directly. Long Fei is the new master of the Martian Circle. This is an inevitable result, and it is also the direction in which the gears of history are moving forward. Dikla really didn't expect that her aunt would become so weak and let down her grandfathers doting on her back then. While Dikla continued to grow the Dion pirates, he tried his best to find forces that could cooperate. After that, Polvi's cronies from the Wanluo Federation approached him, wanting to cooperate with them. Dikla knew very well that Polvi had a great rejection of new humans. Purvi will send someone to cooperate with him. The real purpose is to target Long Fei and then deal with those new humans. Dikla didn't want to cooperate with him at first, but thought that it would be impossible to defeat Long Fei with his strength alone, so he could only cooperate with Polvi. The cooperation between Dikla and Purvi can only be said that both of them have a common enemy, and they are working together for the time being. In addition to cooperating with Purvi, Dikla also cooperated with the Hyaki Night Walk organization. Dikla also discovered that the Hyaki Night Walk organization and Polvi are also in a cooperative relationship. The purpose of the 100 Ghosts Night Walk organization is also to defeat the Sky Wing Empire as its top priority. Why did the 100 Ghosts of the Night organization regard the Sky Winged Empire as an enemy and the primary target of defeat? Dikla personally reasoned that the 100 Ghosts Night Walking organization was only coveting the Tiani Empire's possession of Noah's technology and the advanced technology developed by Long Fei himself. The Hyaki Night Walk organization, Dikla's own intelligence network, grasped that the Hyaki Night Walk came from the Donyang Empire. Dikla didn't understand why the Donyang Empire had no conflict with the Tiani Empire, why they put the Tiani Empire to death, especially Long Fei was the primary target. Dikla was puzzled. If he didn't want many partners in the restoration of the country now, he really didn't want to cooperate with the 100 Ghosts Night Walk organization and the Wanluo Federation. At present, the Dion Pirate Group was originally a pirate group composed of the old department left by his father and the troops who escaped from the defeat. The troops who were defeated and fled away, in addition to taking away some resources, also took away part of the country's scientists and the technical reserves of the database of the Dion Empire. Strictly speaking, after his father died in battle, his grandfather took the opportunity to attack his father's matriarchal power, that is, his grandfather's power, and completely kicked his grandfather's family out of the center of power. Only the old department that belonged to his father was left to him, and this was just for the sake of his grandson, so that he could have some strength to protect him and reserve a little status for him. Dikla then formed the Dion Pirate Group with his old troops and the defeated troops, and then subdued other pirate groups. After becoming a big force, start to plunder the resources of other countries and develop new weapons. Dikla received a report from his subordinates in his office, and the Hyaki Night Walk organization requested to act together, preparing for a tactic of attacking east and west. First attack the scanners, radars, etc. in the outer space of the Sky Wing Empire. Let some bombs mixed with meteorites or wreckage penetrate deep into the Sky Winged Empire. This is the third investigation team here, and found that our radar installation was destroyed and the defense system of the radar installation was also damaged. A Jesta investigation team with 4 units, one of which is a WAC Jesta, is responsible for long-distance exploration. Combined with alien technology, the detection distance is more than double that of the original version, reaching 15,000 kilometers. Find out where the attack came from. The EWAC Jesta driver analyzed and checked the destroyed device and found that it was hit by a missile, and then used the tactical intelligence distribution component to conduct a series of inferences. The other party used missiles to attack, but whether it is a long-range missile or a manipulative missile, it is not certain at present, but the radar that was damaged scanned some of the wreckage before it was destroyed. There are missiles, and the current reasoning is very likely. It was those missiles that launched the attack, and these missiles can be confirmed to be remotely controlled missiles. The EWAC Jesta pilot expressed his reasoning. The team leader asked, "Are the min of particles in this area strong?" In the detection range of the detector, min of particles are not very strong, and it can even be said to be very shallow, but it will still affect the accuracy of long-range missiles to some extent. Even if the program has been set, the chips and electronics of long-range missiles components are all affected, replied the EWAC Jesta driver. The EWAC Jesta driver continued. However, the detector found that some of the receivers in some of the wreckages are still functioning. It is seriously suspected that this is man-made, because it is reasonable to say that even if the receivers in the wreckage can still be used, floating from the colony circle to the Martian circle, there must not be much power to supply and operate. A Jesta pilot asked, will these receivers have the ability to absorb solar energy? There is a certain possibility, but you haven't thought about it clearly. The battleship or the receiver used by MS must have no solar energy, and the power is supplied by the main body. So, you mean that the receivers were artificially installed? I can't be 100% sure, but the probability of 99% is extremely high, and it can be said to be artificial, so the current analysis is that those missiles rely on receivers to convey instructions. The captain immediately reported to his superiors. In addition to ordering them to continue the investigation, the superiors immediately reported to the superiors if they found anything and recovered those unknown receivers. The EWAC Jesta driver looked at the instrument at this moment and found that the instrument displayed, Captain, it is found that there is another unknown receiver operating 1,500 kilometers away from us. Awak Jesta pointed to one of the directions. Why did you tell me at this time? Captain, if these receivers are not operating or are in standby mode, it will be difficult for the detectors to find them. I see. Which unit is near that receiver? There is a 4-unit ritual patrol team. Is the captain going to notify them immediately of the location of the receiver? Notify immediately. At the fringes of the Tianyi Empire, there are currently some EWAC Jestas responsible for long-range detection. The WAC Jesta comes from EWAC Jiegong, which is used by the border guards. At present, most of the small meteorites and wreckage that float in are handled by the border guards, while the regular army dispatches some troops to help. Awag Jiegong was manufactured by the border guards, mainly based on the drawings designed by Long Fei, and then mixed with some Dion Empire technology and made some improvements with the scientists in charge of the border guards. The effective detection range is not as good as EWAC Jesta, and the effective detection range is about 10,000 kilometers. However, although there are more than 5,000 ms for the border guards, Jiegong has 2,500 units, but EWAC Jiegong does not have 100 units. The main border guards get a relatively small budget each year. Awak Jiegong has been manufactured 2 years ago, but only 30 units are transferred from Jiegong every year for modification. Currently dealing with the small meteorites and debris floating in, the border guards seem to be mobilized. Even in the case of general mobilization, the current workload cannot be carried, and the regular army can only be asked for help. A border force investigation team of 5 units, an EWAC Jegun detector found a functioning receiver, and the location near the receiver, as well as our detection scanner. At a distance of 250 kilometers, the defense system of the detection scanner was activated to launch an attack. The team immediately went to check what happened. When we arrived at the scene, the detection scanner was intact, but the missile slot in the defense system was empty. There are not many electromagnetic bombs left in the defensive artillery of the defense system, and there are still missile wreckage nearby. The investigative team immediately looked around and found a receiver, which is currently on standby. The investigative team forced it to close. Then, continue to scan the surrounding area for small meteorites and debris for receivers and missiles. When collecting, I also found some weapons used by MS, but these weapons have been around for a long time. The investigation team also found some temporary batteries assembled in the bodies of some wrecked MS, and even the insides of these wrecked MS were still intact. It made the investigation team feel a little confused, just when the team members were still at a loss. The eyes of several upper body MS suddenly lit up. When the driver of EWAC Jiegong checked the instruments, the alarm sounded. Fortunately, the response was quick. Awak Jiegong immediately dodged to the side, and a red beam passed EWAC Jiegong's position just now. The driver took a quick look at the instruments and found that 8 wrecked MS were active, and even found a receiver that was active 200 kilometers away from them. The instrument shows that the receiver is remotely controlling the 8 wrecked MS. To make matters worse, it wasn't just an EWAC Jiegong that was attacked. Other members were also attacked. Before the driver of a Murasame had time to react, a cyan light beam penetrated the cockpit directly. 8 wrecked MS attacked the investigation team continuously. The sneak attack just now caught the investigation team off guard for a while, but many border guards returned from the battlefield that year and have rich combat experience. Respond quickly and stand firm all at once. 1 EWAC Jiegong, 1 Murasame, 1 Jiegong D, and the Jiegong Eco as style, used by the team leader, destroyed 8 wrecked MS in less than a minute. The EWAC Jiegong driver immediately reported the encounter to his superiors. The investigative team did not know that apart from them, other fellow teams had also been similarly attacked. Several frontier defense teams lost contact. When they dispatched several teams to check, they found that these teams had already been wiped out. In addition to making corresponding measures, the person in charge of the border guards also notified the Ministry of Military Affairs of this matter and asked the Ministry of Military Affairs for more support. A Jesta cannon fired in one direction with a quadruple multifunctional launcher, but there was no object at all in the direction of fire. If someone else saw it, would the driver of the Jesta cannon feel convulsed? Suddenly fire in one direction. However, the quadruple-mounted multifunctional launcher grenade launched by the Jesta cannon soon seemed to hit a transparent object and burst into flames. The other 3 milliseconds in the same team as Jesta cannon also fired in different directions. One of the ritual A-types drove in the same direction one after another. The transparent object that was hit by the grenade fired by Jesta cannon before appeared in the flames. It was a Moying holy machine, and the driver was very surprised. Not long ago, the previous receiver remotely controlled the missile to destroy a quantum scanner, and I and my colleagues sneaked in with the stealth function of the Ink Shadow holy machine. Because the quantum scanner or quantum radar of the Tianyi Empire can detect their stealth bodies. But I didn't expect that the MS scanning function used by the regular army of the Tianyi Empire would be able to find them. I chatted with my colleague before and killed a border guard team, and still quietly killed the target team. When encountering a regular army unit, when they wanted to repeat the same plan, the opponent fired directly at them, and they fired completely at their position. The pilot of the Moying holy machine did not expect that since the establishment of the Tianyi Empire and taking over the Martian Circle, they have completely absorbed the technology of the Dian Empire. They know what technology is used for the stealth function of Moying holy machine. The Ink Shadow machine used by the Dian pirates was only manufactured according to the design, without any improvement. Therefore, it is very easy for the regular army to spot them, and they can see clearly whether the Moying holy machine is invisible or not. The pilot of Moying holy machine had no choice but to counterattack immediately. However, in order to better sneak attack the target, improve the maneuverability and speed, sacrifice the defensibility, the weapon can be equipped with powerful weapons. Having just been attacked by a grenade, the Moying holy machine suffered moderate damage, which affected the mobility and speed of the body. The beam rifle and Jesta cannon's right hand fired, and the twin small missile launchers built into the special shield fired at the same time. The holy machine of the sunglasses still suffered some damage during the counterattack. The body was more seriously damaged, and the speed became slower. Afterwards, the beam cannon on Jesta cannon's right shoulder pierced through the sunglass holy machine. A Delta long-range mega beam gun, directly piercing a sunglasses holy machine. In about a few minutes, the holy mechanism of the sunglasses was completely extinguished. Veterans who have experienced the Battle of Destroying Wang did not expect that the Jesta MS active in the General Army, since part of the technology of as was mixed in, the performance of the Jesta MS has improved a lot. The overall performance of Jesta MS is slightly better than that of Azul. The pilots of the sunglasses holy machine will never understand until their death why Jesta and Ritual, whose performance was not as good as the sunglasses holy machine a few years ago, are now better than the sunglasses holy machine. The Delta pilot suddenly sensed a problem with a meteorite and immediately opened fire on the meteorite. Before the beam ray hit the meteorite suddenly exploded, and 2 purple-black airframes flew out. The purple-black body is 19 meters high, and the eyes on the head are like Gundam eyes, but there is no Gundam antenna on the head and forehead, but a pair of insect-like antennae. It is also a humanoid MS, with 4 pairs of thrusters in the backpack on the back, and thrusters on the legs and shoulder armor. The patrol team immediately took pictures of the MS in front of them and conveyed them to their superiors. The Purple Ink MS is the latest holy machine developed by the Dion Pirates. Fixed armaments include Vulcan cannon on the head, 8 floating cannons. Floating cannons can be switched to floating flying blades and other functions, beam rifles, 2 beam sabers, and retractable shields. Choose from different weapons such as beam launchers, bazookas, and more. In terms of armor, it has the ability to resist beams, and the anti-strike ability of live ammunition can completely withstand 135mm anti-aircraft machine guns. The name of the Purple Ink Holy Machine, Amethyst. The performance of the 2 amethysts is far superior to that of the Blue Eyes Holy Machine. The thrusters behind the 2 amethyst holy machines were turned on, emitting a blue-white flame. The 2 amethyst holy machines were extremely fast, dragging the blue-white flame trail. The 3 of you are responsible for dealing with one of the purple-black airframes, and hand over the other one to me. The Delta pilot informed the other 3 colleagues. Got it, Captain. 1 Jesta cannon, 1 Jesta S, and 1 ritual type A besiege an amethyst holy machine. Originally, the performance of Delta was not as good as that of the amethyst holy machine, but after being improved and upgraded by the Tianyi Empire, it has the ability to fight against the amethyst holy machine. The amethyst holy machine's right-hand beam gun fired, and the shield in Delta's left hand had the ability to resist the beam. The yellow beam hit the shield and scattered like water hitting a wall. Delta switched weapons with his right hand. The beam gun function used the rapid-fire ability, and countless red beam bullets struck towards the amethyst holy machine. The amethyst holy machine fires 3 floating cannons. The floating cannon looks like a triangular pointed hammer, and when opened it looks like a flower blooming. The 3 flower-like floating cannons form a triangular formation to block in front of the amethyst holy machine. The red beam bullet hits the protective cover function of the floating cloud gun in front of the floating cannon in the triangular formation, and the translucent red protective cover blocks the red beam bullet. Amethyst holy machine pilot, mentally control and launch another 5 floating cannons. Among them, 3 floating cannons use shooting mode. The tip of the triangular pointed hammer emits a red beam, and the last 2 floating cannons turn on the beam flying blade mode. The gap between the 2 floating cannons released energy to form a beam blade, attacking Delta. In addition to launching the floating cannon attack, the Amethyst Holy Machine pilot fired the beam gun in his right hand, and the beam gun built into the shield in his left hand fired at the same time. In addition to dodging one after another, Delta counterattacked at the same time with the built-in megaparticle cannon in the shield in his left hand, and switched from the beam gun in his right hand to a beam saber. Used the beam saber to block the flying blades. The Delta pilot did not attack the Amethyst Holy Machine, but the floating cannon. Because floating cannons are the greatest danger. The pilot of the Amethyst Holy Machine found that although the opponent was a new human being, he also had a strong sense of crisis, but the physical performance of the mobile suit improved from time to time. Every time he thought he was about to hit the target body would suddenly dodge quickly. I once heard a piece of information that the MS performance of the Tianyi Empire and the Tianyi Mercenary Group will explode in an instant. While the Delta pilot was fighting, he felt a little emotional. If it weren't for the new technology upgrades obtained by the airframe, he would have been doomed long ago. The Delta pilot's eyes quickly looked around, and his brain had an idea. Delta transformed into a fighter plane and immediately moved away from the opponent. The Amethyst Holy Machine driver immediately pursued. During the pursuit, he also saw his colleagues suppressing the other 3 mobile suits. Delta, in the form of a fighter plane, dodged left and right, and under the control of the pilot, performed some high maneuvering actions of a fighter plane, dodging floating cannons and opponents' attacks one after another. It's okay, the technology of this mass-produced Gundam driver is above mine. General Alexander just received a signal from several regular troops requesting support. Lieutenant General Alexander, the top leader of the border guards, issued an order to dispatch part of the troops to support the regular army, and ordered his subordinates to report the matter to the regular army. Several regular army MIS groups were ambushed or attacked. At the same time, Lieutenant General Alexander also received the lost contact of some teams of his border guards, and also received photos from some teams. Lieutenant General Alexander frowned at the Amethyst Holy Machine, and then guessed that such a machine design must have come from the scientific team of the Dion Empire. Humph. It seems that the remnants of the former government still want to make trouble, but unfortunately you don't want to get back the Martian Circle. You are not worthy. Lieutenant General Alexander's eyes flashed with anger. Lieutenant General Alexander was originally from the Dion Empire, but because he was born as an ordinary human, he had no problem being a general with his countless military exploits and talents back then, but because he was still an ordinary human, he could only be one of them. School. He was very dissatisfied that the position of adjuster and new human being who was not as strong as him was higher than him. Since the change of dynasties, his talents have been valued by the new dynasties, who put him in positions he is competent for and let him play to his strengths. General, there is a report from Harrow of the number 773 steel ball workboat, and a bomb is found inside the meteorite. Hover the meteorite at the scene and dismantle the bomb. Lieutenant General Alexander then conducted a round of command. On the other side, a team of 4 amethyst holy machines took advantage of the destruction of the probe and floated to the destination using a fake meteorite. However, EWAC Jesta's quantum detectors found them and immediately bombarded them, forcing the amethyst holy machine to give up the disguise. The pilots of the 4 amethyst holy planes watched the squad that bombed them before from the screen. The opponent has a total of 8 MIS in addition to 1 EWAC Jesta. There are 2 reverse Delta and Mars jackets, 1 defensive shield, and 2 MK5S. The pilots of the 4 amethyst holy machines knew that they were just annoyed. If they had been a little slower, they would have been finished. The enemy's MIS team, except for EWAC Jesta, doesn't have any information about the other MS at all. At this moment, they didn't know that their squad had encountered the elite troops of the Sky Wing Empire. Iwak, Jesta, Inverse Delta, and Mars Jacket each team up to deal with 1 amethyst holy machine. In addition, Inverse Delta and Mars Jacket and Defense Shield deal with another amethyst holy machine. 2 sets of MK5 modified vs 2 sets of amethyst holy machine. Mars Jacket used its own heavy firepower to fire at the amethyst holy machine, while Inverse Delta used its backpack thruster to use the Nimbus propulsion wing system. Using high maneuverability to switch directions will prevent the driver of the amethyst holy machine from hitting the target. Relying on his familiarity with Inverse Delta, the driver of Inverse Delta, in addition to dodging the beam gun of the amethyst holy machine one after another, also dodged the floating cannon controlled by the spirit of the amethyst holy machine driver. The beam sabers mounted on the mechanical arms on both sides of the backpack blocked the incoming floating flying blades, and the beam saber on the right arm cut open a floating flying blade. In addition to dealing with these 2 MS, the amethyst holy machine driver also has a defensive shield MS attacking behind him. The chest of the defensive shield fires a beam cannon. The amethyst holy machine driver immediately mentally controlled the 3 floating cannons, activated the protective cover function, and blocked the sneak attacking beam cannons. The Martian Jacket continues to fire the beam twin, sword rifle, and beam cannon. The amethyst holy machine doesn't have the extra floating cannon to open the protective cover function, so it can only dodge, and a beam cannon directly hits it. The amethyst holy machine had no time to dodge, so he had to use the shield in his left hand to block it. Although the shield was built with the latest technology, it has a certain resistance to directed energy damage. But the firepower of the beam cannon exceeded the shield's capacity and directly burned the shield. The amethyst holy machine driver had no choice but to abandon the shield in his left hand and took out the beam submachine gun on his waist with his left hand, bow left and right with both hands, and fire at the defensive shield and Martian Jacket. The driver mentally controlled the remaining 7 floating cannons to deal with the 3 MS, including NI Delta. The Amethyst Holy Machine pilot felt that the battle was very difficult. Any MS could compete with his Amethyst Holy Machine. But the 3 MS didn't want to fight him quickly, but deliberately consumed him. Damn it. The driver felt that 3 of the floating cannons he was controlling had been shot down by NI Delta. Defensive Shield rushed to the Amethyst Holy Machine to resist the beam with a physical anti-beam shield. The Amethyst Holy Machine pilot roughly guessed that the other party wanted to fight him in close quarters, but the pilot didn't want to be bullied by the other party to get close to him, so he backed away immediately. However, Mars Jacket launched a heavy fire attack, cutting off the retreat of the Amethyst Holy Machine. The Amethyst was intercepted, and a beam blade formed around the physical anti-beam shield of the defensive shield, splitting towards the Amethyst Holy Machine. The Amethyst Holy Machine threw the firearms in both hands towards the defensive shield, and drew out the beam saber with both hands to resist. The beam blade split the two beam guns in half and cut towards the Amethyst Holy Machine. The beam blade and a pair of beam sabers clashed and emitted lightning. The beam cannon fired from the chest of the defensive shield seriously injured the Amethyst Holy Machine. Oops! The Amethyst Holy Machine pilot shouted badly. Although the armor also has the anti-beam ability, the anti-beam resistance of the armor cannot withstand the beam cannon at all, and a wound was directly blasted on the chest. See, the equipment and instruments inside the body are in operation. The Martian Jacket took advantage of the moment when the other party was not paying attention and attacked from behind, piercing through the back waist of the Amethyst Holy Machine with a sword, directly killing the driver. It seems that the cockpit of this purple ink body is at the waist. The Mars Jacket pilot looked at the crystal Holy Machine from the screen with dim eyes and judged the position of the cockpit. Another Amethyst Holy Machine that was also under siege fell into a hard fight. The other two Amethyst Holy Machines fought against MK5 Kai one-on-one. The 5 Maloian Quach's Kai was improved by Long Fei, and with the assistance of the Quasi-Sekemu system, ordinary humans can control 2 back-wired cannons and a pair of neck-wired cannons. If it is an adjustment person, those who know space can switch to the Dragoon system, and the wired cannon can be changed to 4 Dragoons, with several switching functions. If it is a new human, it can even control 8 floating cannons in one breath. It also has several switching functions. The MK5 can also be equipped with some powerful weapons. MK5 modified by an ordinary human driver. In addition to using the MK5 modified to suppress the opponent with its superior performance over the opponent, it uses the Quasi-Sekemu system to control 4 wired control guns to attack the opponent in all directions. Although the Amethyst Holy Machine pilot can control 8 floating cannons, the firepower of the machine is not as good as that of the opponent, and the selection of weapons is not as diverse as the opponent. The beam saber handle on the back of the MK5 Kai can be switched to a cannon, and 2 cannon shots directly destroy 2 floating cannons in an instant. The compound beam gun in the right hand switched to shotgun mode, and the shot beam bombarded the shield of the Amethyst Holy Machine. 5 Maloian Quachas changed the composite beam gun in the right hand to immediately switch to the concentration mode, and the muzzle of the gun gathered a huge amount of beam energy, and a beam ball blasted towards the Amethyst Holy Machine. The shield in the left hand of the Amethyst Holy Machine was destroyed by the beam ball, and the remaining 6 floating cannons counterattacked. The 4 wired cannons modified by MK5 are matched with the beam saber on the back, switched to beam cannon mode, to fight with the opponent's floating cannon. 5 Maloian Quachas changed the right-hand weapon to switch, draw out the beam saber built into the shield in the left hand, cut off the opponent's right beam saber with one sword, and when the next city is next, the moment the opponent pulls out the beam saber. The MK5 modified driver uses the synchronous action recognition system and the electromagnetic muscle module, and the MK5 modified can quickly go around behind the opponent in an instant. Before the opponent could react, a sword pierced through the opponent's back, waist to front waist. Another MK5 was driven by a new human, controlling 8 floating cannons to kill the opponent 1 minute earlier than his colleagues. After the new human being killed his opponent, he didn't help his colleagues because he had confidence in his colleagues. And the new humans were the first to kill their opponents, watching other colleagues fight. The combination of EWAC Gesta, Inverse Delta, and Mars Jacket is the last target to kill. The pilots of the 4 Amethyst Holy Planes were all killed, and most of the airframes were preserved except for the cockpit. After contacting his superiors, he took the 4 Amethyst Holy Machines away and handed them over to the scientists of his country for research. At the edge of the Tianyi Empire's territory, battles broke out in many locations. When the Tianyi Empire border guards dispatched troops, they placed new detectors in the positions of the previously destroyed detectors. The newly added detectors found that there were many unknown receivers, fake meteorites, and so on. Inside the fake meteorite is not only the body of the Dion pirates, but also the body of the Hyaki nocturnal organization, Night Ghost. The Ministry of Military Affairs is now paying attention, in addition to dispatching more regular troops to fight. At this time, Long Fei also received a report from Li Jiaming that the Tianyi mercenary group had many teams, and they were robbed by the Dion pirate group during the mission. At this moment, Long Fei knew very well that the Dion pirates had cooperated with Kuroda Joy's Hyaki night walking organization. If these Dion pirates knew that their country was ruined and that it was at the hands of Kuroda Castle, I don't know how they would feel, especially the grandson of Fardis. If he knew that his partner was the enemy of Grandpa, he would look forward to it. He looks deflated, Long Fei thought to himself. Long Fei then looked at the other generals and ministers in the meeting room who were discussing matters. Shrek conveys the information obtained by his intelligence unit to Long Fei. Long Fei glanced at the document and thought, it seems that Pulver has cooperated with the Dion Pirates and the 100 Ghosts of the Night organization, but I don't know whether these two organizations have received any information from Pulver and the group of alien races from Dallas. News of cooperation. The intelligence unit of the Ministry of Military Affairs has basically grasped it, and now those meteorites and wreckage are floating to the Martian Circle. It is because of these three forces. The three forces, the 100 Ghosts Night Walk organization, could not at all prove that they came from the Donyang Empire, because the 100 Ghosts Night Walk organization, let alone the leaders behind the scenes, even the puppet leaders on the surface, could not grasp their identities. On the contrary, the other two forces have sufficient evidence to prove that it was the work of the two forces. Moreover, all the intelligence units of the Sky Wing Empire have found out that the small meteorites and wreckage are all pretense. The real big action is those destroyed colonial satellites and large meteorites, etc., which are now continuously drifting from all directions to the Martian Circle. Minister Shrek, is the evidence of the cooperation of the Pervidala's people enough to prove it? Your Majesty, this will take some time. So now we have some sufficient evidence. Don't expose it for the time being, so as not to startle the snake. Yes. Strange, what kind of Gundam is this? How come there are two follower machines? The Amethyst Holy Machine Driver looked at the G-First Gundam, Cannon Steel, and GF Tank from the screen. The GF Tank is less than 12 meters high and can be transformed into several forms: tank form, humanoid form, and fighter form. The tank form will move slowly in the outer space. Although the humanoid form is much faster than the tank form in the outer space, it is still not as maneuverable as other MS. The action of the GF tank in the form of a fighter is like a general fighter, and it can perform TJ tactics and dogfighting. One Amethyst Holy Machine was besieged by G-First Gundam, Cannon Steel, and GF tanks. The G-First Gundam driver deliberately teased the opponent. He is a new human. Although the Cannon Steel and GF tanks are controlled by Harrow, but the driver can use the Sekimus system and Harrow United to give instructions to Harrow. The GF tank fired continuously at the Amethyst Holy Machine with a beam machine gun in the form of a fighter plane. The driver of the Amethyst Holy Machine blocked the beam machine gun with the shield in his left hand and mentally controlled 8 floating cannons. However, the GF tank fired at the floating cannon one after another with the EX cannon and the beam cannon. This transformable body, why is that control system so powerful? It can calculate the trajectory of my mental manipulation. The Amethyst Holy Machine can only mentally control the floating cannon to avoid the energy beam. The GF tank opens the missile container and sends out a wave of missiles. The pilot of the Amethyst Holy Machine continued to mentally control the 8 floating cannons to avoid the missile attack, although he shot down some missiles with the beam rifle in his hand. Butt Gang Cannon attacked him with a finger beam rifle, and the moment Amethyst Holy Machine avoided it, Harrow Shun controlled Gang Cannon to fire in a diffuse beam mode with the Mega Beam Cannon behind him. When the pilot of the Amethyst Holy Machine mentally controlled the floating cannon to avoid the attack, the G-First Gundam took the opportunity to fire. G-First is as high as a pair of wing shields with a beam diffuser inside to fire. Note: the original version needs a lot of power. It must be combined with the GF tank to use it, and it can be fired directly after the improvement of Longfei, directly interrupting the Amethyst Holy Machine driver's mind control. The Amethyst Holy Machine pilot can only avoid the attack. When attacked, The mental control floating cannon is interrupted for a moment, and the movement of the floating cannon stops instantly. The gun cannon and GF tanks fired at full power in an instant, shooting down all the floating cannons of the Amethyst Holy Machine. Gun cannon and GF tank fire all available weapons at the Amethyst Holy Machine. The Amethyst Holy Machine counterattacks while dodging. G-First Gundam rushed to the Amethyst Holy Machine. The wing shield contained a beam diffuser and fired, and the beam spread hit the back of the Amethyst Holy Machine continuously. The propeller behind the Amethyst was directly damaged, which affected the sense of balance and maneuverability. The Amethyst Holy Machine reluctantly turned around and fired at the G-First Gundam to counterattack, but the G-First Gundam was under the control of the driver, thus dodging the beam closely. Cannon steel and GF tanks fired continuously and hit the Amethyst Holy Machine. Countless flames came out of the fuselage. G-First Gundam drew out the beam saber with his right hand and cut off the Amethyst Holy Machine in half with one sword, and the broken Amethyst Holy Machine turned into fireworks. Dion Pirates. Captain Dikla is currently unable to receive news of the troops that have sneaked into the territory of the Sky Wing Empire. Since 3 hours ago, Dikla hadn't received any news. The current situation is that their receivers and communicators are no longer able to communicate with the receivers and infiltrating forces in the Tianyi Empire's territory. In addition to the interference of Minov particles, there are also devices such as jammers and isolators for interference. Dikla holds photos of the Mars-style F-90 mass-produced Gundam, 5 Malawian Quach's Kai, defense shield, and Mars jacket. Dikla frowned and said, "This is the new mass-produced Gundam and mass-produced MS of the Tianyi Empire." At this time the communicator sounded. Dikla took a look at the communicator, frowned, and pressed the switch. "Mr. Asaka, what can you do?" "Your Excellency Dikla, it seems that our Plan A won't work. We can only implement Plan B." "Okay, that Pulvin guy is on the move. I know this. It seems that the MS they secretly developed are also acting. I just didn't expect this guy to be that crazy. It seems that he is very disgusted with our new humans." Dikla's tone revealed a murderous look. "Mr. Dikla, it's you? We are not new humans. There are also some new humans in your 100 Ghosts Night Walk organization. I admit this, but no matter what Pervy is doing now is even more insane and crazy than what you people from the Dion Empire did back then, and even uses technologies that are banned internationally. Whether he succeeds or not, he will die a miserable death. Let's talk about this later." Sporadic battles took place in many places in the outer space of the Tianyi Empire. When the Steel were dismantling the bombs of several Steel Ball workships, the bombs suddenly exploded violently and damaged the Steel Ball workships. The Dion pirates sent a lot of Amethyst Holy Machines to sneak into the battle. I thought that the Amethyst Holy Machine could at least crush the mass-produced Gundams of the active ordinary troops of the Sky Wing Empire. But in the battle, the two sides only fought 50 to 50. In terms of mobile fortress, Mental Gundam and Kuei Manhwa can even crush the Amethyst Holy Machine. This surprised many former Dion soldiers who experienced the war that year. The mass-produced Gundams, such as the elite of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and the fully armored Mk3 of the Special Forces, were basically equivalent to the comprehensive performance of the Azure Holy Machine. However, the mass-produced Gundam that the pilot of the Amethyst Holy Machine is fighting against today is obviously the same, but its performance, destructive power, and maneuverability are much higher than those of the past, and it has been fought back and forth with the Amethyst Holy Machine. To make matters worse, many pilots of the Amethyst Holy aircraft encountered the elites of the Sky Wing Empire and the newly served airframes of the Special Forces. An Amethyst Holy Machine team was discovered and intercepted by a friendly Special Forces team. One Amethyst Holy Machine was besieged by 1 G-First Gundam, 1 cannon steel, and 2 GF tanks. Half of the 8 floating cannons of the Amethyst Holy Machine were destroyed. I even saw a Cannon Steel and a GF tank merged into a Cannon Steel DX. The combined Cannon Steel DX has 2 Harrows. The Cannon Steel Harrow is in control, and the Harrow of the GF tank is the assistant, responsible for calculating the opponent's actions and possible changes in the surrounding environment. 4 Fingers launch the Fingertip Beam Rifle and the Scattered Beam Launcher, High Energy Acceleration Cannon. to continuously fire towards the Amethyst Holy Machine. Damn it, after combining the two aircrafts, the firepower has increased a lot, SHD. Even the speed and maneuverability have been enhanced a lot. The driver was very surprised, because the Cannon Steel DX all dodged out of the counterattack just now. I wanted to use the floating cannon to fight back, but the battery was about to run out, so I had to return to the body to recharge. The Amethyst Holy Machine continued to dodge and attack. Cannon Steel DX then fired the EX cannon. The Amethyst Holy Machine pilot could only deal with it cautiously, and then rushed to Cannon Steel DX at the moment of dodging. The Amethyst body passed by the light beam and rushed towards the Cannon Steel DX. The right hand switched weapons and pulled out the beam saber, stabbing towards the Cannon Steel DX. Cannon Steel DX pulled out a solid dagger with both hands, and the blade of the dagger was covered with a layer of energy to block the stabbing beam saber. I didn't expect that the thrust of this MS with the function of combining is higher than that of the Amethyst Holy Machine. An alarm sounded from the cockpit, and the driver looked at the instrument, and it showed that the thrust of the beam saber of the Amethyst Holy Machine was not as good as that of Cannon Dagger of Steel DX. A sense of crisis made the pilot of the Amethyst Holy Machine retreat immediately. What? That Gundam can also fit together. G-First Gundam just merged with GF Tank, G-First DX Gundam. The G-First DX Gundam's left-hand beam rifle and right-hand beam submachine gun deliver continuous firepower. The Amethyst Holy Machine could only continue to dodge, and while dodging the G-First DX Gundam attack, it also had to dodge the Cannon Steel DX attack. The pilot of the Amethyst Holy Machine glanced at the instrument on the left, and the floating cannon just finished charging and launched the remaining 4 floating cannons. G-First DX Gundam and Cannon Steel DX launch the missile container full bomb launch at the same time. The distance between the Amethyst Holy Machine and the 2MS was less than 10 kilometers. The Amethyst Holy Machine couldn't shoot down all the missiles within such a short distance. Even with 8 floating cannons, they couldn't shoot down all the missiles. You can only dodge backwards and open the protective cover of the 4 floating cannons to block the front of the fuselage. The Amethyst Holy Machine held a beam rifle and a beam launcher in both hands, desperately shooting the incoming missiles. G-First DX Gundam and Cannon Steel DX fire the EX cannon at the same time. The driver of the Amethyst Holy Machine is not only dealing with the missiles, but also pays attention to the actions of the 2 bodies. The EX cannon relies on his intuition, and the protective covers opened by the 4 floating cannons cannot withstand the thrust of the combined MS. The Amethyst Holy Machine could only dodge quickly, but it dodged the first wave of EX cannons, and couldn't dodge the second wave. The second wave of EX cannon directly pierced through the protective cover. The driver of the Amethyst Holy Machine reacted quickly, and the body avoided the EX cannon. G-First DX Gundam's right hand switched to a beam spear, and the energy was condensed to launch a beam cannon to attack the Amethyst Holy Machine. The Amethyst Holy Machine driver sensed that the incoming beam cannon could not be dodged, and immediately fired the beam cannon with the beam launcher in his left hand. The moment the 2 beam cannons collided, the beam cannon launched by the G-First DX Gundam suppressed the opponent, and the Amethyst Holy Machine pilot took advantage of the moment when the opponent's beam cannon was slightly blocked, immediately let go of the beam launcher in his left hand, and moved to the side dodge. The beam launcher is swallowed by the beam and explodes into a cloud of fireworks. The pilot of the Amethyst Holy Machine didn't have any lingering fears after dodging just now, but was frightened immediately. Because the following missiles attacked from different angles, the Amethyst Holy Machine continued to fire with the hand beam rifle, and took out the shield with his left hand to resist. Although some of the missiles were shot down, more than a dozen missiles hit the body from different angles. A round of missile bombing caused a lot of damage to the Amethyst Holy Machine. The specific damage also affected the mobility. G-First DX Gundam and Cannon Steel DX took the opportunity to fire continuously. Countless light beams attacked the Amethyst Holy Machine from different angles. No matter how hard you try to dodge the Amethyst Holy Machine, it will be useless, and in the end it will turn into fireworks with thousands of holes. A G-First DX Gundam is fighting the Amethyst Holy Machine. The 2 Cannon Steel DXs did not participate in the battle, but seemed to be watching the battle between the 2 MS. G-First EX Gundam's wing shield contains beam diffusers, EX cannons, beam lances, and beam submachine guns that fire in succession. The Amethyst Holy Machine was beaten like a rat running away. The Amethyst Holy Machine pilot observed the opponent's fighting style while dodging, and the pilot had already begun to gradually grasp the opponent's fighting style and rhythm. After dodging for about 10 minutes, the Amethyst Holy Machine began to switch from defense to offense and rushed towards G-First EX Gundam. The continuous launch of the G-First EX Gundam, plus the combined GF tank, has a secamile skeleton. When the skeleton is unfolded, the color of the eyes of the body changes from green to yellow, and the light emitted by the skeleton will leak from the front of the head antenna. The G-First EX Gundam fired continuously, and the body was getting hotter and hotter. In order to prevent the body from overheating, the beam sabers equipped on the body's shoulders, waist, and thighs would forcefully release excess energy. The Amethyst Holy Machine switched the weapon in its right hand to a beam saber when it was about to bully the opponent while avoiding the shots of the G-First EX Gundam continuously. Just as the beam saber was about to stab the G-First EX Gundam, the body of the G-First EX Gundam overheated, and the 6 beam sabers forcibly released the excess energy. When the beam saber of the Amethyst Holy Machine touched the 6 beam sabers of G-First EX Gundam, the thrust was far inferior to that of the opponent, causing the beam saber handle to overload and explode. To make matters worse, the Amethyst Holy Machine had no time to brake and crashed into the beam saber net formed by 6 beam sabers. The Amethyst Holy Machine driver didn't understand why he hit the sword directly until he died. The Amethyst Holy Machine was dismantled into 8 pieces by the beam sword net. The G-First EX Gundam driver has already reached this point. The continuous firing of the body will cause the body to overheat, and the psychomile skeleton will convert the excess heat into energy, and then the beam saber will discharge the excess energy. The enemy didn't even know that there would be a beam saber, and the excess energy was discharged, so the Amethyst directly hit the muzzle of the gun. All of this is under the control of G-First EX Gundam, and he also calculated that the opponent will gradually master his shooting rhythm, so he set a trap to lure the opponent into it. G-First EX Gundam and Cannon Steel DX made the infiltrating Dion pirates eat up a lot of bones. G-First Gundam can be driven not only by new humans, but also by adjusters and ordinary humans, although it is impossible to mentally control the hello that contacts Cannon Steel and GF tanks. But you can use the keyboard to give instructions to tell Hero what tactics to use. Moreover, the combined G-First EX Gundam and Cannon Steel DX will not reduce the speed and mobility due to the enlarged body. On the contrary, the speed, thrust, maneuverability, firepower, etc. have been enhanced a lot. Not only the G-First EX Gundam's all-round performance can completely suppress the Amethyst Holy Machine, but Cannon Steel DX can also suppress the Amethyst Holy Machine in some aspects such as firepower. Many G-First Gundam drivers deliberately use the characteristics of Cannon Steel and GF tanks to play tricks on their opponents and carry out double-sided or three-sided pinch attacks. G-First Gundam drivers feel that the equipped GF tanks and Cannon Steel are special edition floating guns. Especially for new humans, GF tanks and Cannon Steel are better than floating guns in combat. Different attack methods can be used to make the opponent's target run for life. But there is also a disadvantage, that is, these two MS are much larger than the floating cannon and are easier to be hit by the enemy. Moreover, floating guns can attack targets from different angles or tricky directions and are small in size, making it difficult for ordinary drivers to hit them. For this reason, in addition to being coated with an anti-beam coating, Cannon Steel and GF tanks can optionally be equipped with beam shields on the arms. G-First Gundam has been well received by countless elite and Special Forces members. Many drivers who can drive mass-produced Gundams, if they choose, G-First Gundams are their first choice. Of course, the Mars-style F90 and Mk5 modifications were not unpopular with these drivers. The 3 mass-produced Gundams each have their own advantages, and the F90 can be equipped with different weapons to suit the current situation. Mk5 Kai can use wired-guided guns and floating guns for multi-directional attacks. Moreover, the thrust and power generation of the Mk5 are higher than those of the former two, and it can even be equipped with long-distance high-power weapons, and even equipped with some powerful energy weapons, which can destroy the Amethyst Holy Machine with one blow. There are basically 3 mass-produced Gundams. Elite and Special Forces drivers have their own favorites, but the G-First Gundam is preferred by more drivers. The 100 Ghosts of the Night organization also sent many MIS troops to mix in those fake meteorites, and some MIS troops entered the outer space of the Tianyi Empire. Although the Tianyi Imperial Army replaced the damage detectors with new ones, or repaired and restored them. It's just that the destruction came faster than the repairs, which allowed some MIS troops to sneak in. However, there are still many troops that were discovered by EWAC Gesta and EWAC Jiegong outside the territory, and they were directly attacked. The Tianyi Imperial Army did not give them any preparations and directly attacked them heavily. The 100 Ghosts of the Night and the Dion Pirates had no way of revealing their identities no matter whether they were attacked inside or outside the Tianyi Empire's territory. The former didn't dare to say that they belonged to the Donyang Empire. If they dared to say so, the Tianyi Empire would directly capture them. When the time comes to blame Donyang Empire on them, Donyang Empire will definitely not recognize them, and will immediately cut off from them, saying that it has nothing to do with them, and how Tianyi Empire wants to deal with them has nothing to do with them. The latter, the Dion Pirates, are the same whether they reveal their identities or not. The Tianyi Empire directly regards them as the remnants of the previous dynasty, and they can just clean up the garbage. Moreover, the authorities of the Tianyi Empire directly issued an order to the border guards and the regular army. Once the detectors of EWAC Gesta and EWAC Jiegong find the Hyaki Night Walk organization and the Dion Pirates, they can attack directly. Those who can be captured will be captured, and those who cannot be captured will be captured. Just shoot and kill. However, EWAC Gesta and EWAC Jiegong can only conduct exploration within the scope of the field. The farthest detection distance of EWAC Gesta and EWAC Jiegong can only be at the border, with the border as the center within the detection range of EWAC. Once the target is found, attack directly. The reason why the Sky Wing Empire authorities issued such an order was mainly because they had several meteorite factories. The decomposition and reduction metal furnace factory and the manufacturing factory were attacked. These MIS squads who sneaked in and evaded the patrols directly launched a suicide attack when they found the decomposition and reduction metal furnace factory. Although it was shot down by the factory's MIS team and defense system, the factory still suffered some damage. Therefore, the Tianyi Empire authorities issued such an order. The Tianyi Imperial Army not only wanted to eliminate these infiltrating troops, but also eliminated those meteorites and wreckage. Avoid plant damage. The Sky Wing Empire originally wanted to send some troops to destroy the clusters of meteorites and wreckage floating in from afar. However, many of the wreckage and meteorites are on the edge of the colonial circle. If the Sky Wing Empire sends troops to destroy them, it may cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Many countries in the colonial circle have also discovered countless meteorites and wreckage floating in the direction of the Tianyi Empire. There are also reports from many countries. Many people think that this must be man-made. It is impossible for these meteorites and debris floating in the universe to float to the Martian circle in an instant. Both the internet and the news have aroused many discussions, and many people are wondering which force dares to set up the Martian circle like this. Many people ridicule those who go to the Martian circle. Do they think they live too long? Do you want to die? Many people on the internet think that the president of the Wanluo Federation, Pervy, may be playing tricks. Because this person has an extreme dislike for new humans, many people suspect that this president did it. Pervy also made a lot of nonsense in his online book, saying that if possible, he would like to take several large meteorites directly to Mars and directly purify all the evil new humans on this planet. If he can do this, he is the savior of the whole world. Pervy's crazy words are only ridiculed and satirized by many people on the internet. However, there are also some people on the internet who think that it may be an alien race. Because in the entire world, only the Tianyi Empire barely reached the first-order civilization. Therefore, the alien races regard the Tianyi Empire as their primary goal. As long as the Tianyi Empire can be destroyed, it will not be too difficult to attack the solar system. The races of alien galaxies are both curious and fearful in the whole world, including the folks. Moreover, Long Fei had also been interviewed by the TV media and asked him what he thought of alien races, and was the current state of the solar system suitable for dealing with alien races? Long Fei's answer is that it is best not to. The current scientific and technological capabilities of the Tianyi Empire can indeed deal with those alien system countries, with first-order civilizations. But other countries in the world can't, if other first-order civilized alien system countries know the current state of the solar system. As long as some first-order civilized foreign star system countries have several galaxies with large populations, they will defeat the Sky Wing Empire at any cost before annexing the solar system. If the International really wants to deal with the first-order civilizations of alien system countries, then at least those big countries in the International must reach the level of the Dian Empire. Because these alien system countries, who have reached the first-order civilization, basically will not deal with countries that have not reached the first-order civilization with an equal attitude. Long Fei once said in the last interview session that there are countless intelligent life forms in the outer galaxy. Such kind and peaceful races as the Noahs are rare, and it is even possible that the Noahs are regarded as strange by many alien races' existence is possible. If the civilization of the solar system wants to go out, it must enter the entry stage of a first-order civilization. It cannot be like the Tianyi Empire that has only reached the threshold of a first-order civilization. The host also asked Long Fei whether the Tianyi Empire was considered a first-order civilization. Long Fei's answer was a quasi-first-order civilization, because the Tianyi Empire is still developing planetary environment devices, light-speed navigation devices, and antimatter weapons. If the above three technologies are mastered, then the Tianyi Empire will officially enter the entry stage of the first-order civilization. How many years will it take for the Tianyi Empire to reach the real first-order civilization? I don't know. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, 200 years are all possible. Long Fei's answer also caused many people to discuss, including those scientists. They couldn't believe that Long Fei was like in their hearts, and they didn't know how long it would take for his empire to reach a real first-order civilization. But everyone understands that the solar system at this time must not deal with alien civilizations. The news that has attracted the attention of many people now, apart from those meteorites and debris floating towards Mars, there is another news that has attracted everyone's attention. It was the conflict between the most notorious Dian pirates in the world and the Tianyi mercenaries. Everyone in the Dian pirates knew that they were the remnants of the Dian Empire and possessed the technology of the Dian Empire at that time. The Kingdom of Dian has recruited many pirate groups, harming many countries and merchant ships in outer space, and they also kidnapped those tourist ships and then used these kidnapped passengers as ransom objects. This has also led to more countries and businesses hiring Tianyi mercenaries as guards to protect their safety. Because only the Tianyi mercenary group can protect their safety, but the Tianyi mercenary group is not 100% able to protect their employers. Sometimes the Tianyi mercenary regiment failed to protect them and was completely wiped out. Although the Tianyi mercenary group has suffered failures, countless merchants and customers have come to their door and entrusted them with protection. In addition to merchants and customers, many countries also recruited the Tianyi mercenary group to build subbases in their own countries. Although the Dian pirate group dared to challenge the Tianyi mercenary group, they only dared to attack the fleets responsible for the escort, not the base. On the other hand, other mercenary groups of the same trade were on the verge of bankruptcy or disbandment. Because many of these mercenary regiments were simply unable to resist the robbery of the Dian pirates. There was once a businessman who couldn't hire Tianyi mercenary group, so he had no choice but to directly hire several mercenary groups. There are a total of 10 warships of different sizes, and the total number of MS is more than 50. There are a small number of MS, such as Jie Gang, Fele 2, and other types of MS. As a result, before crossing another colonial area, it was robbed by a fleet of Dian pirates. The fleet of the Dian pirates has only 4 warships, 30 MS of various types, and 4 Emerald Holy Machines. The final result was that the mercenary group was completely wiped out. The Dian pirate group's 4 Emerald Holy Machines had only moderate damage, and 12 MS survived. Of course, all merchant fleets were robbed. The news quickly spread throughout the entire mercenary industry and businesses. And this kind of news is not once or twice. Such things have happened many times. As a result, many mercenary groups were either unable to receive business, faced bankruptcy, or suffered heavy losses and were on the verge of disbanding. This led to the merger of many mercenary groups, buying the warships sold by the Tianyi munitions manufacturer as high as possible, and Ms. Jiegong and Jesta, without AS technology mixed in. Some large mercenary groups, or merged mercenary groups, can buy Jegun and Jesta and can barely repel some smaller Dion pirate groups. However, for the entrusted business these mercenary groups received, the escorting channels are usually in the colonial area, and there are very few cross-regions, except that the mercenary groups are not willing to travel long distances for fear of encountering the larger fleet of the Dion pirates. In addition, another main reason is that merchants are not at ease. Basically speaking, the orders received by the Tianyi mercenary group from the past to the present can be said to be soft, and they cannot be processed completely. In May 131, the first year of the universe, the Dion pirates had already begun to challenge the Tianyi mercenaries, which also made the Dion mercenaries regard the Dion pirates as the biggest threat and the first to eliminate the pirates. Because once when the Dion pirates captured some Tianyi mercenaries and were filming, they tortured these Tianyi mercenaries and so on, and even chopped off the heads of these Tianyi mercenaries and put them on the table. Then let countless pirates grimace and provoke in front of these heads, and then upload the pictures taken on the internet. This behavior has directly angered the Tianyi mercenary group, and the Tianyi mercenary group has already spoken on the internet, vowing to eliminate the Dion pirate group. Moreover, the Tianyi mercenary group also announced that whoever can tell them where the Dion pirates are hiding will be rewarded with 100 million Earth Circle coins. As long as the Tianyi mercenary group finds the hiding place of the Dion pirate group, it will launch a fierce attack. Even if the pirate group couldn't beat them and surrendered to the Tianyi mercenary group, the Tianyi mercenary group would not accept the opponent's surrender. Moreover, the Tianyi mercenary group also used severe torture to deal with these pirates in retaliation. They also cut off the heads of these pirates and hung them on the ropes. To film all of this and put it on the official website and let it out to the outside world, this is the fate of joining the Dion pirates. In June, the Tianyi mercenary group and the Dion pirates fought more and more fiercely. Since some sub-bases of the Tianyi mercenary corps withdrew from the Earth Circle, the mother base moved to the Martian Circle, and the original mother base was changed to number 0 subbase. The mother base and all subbases add up to a total of 17 bases. Under the management of Li Jiaming, the Tianyi mercenary corps has added 3 subbases. The number 16 and number 17 subbases are in the colony of the 3rd district, and the number 18 subbase is in the colony of the 9th district. The Dion pirates are powerful, but they dare not cause trouble in the 5th, 6th, and 7th colonies. Because most of the strength of the Tianyi mercenary group is in these few colonial areas. Although after Long Fei established the Tianyi Empire and transferred all the special Gundams and the most elite troops to the Tianyi Empire, the strength of the Tianyi mercenary group was not as good as before. However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and the Tianyi mercenary group still has new MS, a new mass-produced Gundam, and new equipment. Although the Tianyi mercenary group cannot challenge its own owner, the Tianyi Empire, but looking at other countries, the Tianyi mercenary group can easily kill countries below the upper middle class. Even those big countries, the Tianyi mercenary group can defeat the troops of these big countries in a head-to-head confrontation. If nothing happens to the Tianyi mercenary corps, the number 19 subbase is going to be built in the 9th area colony. But at the moment they are being harassed by the Dion pirates, who from time to time harass around the country where the number 18 subbase is located. When the number 19 subbase was prepared to be opened in one of the countries in the 9th district colony, the Dion pirates were very unwilling to see such a thing happen. Because the colony in District 3 has 2 subbases of the Tianyi mercenary group, it is very difficult for them to rob, and often even suffer heavy losses. In the 9th district colony, the Dion pirates were very reluctant to let the Tianyi mercenaries open another branch base. The Dion pirates are not afraid of the Wanluo Federation, the Anglo-Saxon People's Republic of China, and the Garth Empire. They dare to rob within their borders. Purvey of the Wanluo Federation acquiesces in their actions. Of course, the locations of the robberies are managed by the opposition party. Colonial Fields. The Dion Pirate Group, led by Dikla, is currently splitting into two groups. One part is fighting outside the territory of the Tianyi Empire, and the other part is fighting in the colonial circle. Now, the Tianyi mercenary group is not only carrying out the commission of the employer, but also destroying the Dion Pirate Group and the meteorite wreckage drifting to the Martian circle. In July of the first year of the universe, 131, the outer space domain of the Sky Wing Empire is currently cleaning up the meteorite debris, as well as destroying the troops of the Dion Pirates and the Hyaki Night Walk that sneaked in. Around the same time, heavy fighting broke out in the colony of Sector 9. The Tianyi mercenary group has grasped the location of the Dion Pirate Group lurking and hiding in the colony of the 9th District. Dispatch troops from different sub-bases to the colony in the 9th area and joined forces with the troops from the 18th sub-base. The troops dispatched by the Tianyi mercenary group to the colony in District 9 all activated the Mirage system and entered the colony in District 9 without a sound. The Dion pirates did not get the Tianyi mercenaries to send troops into the 9th District colony. Many of the Dion pirates in the colony of District 9 are celebrating their recently plundered goods and merchant ships in their hiding places. Little did they know that their catastrophe was about to come. The hiding places of the Dion pirates include abandoned meteorite modification factories and old abandoned colonial satellites. The sneak attack of the electromagnetic accelerator gun of the destroyer and the mobile drill missile launched by other warships made the pirates who were enjoying their achievements stunned and caught off guard for a while. Many pirates died in this sneak attack, and some pirates who reacted quickly attacked immediately. In addition to refitting the warships of the Dion pirates with those civilian ships, there are also many warship wrecks left over from those battlefields to disassemble and assemble some relatively intact parts or repair them. A small part of these warships are the battleships of the Dion Empire, and most of them are the battleships of the United Army, as well as the Fuji-class transport ship, the Nelson-class light space carrier, and the Salamis-class space light cruiser sold by the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. But no matter what kind of warship it was, when it rushed out from its hiding place, at least the Tianyi mercenary group with a regiment-sized fleet had already been waiting for a long time. The Tianyi mercenary fleet continued to launch missiles and beam cannons, as well as attack MS and mobile fortress troops. Some Dion pirates who were sober-minded knew that they couldn't fight each other in the current state, so they immediately turned their ships and fled the scene. Of course, the one with a clear head is at least the pirate leader, and only a clear-headed pirate leader will immediately lead his troops to flee the scene. There were also some pirate leaders who thought they had won several battles against the Tianyi mercenary group's troops, and believed that the sneak-attacking Tianyi mercenary group's fleet only dared to sneak attack instead of confrontation. So the pirate leaders who were not clear-headed gave the order to fight. It's a pity that within 10 minutes of the battle, the pirate leader woke up after seeing his troops being beaten to pieces and ordered to retreat, and hurriedly fled the scene. But it was too late. Their retreat was directly surrounded by Tianyi mercenary troops. Bowsy. The pirate leader could only fight tenaciously, because the Tianyi mercenary group would not accept their surrender, and all the Dion pirates could only fight to the end, because they knew that once they were captured, their fate would be very bad. Even their heads would be hung up by Tianyi mercenaries. Although some pirate leaders who were sober-minded gave the order to flee the scene immediately, some of them were still chased by other Tianyi mercenary troops. The battle between the two sides also attracted the attention of the local colonial countries, and they did not expect the Tianyi mercenary troops to come to the local colonies quietly. Moreover, to give the local Dion pirates a slap in the face, some sensitive media received the news and immediately dispatched a team of reporters to search, trying to find the Tianyi mercenary unit that was fighting. The Tianyi mercenary group did not fully grasp the location of the Dion pirate group hiding in the colony of the 9th District, and the pirate group troops they eliminated were only part of it. Some of the pirate troops who escaped from the scene and were not pursued were actually tracked long ago. They were followed by the Tianyi mercenary fleet that activated the Mirage system, so as to learn about other hiding places of the Dion pirates. In 7 days, the Tianyi mercenary group wiped out more than 70% of the places where the Dion pirate group was hiding in the 9th District colony. Some reporters found the location where the Tianyi mercenary group was chasing and killing the Dion pirate group, and the reporters rushed to follow up with the live broadcast. During filming, it was also found that some Dion pirates were defeated and captured. These captured Dion pirates were severely tortured by the Tianyi mercenaries, regardless of whether they tortured the pirates for the purpose of obtaining information or not. The real purpose of the Tianyi mercenaries was to torture these pirates before they died. The reporter also got the permission of the Tianyi mercenaries to enter the live broadcast. The reporters were all shocked during the filming process, and even their tone of voice was very fearful and trembling when reporting. Because these pirates were tortured, and even these pirates were not to obtain information at all, but to torture them. The reporter knew very well that this was the Tianyi mercenary group's retaliation against the Dion pirate group. If these captured pirates did not survive the torture and died, their bodies would be directly thrown into outer space by the Tianyi mercenaries. Pirates who survived the torture could then be subjected to another round of torture, or simply be shot or beheaded. In the end, the fate of these pirates was that all the corpses were thrown into outer space. And this filming live broadcast quickly spread throughout the world, and the whole world was shocked. Not long after, a team of the largest media reporters in District 9 was looking for the Tianyi mercenary fleet, and a Dion pirate regiment occupied a colonial satellite. After Dikla received the news that his own troops in the 9th District colony had suffered serious blows, Dikla immediately ordered the pirate troops to occupy some colonial satellites, and then held the local residents hostage, forcing the Tianyi mercenary group to stop. Dikla underestimated the Tianyi mercenary group, and many local media reporters were sweating coldly at the occupied colonial satellite. Many years ago, the Tianyi mercenary regiment didn't take this approach. At that time, the Tianyi mercenaries directly announced that they had an operation codenamed Operation Alpha, and they didn't care about the life and death of the hostages at all. This attitude directly made the pirate group that occupied the colonial satellite back, then obediently surrender after being beaten up. This directly made all the netizens on the internet have a direct understanding of the leader of the Dion pirates. That is, this leader is an idiot. The pirate leader who obeyed Dikla's order actually didn't want to occupy any colonial satellites, but they were desperate, and it was impossible to cross regions. The Tianyi mercenary regiment has already set up troops to wait. Occupying the colonial satellite is just a helpless move. I want to try to see if I can force the Tianyi mercenary group to retreat. The countries involved in the occupation of the colonial satellite have requested the Tianyi mercenary group not to launch Operation Alpha. The Tianyi mercenary group directly refused to accept it and was clamored by the country involved. It is useless for you to occupy your own domain. Now we are launching Operation Alpha. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can blame your own incompetence and resent Dion. The pirate ship. On July 25, 131, the first year of the universe, the Harala blood tragedy, recorded by historians, happened today. A regiment-sized fleet of the Tianyi mercenary regiment arrived at the number 3 colonial satellite of Harala. The Dion pirate team occupying the local colonial satellite demanded that the Tianyi mercenary troops withdraw immediately, otherwise they would massacre the local people. Hola! The shout was heard on all the local channels. This cry shook the hearts of many people. The Tianyi mercenary group dispatched troops to the colony in the 9th District. They had long expected that such a thing would happen. Every fleet had an alpha troop. Once a kidnapping incident happened, the alpha troop would be dispatched immediately. The Tianyi mercenary group fleet directly bombarded the target fleet with a round of beam cannons and mobile drill missiles. In addition to dispatching MS and mobile fortress troops, there is also an airship unit and fighter unit. Among the 8 warships of the Dion pirates, only one is a Brock frigate, and the other 7 warships are all warships used by the United Army. It was impossible to intercept most of the incoming mobile drill missiles, and just a wave of bombing directly destroyed the 8 warships of the Dion pirate force. In terms of mobile fortresses, there are a small number of mobile fortresses used by Fenrir and the United Army. MS only has a small number of holy machines and Jegon, and the armor monsters, scorpions, and Phale 2 account for the majority. It is not the opponent of the MS of the Tianyi mercenary group and the mobile fortress at all. Under the cover of MS and the mobile fortress, the airship unit followed the fighter unit and entered the interior of the colonial satellite. The team of media reporters also followed into the interior of the colonial satellite for live broadcast shooting. In addition to carrying the suppression department, the airship unit of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps also has some tanks, drones, and so on. There are also some MIS units and fighter units that entered the colonial satellite to deal with the pirate MIS units inside the colonial satellite. The viewers who watched the live broadcast saw that apart from the familiar ground troops wearing Spartan uniforms, they were the machine gunners that appeared when Long Fei ascended the throne. The machine gunners wearing heavy kinetic energy armor, and the running speed is not inferior to the ground troops wearing Spartan battle uniforms. Some of the machine gunners hold Gauss rifles, and the bullets are supersonic, and the bullets look like metal spikes. The Gauss rifle is a weapon equipped in the machine gunner standard, and the secondary weapon is an electromagnetic pistol. You can choose a high-explosive shotgun, a high-energy sniper rifle, a cluster rocket launcher, and so on. Although the action of the machine gunners is not as good as that of the soldiers wearing Spartan battle uniforms, the machine gunners in a group of 4 and Gauss rifles can easily penetrate the armor of the pirates. The weapons of these big armored soldiers are too powerful, and they can't penetrate their armor at all. A pirate member just used the rifle in his hand to hit all the bullets on the machine gunner's side in one breath. The bullets either bounced or fell on the ground. The pirate members communicated what happened just now to other companions, and when they shifted places, they lay on the ground directly. The moment he turned his head, he saw his 2 feet fell to the ground, and his knees were separated from him. Then I looked at the wall in front of me with countless bullet holes, and then I saw other bullet holes burst out on the wall, bursts of sound blasted from my head, and then the wall on the other side was pierced by the sound speed into bullets one by one. Hole! Suddenly a wall collapsed, and a machine gunner walked out. The machine gunner looked at the pirate whose legs had been shot off, and took out an electromagnetic pistol with his left hand to shoot his head. One of the reporter's drones was shooting in the sky, and a 6-member team of machine gunners shot out while running, and when they were running, their speed reached 60 kilometers per hour. And the bullets fired can easily penetrate walls, tanks, etc. Many pirate crew members hiding in the bunker died under the powerful guns of the machine gunners. There was even a scene in which a machine gunner overturned a 10-ton tank with one hand, and then the Gauss rifle in his hand directly shot the tank full of holes, and then blood overflowed from the bullet holes. Then the drone photographed one of the locations in the sky, and 6 machine gunners lined up and walked slowly to shoot. Even if there is a vehicle in front of them, they can overturn the vehicle with one kick. Not far from them, many pirate members were killed by them, and many pirate members' bodies were lying on the ground. Some pirate members even fled without throwing their weapons on the ground. Then in another scene, a machine gunner lifted a pirate with his left hand and pulled out a high-frequency dagger with his right hand. The high-frequency dagger cuts directly from the crotch of the pirate member to the top of the head, cutting it in half. A member of the pirates fired a rocket at the Marine, and the rocket blasted the Marine's kinetic armor, setting off a violent explosion. The violent explosion only knocked the machine gunner back a few steps. The machine gunner looked at the pirate who had just attacked him and switched a high-energy cluster energy rifle with his right hand. Seeing that the attack just now failed, the sneak-attacking pirates hurriedly fled the scene, and the high-energy cluster energy rifle emitted an energy beam from the muzzle. Under the control of the machine gun, the energy beam swept across, directly tearing the pirate and other objects in half. If the pirates want to defeat the machine gunners, there is no other way. That is to obtain their weapons or the weapons of other Tianyi mercenary ground troops to kill the machine gunners, or directly use MS to kill the machine gunners. But doing this is not feasible at all. Apart from being a bit of a bombardment to the wolf, there is another point that the MS and fighters of the Tianyi mercenary group will never let the MS of the pirates have this opportunity to kill the machine gunners. Whether the machine gunners fought quickly or suppressed slowly, they gradually defeated the ground defense line set up by the pirates. When the pirate members whose defense line was defeated were running around like headless flies, they were either killed by soldiers wearing Spartan uniforms, or they were shot into a hornet's nest by drones. The leader of the defeated Dion pirates couldn't surrender to the Tianyi mercenary group at all, because the Tianyi mercenary group will never accept their surrender. In the end, the leader had no choice but to try to hold hostages and force the Tianyi mercenaries to retreat. Tianyi mercenary group, listen to me. We have hostages here, even old people and children. If you don't back down, we will start killing hostages. Then you will definitely be condemned by the international community. The leader turned on the radio to threaten Tianyi mercenaries' core. But the Tianyi mercenaries ignored the pirate leader's threat at all and continued to advance step by step. The pirate MS in the colonial satellites have basically been dealt with in 7s and 80s, and many machine gunners have arrived at some hostage-taking locations. The pirates used the hostages as a shield and stood in front of the machine gunners and threatened, "Stay away immediately. Don't blame me for killing the hostages." The scene was captured live by a reporter's drone camera. Many viewers who watched the live broadcast wanted to know whether the ULA shouted by the Tianyi mercenary group and the Alpha operation executed by the Tianyi mercenary group really even killed the hostages. These audiences quickly got the answers they wanted to know. The machine gunner raised his gun without hesitation, and the hostage and the pirate members shot to death together. The other machine gunners also raised their Gauss rifles and fired at the scene without hesitation. The hostages kneeling on the ground let out inhuman screams for a moment. In just a few seconds, all the hostages and pirate members on the scene were killed by the machine gunners. This scene directly left the audience watching the live broadcast dumbfounded. No one thought that the Alpha operation of the Tianyi mercenaries would really be as announced to the outside world, even killing hostages if necessary. Everyone thinks the Dion pirates have hit the nail on the head. The team of reporters on the scene released several drones to film in different locations. There was a scene that shocked everyone. A pirate held a baby in one hand and stood in front of a machine gunner, and held a pistol in the other hand against the baby's back, threatening the machine gunner to let him go. But the machine gunner in front of him ignored it at all and directly pulled out the high-frequency chainsaw with his left hand, sawing the baby and the pirate in half. It's terrible to let people on the internet exclaim directly, "Operation Alpha really doesn't grow any grass." Operation Alpha destroys everything that stands in its way, even children. Horrible. Even in some locations, some people fled in different directions to survive. Once there were pirate members mixed in, the machine gunners fired without hesitation. The machine gunners strafing directly caused countless civilians to die under their guns. Under the live broadcast of the reporter, all the places where the machine gunners even killed the hostages were basically not a blade of grass. Some pirates took hostages, and the machine gunners used high-frequency daggers or chainsaws to cut the hostages in half. The scene can be said to be a river of blood. The local civilians can only hide at home, not even daring to show their heads. When many local people watched the live broadcast on their mobile suits, they saw the shocking scene, which scared them out of their wits. Some pirates even ran to the residential area, scaring the people in the residential area out of the house and fleeing the scene. They were worried that the gunners' weapons could go through house bunkers and so on, and that when the bullets went through the walls, they would hit them. The authorities of various countries watching the live broadcast have issued death orders to the Ministry of National Defense at this moment. Once their country is attacked by the Dion pirates, they will be driven away at any cost. Because the Tianyi mercenary group has already ordered on the official website that once the Dion pirates occupy a certain colonial satellite, the Tianyi mercenary group will immediately implement Operation Alpha to eliminate the Dion pirates at any cost. On the other hand, there were fights between the Tianyi mercenary group and the Dion pirates group in some parts of the colony in District 9. Some media reporters also live broadcasted the battle between the two sides, and they also discovered the new type of MS of the Tianyi mercenary group. Gustav Karl, this burly-looking MS, is fast and flexible. Both the MS of the Tianyi mercenary group and the MS of the Tianyi Empire have something in common, mixing AS's technology-synchronized action recognition system and electromagnetic muscle modules. In addition to updating and replacing with new parts, the currently used Gesta and Ritual are mixed with as technology, and some drivers with excellent driving skills can suppress the Blue Holy Machine. Although Gustav Karl is a mass-produced aircraft used by the elite troops and special forces of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. In combat, a Gustav Karl held a beam rifle and counterattacked at the moment of dodging the attack of a Jigong. A beam of light directly penetrated Jigong's chest, and Jigong directly turned into a ball of fireworks. Then, Gustav Karl turned around 180 degrees and fired the grenade launcher on his left wrist, destroying a flying thunder too, and then fired a grenade in another direction, shooting down a salamander. Gustav Karl moved aside, and a yellow beam of light flashed by. One blood red shoots at Gustav Karl. Under the control of the driver, Gustav Karl moved like a strong man dancing hip-hop, dodging blood red shots continuously. Gustav Karl switched weapons, and the bazooka fired at blood red. Although the blood red pilot is not a new human being, he is also an adjustment person. With his excellent reflexes, he shot through the rockets fired at him. Gustav Karl just launched the rocket launcher just to attract the attention of the opponent, and at this moment, he is rushing towards the blood red. Blood red immediately pulled out the beam saber, fully opened the thruster, and stabbed at Gustav Karl. The driver Gustav Karl used the electromagnetic muscle module technology to burst out of strength instantly, and under the action of the propeller, he made a somersault like a gymnast and went directly behind the blood red. Oops, it's over. The blood red driver fell into despair. The rocket launcher in Gustav Karl's right hand blew up Bloodhong's back with one shot, and then another shot blasted Bloodhong to pieces. Gustav Karl's red sunglasses lit up, and the grenade launcher on his right wrist fired a grenade, destroying a wingbird with one shot. Pilot Gustav Karl glanced at the instrument and destroyed 9 MS by himself. However, the pilot didn't have any complacency. His colleagues who piloted the same aircraft as him shot down more MS than him. Another Gustav Karl was fighting against the Azure Holy Machine, and the trajectories of the two intersected each other, and there were even beams of light flying across when the two were fighting. The skills of the pilots of the two airframes are comparable, and Gustav Karl has been improved and mixed with as technology, and the overall performance of the two airframes is already equivalent to that of the Azure Holy aircraft. Another Gustav Karl, holding a long-range sniper rifle, aimed at an emerald green in the distance. When the emerald green holy machine was attacked, the moment the body paused, the beam sniper shot killed emerald green. After Gustav Karl sniped and killed one target, he went on to look for the next target. On the battlefield, the elite troops not only have Gustav Karl and Kshatriya, but also 2 other models. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.